Started, and we still, I reckon, have 57 cars that are running at the moment. And Nick Damon down in the pits has just seen Klaus Bachler bring the lead car into the pit lane.
Klaus, it's working quite well for the 24 car, you know, ebbing and flowing when you're in the lead or second place, depending on the pit stops. How do you guys feel you're doing?
Yeah, it's very good, to be honest. It's getting better and better. During the night, the car feels very strong. But it's still 11 hours, so 12 hours to go. I even don't know it. I came out now after a double stint. Yeah, so far everything good, but it's a lot of things can still happen. And we hope we will be there also after the 24 hours.
Halfway through the race, have you felt the detrimental effects of that extra 20 kilograms of weight you were given this morning?
Yeah, of course. For sure this was not a help. I hoped we don't get it, but okay, anyway, we have to do our best. We have a quite good balance over the long run. This is helping us, and also, I mean, for us, our car especially, it's better in the night. Let's see how it is tomorrow then when it gets hot again. But anyway, first you need to survive and make it to the morning. And if we keep on going like this, I think we have a good chance.
Air temperature was peaked at about 27 degrees and it was sunny. It's going to go down to about 11 degrees now, so the track temperature is going to be massively different in the middle of the night. How does that really affect the car? How does the car change as the track temperature drops so much?
Yeah, it changes completely. I mean, first of all, the tire degradation is more when it's so hot, but also it changes the balance of the car. And you have small things to adjust it, like brake bias, like DC, so traction control, ABS position. This you can do. You can also help a bit with the tire pressure, but in the end, there's not so much else. And so the most you can do is driving around the issue. So the driver can make the biggest difference. And honestly, this is tricky because you need to be fully concentrated for the whole stint, and you drive the car really on the edge in every corner. And yeah, I mean, as I said, the most difference in this the driver has to do. But I think we are still pretty good, also in day, but better in the night.
Finally, have you double stinted the tyres, or will you start double stinting now it's cooler? Because we know the first few laps of these Michelins, they're super quick.
Not really. I mean, for sure it depends a bit if you stop under code 60 or if you only take 25% of your fuel capacity. Then you can think to keep the tires on. We did it many times. Not sure if it's better. I think it's better to have the new tires and lose some seconds in the pits because the first laps are incredibly good.
I have been researching Super League Formula. I had completely forgotten there were panos. So there were DPO9s. So they were indeed very similar to the DPO1 Champ car. 750 horsepower from a V12, which was a Menard competition technology. 4.2 litre V12. They scream.
We're just going to have to grab Ryan Dalziel again and ask him what that was like, because he'd raced in Champ car as well, so we'll be able to compare the two. On that point, Klaus Bachler was mentioning about the instant lap time of his Michelin tyre. Anders Fjordbach on the first lap out, first flying lap, 2-minute flat 0.5. Really quick, straight out of the box. So there is that instant lap time on that first run. John Miller for Huber Motorsport sitting in 22nd overall, set a 2 flat 0.1. Again, straight out the pits. The lap again is totally different than saying, particularly in Le Mans Hypercar, where it's also a Michelin tyre, but those cars take a lot longer to get right up to the speed. It's not unusual for a superstar driver in a Le Mans Hypercar to actually be passed by a GT car on their first outlap, because it takes the time for the tyre to come up to temperature and pressure and get into its full operating window. Whereas But also, as Nick Damon has rightly reminded me, we have tyre warmers here, and that is basically a perfect example of how good, how much of a difference a tyre warmer makes from compared to series where they are not allowed. I'll never forget Petit Le Mans 2008 when Alan McNish wasn't even on an outlap. He was taking the car to the grid
of Petit,
and no tyre warmers, and of course Audi R10 with 1,000 horsepower, maybe not quite, but certainly well over 1,000 pound-feet of torque, and it was coming down from turn 3-4 down the S's at Road Atlanta, and the car just speared sideways into the wall, and they still won the race.
They were leading
2 laps, and then
they were leading the race again on pace because it was an incredibly clean start. The race, I think, maybe 4 hours into the race.
And they weren't on their own, they were against Peugeot.
Oh yeah, if that was
against Peugeot.
Were you at that race, Nick, when Nish walled it? Was that one of your first petites, or were you after that? I thought it was your first petite.
They started 2 laps down. They needed, I think, 1 full course yellow. But I think that I thought their major competition was the Porsche Spiders that year.
But because the balance of performance was changed. They were effectively LMP2 cars, but they were already starting to combine top class.
Next, thinking of 2007, the RS Spiders should have won overall in 2007, but there was a very late caution. And then when the Audi came up behind it, it was diesel that had that instant torque, and it went. 2008 was a little bit more, they were more separated. But that was the year Helio Castroneves and Ryan Briscoe won in LMP2 that year with the RS Spider. They had the aero disc wheels for qualifying. Which nobody knows where those disc wheels are now.
That first Petit Le Mans for you, didn't you have a very long conversation with Christian Klein? No,
not much of it, because it was in the hospitality, and as you are well aware, we were singing Bruce Springsteen songs on the way back, and I may or may not have had to stop at some point for a tree.
I found out your affinity for the Boss then in a very nice Acura all-wheel drive sedan.
I think the point is, John, if you put enough free tequila-based cocktails down any man of my age, you'll find an affinity for the Boss.
I've always got an affinity for the Boss.
He's brilliant. He's just still one of the great performers ever. I don't normally like watching music concerts on the television, and I don't often get the chance to go to see live music anymore, which is one of the great regrets of how busy I've got to now. But when he played Glastonbury, I consumed that broadcast live as if I was there.
What's your favourite Bruce Springsteen song?
Oh,
for me, it's The Rising.
Yeah, that was good. That was actually a really interesting album, that, after 9/11, and that was really good. Alan, I like the early stuff. Allentown's great. Born to Run, obviously.
Hungry Heart, that's a regular on Not Kill FM.
I bet it is. Born to Run for Nick, yeah. Because he was indeed out on New Year's Day at a park run, and no one was chasing him, amazingly. So 11 3/4 hours to go. The leader is the 777 Almanar Racing by with their team BMW car, should I say, and Al-Faisal Al-Zabair, excuse me, is ahead of Alexei Nesov. 777 is just going through turn 10 now.
Alexei Nevzov is a fantastic sim racer. Really, really quick.
He, at the moment, is just eking out a bit larger gap to save himself going a lap down. He's coming across the line underneath us right now. There you go. The View Racing car. He's 1 minute and 32 seconds, 90 seconds on a 122-second lap, or thereabouts at the moment. 120-second lap, let's say. But he is just a little bit quicker than Al-Faisal Al-Zabair. Maybe a second and a half on average. So he's going to reduce the danger of getting lapped. There's a 4-second penalty standing against that second place car. He's also 10 laps better off on tyres. So he's been in the car 41 minutes. Al-Faisal 64 minutes. And so that will give you the idea that that leading 777 car will be the first of those two cars in the pits if they continue to the end of their fuel.
Yeah, and I guess it's a little bit different than in, say, IMSA, for example, being on the lead lap or not, because we don't have any safety cars resetting. It's more just the pure time.
Correct.
Between the between cars that we've got to worry about. So if you do drop off the lead lap, it's not really any. You don't lose any additional time or what have you. It's not any advantage or disadvantage other than just the simple time lost or gained. So. Yeah, I know, a minute and 32 at the moment, but it's been very, very staggered with the code 60s have just arrived. It's like the awkward times, yeah, make it a little bit of an unknown quantity to see really who's on top. One thing we can tell you is that the 495 Ginetta GT4 has run like an express train in GT4 all race long. It's very much the Ginetta corporate retreat with company owner Lawrence Thompson and his son Freddie, and Mike Simpson, who's the head of motorsport, driving alongside. Oh, and it's just been clipped. Oh my word, it's just been clipped by the SMP Mercedes that barged its way through. That was Sergei Sorokin, the XF1 driver, and that was a wheel-to-wheel contact. So I hope the little Ginetta hasn't been injured in that one, so to speak, because the big honking great Mercedes barged through in a hurry.
And that, I mean, such is the fragility of any lead in multi-class racing.
Yep. It is, and we've seen that several times, haven't we? I mean, look at Barcelona, Bazkuten Racing, the car they were running for Samantha Tan Racing. They were looking really good in GT4. They were looking like they were going to get the win in the bag, and then all of a sudden in the last hour they have some sort of fueling problem where the car was shutting down and starting back up again and shutting down. It can all happen so quickly. That's what makes the joy of winning in endurance racing so great, but also the agony of a late failure just so bitter and sore. But we all keep coming back. We all keep coming back for more, no matter what role we play, because we absolutely love it. But the little Ginetta going so well up against opposition from Porsche, from BMW, from Toyota as well. But the little car that can from Yorkshire doing very well.
The Sim Racing past you, it says, what you're talking about old series. What was the series with the old F1 drivers, Mansell, Derek Murrick? It was called F1 or GP Masters, wasn't it? Yes. I did
FYI,
actually Kumar back in his car. Which car? Nick Damon.
The Cayman he's in. He's still got there's still a posse of about 150 to 200 die-hard fans right below you in the grandstands. They probably want to know that when they peer the car, it's actually got their man in it.
Interesting.
That is an amazing job from the Razun Northern Racing crew. That little Austrian team, they have had a lot of repair work to do over the course of this week. Their Porsche Cup car was badly damaged in early week practice. They had to rebuild that. Their Porsche Cayman in the GT4 category, the car that Ajit Kumar is just about to take out of fuel, had a brake failure going into turn 16, I think it was, or 15. At fairly high speed, and how they've managed to get that repaired and back out racing again is just remarkable. So big props. Razun Northern Racing, I think they're putting their stake in the ground as an early contender for the Spirit of the Race award.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Grand Prix Masters, I did the commentary on that live. Now, problem here for the Windward Mercedes and
Turn
the GT4
Toyota.
Supra.
Yeah, that's Continental TTR Racing. I mean, I don't believe in coincidences either. That two cars off the road at the same time, I think that's been a disagreement in traffic.
Yeah, the 496 Dmitry Levin for Continental Racing. That was fourth in its class. And now he can't see. He's on the left-hand side of the car, and he can't see the cars coming round the left-hander from effectively his right rear corner. The other car has left the scene of the incident, and this is a dangerous time at the moment. You have to rely on the marshals and the radio. He's got going now. There's a gap in the traffic.
Windward Mercedes has run off to tell the teacher.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Grand Prix Masters. They were Reynards with a 3.5 litre V8 engine. That was the Nicholson McLaren engine, which was basically the old Cosworth XP, another old IndyCar engine. 650 horsepower. You had to have been retired from all forms of open rail racing, but have competed in F1 for 2 years, and more than 45 years old originally. And Kyle Army was the first race, and the only live coverage of that was on Motors TV. The BBC showed it in its entirety with Murray Walker doing it, but they did it later on in the day. They showed it tape delayed. And Henry Hope Frost and I did the commentary for that race live on Motors TV. And it was Emerson Fittipaldi and Nigel Mansell who were battling for the lead. It was a cracking battle, and it was half a second, the line. Mansell, Fittipaldi, Riccardo Patrese, Andrea de Cesaris in probably his best ever finish in anything that had F1 in it. Derek Warwick was 5th. Hans-Joachim Stuck was 6th.
Former winner of this race.
Yeah. Christian Danner in 7th, Eddie Cheever in 8th, Jatin Lammers in 9th, Alessio Salazar in 10th. All top 10 separated by 40 odd seconds. Then it was Patrick Tombe, René Arnoux, Jacques Lafitte and Stefan Johansson. Jacques Lafitte and Stefan Johansson had problems, actually. Alan Jones, I seem to remember Alan Jones didn't start, and I think Alessio Salazar jumped in for him. And then they went to the Losail circuit at Qatar, with Nigel Mansell won by again half a second from Christian Danner, with Eric van der Poel a second. Then they came to Silverstone, where Eddie Cheever won by 16.5 seconds from Eric van der Poel and Christian Danner. And I think that was it. They didn't get it off in 2007, and it was 4 years, by the way, of the Super League formula. So I said it was 3 or 4 years. So single-seater formulas that have disappeared in the past.
And there's many more to add to that list, of course.
Well, yes, A1GP, as Nick's just said in our ears.
Yeah, Jan Lammers was involved in that. Jeroen Bleekemolen drove for Team Netherlands in that championship in A1 Grand Prix. My mother-in-law was involved in promoting it in China.
Really?
Yes, and Formula Masters.
Really?
Yes.
For a moment there, only seals and bats could hear me. Dolphins or bats, perhaps.
There's a very funny story she tells about the press conference for it, which I honestly could never repeat on broadcast or almost out loud.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'll tell you later.
Okay. That sounds... Will it stop me sleeping?
No.
Oh, no, okay.
You'll be all right.
So, well inside the second half of the race now. If you're just joining us, welcome along. It's Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon taking you through the wee small hours. The swing shift, as it used to be called in my old radio days. Still plenty of hardy fans. It was... Even for me, it was just starting to get a little bit chilly when I was standing down in the paddock. I mean, not that I have to rush back and put on a sweatshirt or anything like that, but it was... I could just feel a slight chill in the air. I would guess it's probably about 4... Oh, have you? 16 or 17, I would think it is at the moment. Possibly a little bit less than that.
I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying being here in Dubai and enjoying the much balmier climbs than at home in Scotland. The 929 HRT Performance Porsche Cup car has been in to serve a penalty. Tell you what, you don't realise how busy that penalty box is until you stand beside it. The Creventic Welcome Centre is right next to it, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a bus stop on Oxford Street. It's just constant traffic of drivers serving penalties for transgressions that they might not have committed. It might have been their teammate, but you have to take the rap on the knuckles as the driver hops out with open face helmet. Just big respect for an open face helmet. It's just very cool. Gives great vision too. And now 929, where are they sitting? That's Julian Jacquel who's got out with the open face helmet, and they are in 40th at the moment, 7th in AM, 14th of all the 992s. Ivo Breukers rocks the open face helmet. It's very cool, very, very cool.
No, it isn't. No.
Okay.
No.
You're not a fan?
No. Ask John Cleland about open face helmets.
Well, he had one that looked like the world's smallest letterbox. I'm surprised he could see out of it. Is that why?
Well, he did a sort of a race of champion style rallycross type thing at the Silverstone Rally School circuit a few years ago, a long time ago actually, when I think about it now, when he was a Vauxhall driver. And there was a bit of circuit racing, and then there was some racing off against each other on a parallel track like they do on Race of Champions. And he rolled a car, and the ears on the seat, early days of those things, ripped the helmet clean off his head. And from that moment on, he never wore an open face helmet again.
Wow. What sort of era are we talking there?
90. He was in touring cars, so maybe mid to late 90s, 96, 97.
Yeah, I think
he was touring car champion in 1996 when it was still 1995 when it was still multi-class. He won it in a Class 2 Astra.
Yeah, so so I think the technology in helmets, in open face helmets, and indeed in the safety seats as well, has come on a long way since then. But I do take your point. It's interesting. You watch a lot of, particularly the top GT drivers. You'll see them with they've got a helmet with a visor on, normal helmet that would shut completely, but often they've got it completely open. Oh. You've got very excited about something on your computer there, John.
I was half right and half wrong. He won it for Vauxhall Sport in a Cavalier in 1995, Cleland. He won it in the Astra in 1989, which was a Class 2 car. Because Rob Gravett won it the next year in a Ford Sierra RS500, and the previous year it was Frank Sitler, fabulous Frank Sitler, in the BMW Team Finance M3. Nick Damon has got the leader, the 777. We said that he would be the first of the leading cars to pit, and he's in for the 19th time.
He's in? No, he's out. He's done it. They've done it. They've changed drivers. We haven't quite in time to see who got into the car, but you'll find out quite soon. Full set of tyres. Alza has got out of the machine. It was a completely textbook stop, and they are Alfaz Alzavir has got out, and they are about to have the second car stop. I can see there's a driver getting suited and booted for that one as well. So first one done perfectly. 7717 WRT is
and
already in for fuel.
And that means that Alexei Nesov has gone through into the lead in the Pure Racing Porsche. He was 1 minute and 11, call it 1 minute and 12 seconds behind when he crossed the line. And we've got a problem for the Team CMR, fourth place in class, the GTX class. This is Ethan Giandini in the Ginetta, the dark coloured Ginetta, and that's between turn 2 and turn 3, drivers right. This is where Emily de Haas came to, or her BMW came to a fiery end. He's far further across, and we might actually be able to snatch that without even going code 60. The mountain circuit is off to his right-hand side, and there's a cut through there. Let's see how Race Control want to play this. Ahmed Al Hati for Paradigm Competition was due his stop anyway. His tyres at 39 laps old. So the number 991 BMW was built into the pit lane. That's the leading AM car. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane, and that car is about to come up to his feet.
And luckily I know who's getting in. It's Darren Lung who's going to take over. One of the two cars he's driving with. Comes to the absolutely stop in front of me, up on the Ford Jacks. Windscreen cleaned dramatically. There's a lot of wrist action there on the windscreen. And out gets Ahmed Al-Harthi. And this one is as clean as the others. Now, obviously, we haven't seen every pit stop they've done, but let's point out now we are over halfway around the race, and we've not seen, neither myself or Joe have not seen a brake change on this car. And obviously, part of the serviceability is making the brakes last a long time. That's what the Evo is all about, but it may just be they sneaked up while we're at the other end of the pit lane. So that is two excellent stops for the BMWs, and they will continue when the stag round winds in at least as good a position as when they went in.
From the WRT crew running both of those cars, winners on three occasions here at the Dubai 24 Hours back in 2016 and 2022, both in Audis before they switched to BMW, and one with one of those as well in 2023. So yeah, what an outfit they are, running the BMW hypercars in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans, and indeed we have gone code 60, unsurprisingly. So it might be a very short one though, because as you rightly pointed out, John, it is quite close to a point of escape and solace. So code 60, all the cars are reduced to 60 kilometers an hour. They can go to the pits at this point if they wish.
This is the 10th code 60. And the first in the second half of the race. Ahmed Al-Harthi is out of the Paradigm competition car. The car is being fueled at the moment. It came in fourth position overall and leading the GT3 AM class.
Ahmed, you came out of the car in lead of the class. I mean, how are you enjoying this new M4 Evo?
It's first of all a real pleasure to be here in Dubai. You know, I don't really race much here, being so close to Oman as well. It's been a pleasure so far. We've really been enjoying our time on track. It's very, very competitive, and you can see how competitive it is in all the classes, not just in the GT3s, but everything else around us is really pushing.
We've been told the big push on this new M4 is about serviceability and ease of driving and reduced tyre wear. Do you think they've hit their aims?
It's very difficult for me to comment on that now because, you know, we're in different compounds and we're at a different place. We've never tested here before. We never raced here before, and, well, I haven't at least. So, I mean, it's for sure something that has gone one step forward, and I'm looking forward to what's coming next as well this season.
We've seen a few kind of near misses and mini incidents between the various cars. Is it being a generally sort of polite race out there with everyone behaving?
No, definitely it's not polite. You're just you and your luck who you get. You get different drivers. You get the same car with different drivers in it. So, you know, a few hours ago that guy was polite. Then obviously he doesn't see you. It's not about being polite. Everybody has the right to be on track, and everybody has the right to race. And GT3s doesn't mean that we're faster, so we can abuse the others. It's about respect.
So what's the rest of your program for this year then?
We hope to announce it in the next few days, to be honest.
We'll do it early here.
I wish. No, thank you.
Great stuff, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it lipped. I wonder if he'll be back with the number 46, Valentino Rossi, in this season. Brake change going on at the dual Racing by Huber outfit. This is the car with the, shall we say, late 80s, early 90s Jaguar livery on it.
Tribute livery, yes.
Tribute livery, yes.
Yeah. And that was rear brakes going on to that, so I presume they've done the front. Well, they're over halfway through, so that's all right. They're not losing as much time doing this. They'll do it on the pit lane, even though if they put it in the garage, you could use more people to do it and probably do them all at the same time. We only saw the right rear being done, but I presume they've done all of them. A new set of Michelin
Huge
GT rubber going on there.
Busy down in the pit lane, and the thing is, when we go code 60 and you're going to do that brake change, you got to hope that you're going to get it done before it goes back to green again.
we've got a situation here where everyone's in the pits. I've
14 cars are in the
fuel.
fuel.
One question you guys can answer. I take it the 991. That's Ahmed Al Hati's BMW. That car didn't get a full fill, did it? Because it went green, so it went purple whilst it was in the petrol station, didn't it? So he would have had to. He'd have to immediately. If he got over quarter, to immediately have had to stop. So that's absolutely worked against that car. That's going to be a big disadvantage. They won't be able to come in again.
They got about a minute and a half of fuel.
Tank.
Exactly a minute and a half of fuel, actually.
Right, and three minutes to full fill. So they got about half a tank.
Darren Young, as you mentioned, the newly minted United McLaren driver, the WEC, coming back the WEC, but changing teams and manufacturers for Darren.
The the pure racing Porsche, which has a bright flashing 001, so they've taken the lead on the stagger, has come in. They've got a driver change and 4 fresh boots, but no, interesting, there's not an awful lot of a movement towards changing the brakes, which I'm interested about. You think this is a beautiful thing. Halfway through the race, code 60, this is the time, if you need to do it, that's when you would think you would do it.
I agree with you, Nick. Yeah, I think it's an ideal opportunity. There's a rescue truck right in the middle.
That's got the stranded Ginetta behind it, I believe.
The job they've done. No, it doesn't have anything behind it.
Really? Well, there's something behind it.
I'll walk up that way.
Yes, there is.
Oh, there is. It is, in fact. Sorry, there's another truck at a different point in the circuit, a different point of the pit lane.
Right,
and here's another brake change, Nick.
Okay, so it looks like the 992s seem to need to change their brakes. I've seen a couple of cars do complete brake change. I'm now with the Red Camel Jordan team, I think still leading in 992.
Fabian Dance behind the wheel.
Initially, they're doing their rear brakes. Fabian Dance currently driving the car. They're doing the rears at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to do the fronts. I can't see the fronts about to be offered, so they're going to do the rears. The interesting thing about the Porsches, the 992, is they have a much bigger rear brake discs than the other cars. So a lot more of the braking is done at the rear of the car, obviously based on the fact that the car is much more heavily weighted towards the back than many other machines. Interestingly, I've watched a couple of the 992s, and they did discs and pads. Red Camel just doing pads. They've got the spreaders, and they are now putting in the pads on the rears. They're not doing discs as well. I have seen for Forgenzi, for example, the complete 4 brake changes of pads and discs about half an hour ago.
There are various bits and pieces that is termed an endurance kit for a 992 Cup car, which is things like air jacks, proper lights, ABS. Basically, that's already all there. You just have to have Porsche give you a code. Quick change brakes are not part of that kit, so those are far more like your normal road car brakes. They're obviously race engineered, but they don't have the dry brakes or anything like that. So that was the old-fashioned pad spreader. Look across the other side, talk to your mate so that you don't get any air in the system, and spread the pads, pull them out, burn your fingers, stick a new pair of pads in either side, get the driver to pump the brakes on the way out. Nick made a good point there, Peter, about the bigger discs than most cars on the back of the Porsche. The big flat 6 engine, the 4-litre 4-litre engine, sorry, in the 992 Cup car. It's a big old lump when you see it there with all its ancillaries on it. If you've ever stood underneath a Porsche, particularly a 992, you also use the rear brakes. You probably run a bit more rear bias on a Porsche anyway, because as your fuel burns off, your front end gets lighter, and you use the rear brakes to help you rotate the car into the corner. You've got that extra weight there, and the polar moment of inertia is going to help you with that. But a lot of drivers just like to left foot brake to help rotate the cars in. In 26th position, the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Porsche car in the pits. No, I think that might be the QMMF car, actually. Yes, it is. Now, that was getting front discs and pads. Is getting front discs. All 4. Yes.
4. Yeah, this is the kind of the 992 thing. Red Camel's the first 992 team I've seen not doing discs, and it's also the first. I think a couple of teams have done just a pair, but most of them have taken the chance to just do all 4 in one go. So that is the perceived wisdom. This is the QMF, the Qatari Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation machine. And they are now, I think they've made they're putting old tyres back on again. That's interesting. We're going to put some new ones on. They're going back for old tyres again. So I've not seen that before. So the old rear's going back on again, proudly saying H1 plus on the sideboard, John.
Well, Charles,
so they are Michelin Pilot
explained
Sport.
that to you earlier on, in terms of the fronts are H1s, the seconds are the backs rather, fronts and the seconds. The backs are H1 plus, just a slightly different compounding construction. Taking this opportunity, although we've dragged the Ginetta back in on the end of a tow rope, Race Control deciding to get track services out there and replace various bits of polystyrene marker boards around the circuit and give the track a wee bit of a sweep, and I don't think that's a bad idea. It also gives everybody a chance to come into the pit lane halfway through, and I think this is rather sensible race management here, Peter.
Very much so. I'm so impressed with the circuit team here at Dubai Autodrome. The way that they dealt with that engine fire with the WS BMW earlier on was just first class. It's been really good. The facility here is fantastic. First visit, hopefully not my last. Really enjoyed it. And well, we might well be about to see, once we go back to green, some of the fastest laps we've seen since in the very early portion of the race, because Pure Racing have just installed their hot shoe driver Thomas Preining. Likewise, Almana Racing Team by Team WRP have just put in Dan Harper. Likewise, he's a proper hot shoe as well in a BMW M4 GT3. And as the track temperature continues to cool, we're going to see some quick lap times. I think we're going to dip quite quickly into the 159s.
A couple of cars deciding to bail out of going into the fuel.
Yeah, it's difficult because we've got, I think it's 12 fuel pumps in the fueling area. So if there is 12 pumps being used, you simply have to wait in the queue just like you would at your local supermarket. So that's something that the team strategists have to bear in mind. They have to look and see, is fuel busy, is it not? If it's not, then of course go in, but if it is, then sometimes you have to take a judgment call on whether to go in there or not. Ian James, the super experienced Briton, American-based Briton, and the number 27 Heart of Racing. I was just about to say Aston Martin because that's so easy that just almost slips off the tongue, but no, they're in a Mercedes. It's a Mercedes AMG run by SPS. Ian James driving alongside Gray Newell, Zachary Robuchon, and Hannah Grisham making her debut in GT3 machinery. But Ian James, on his 21st attempt in 2023, won the Rolex 24-hour, and I believe we'll be back again in a couple of weeks' time. We haven't been given the warning yet from Race Control that Code 60 will be coming to a close, so still the team's drivers, they'll trundle round for the next little while. And we saw something quite curious a few hours ago when the dynamic GT Porsche, which was being driven by Luke Hartog at the time, drove through the pit lane twice during a Code 60, and we pontificated whether that was actually an advantage to do that, as it's ever so slightly shorter distance but slightly less speed. And well, Nick Damon got a certainly political response. And Nick, you've managed to find out more for us.
J.M. Lippman, my teammate next week for the Sim Dubai race, but also a regular Dubai 24-hour competitor, says it is quicker. I've done it in the past. It gets you past people who aren't going fast enough under Code 60.
Thank you, JM.
Not everybody's 60 kilometres an hour speed limit is the same.
Not all Code 60s are equal.
No.
That's very true. Now, this go onto YouTube and search for Frank Stippler Nürburgring 2024, where they're in effectively a local Code 60 at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a 25-kilometre track, and there's a car in front that's going significantly slower than what they should be. And Frank Stippler, for a very quiet, suave man, was expressing his displeasure, and it was so expressive you could hear it over a V10 Audi engine.
That's true. I remember that. And that was in the They changed the name of that team.
Sheriff Sport PHX. They did win in the end, so
Phoenix, yeah.
I was much happier then.
Yeah. The old Phoenix, Sheriff Sport Phoenix team. That was the shortened race.
Got a good sleep that night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course,
you know how many hours did we run?
8 hours.
7:27.
Yeah. A lot of miniature Mars bars in Gate.
Yes, we did.
Yes, sorry. I've just walked a very long way to the end of the pit lane just to check our thoughts. And I believe it was me who actually first postulated a number of fuel stations based on what they have in Europe. But actually, there are 16 pumps. There are 16 pumps down There's 8 pairs. Interestingly, there is one other pair which is from the track station that's always there, but those aren't being used because they're not smart pumps. So there are actually 18 pumps in the area, but 2 of them aren't being used because they're not Creventic smart pumps.
To explain for anybody who's joining us on other time zones what we mean by smart pumps. The cars, they used to have a QR code on them. Each car has a fueler down in the fueling area, and each of the fuelers has a effectively electronic card, doesn't it, like an RFID card that they use when the car comes in. That has details about the car, so it knows how much fuel that car is allowed under the BOP, and therefore once the pump is sent a message from race control, when we are under code 60, it knows what 25% of that is, or 50% of that is, and it also can, incredibly, it can moderate the fuel flow as well, depending on BOP level. That's another tool that Creventic can use for BOP. So these are the cleverest fuel pumps that we'll see, never mind in racing, but probably anywhere in the world. They know when it's code 60, they know when it's not. BMW just coming straight out there after a driver change in tyres. And that is the one with the
remaining BMW in GT4, the AGMC Racing by Simpson, Tiger Tarry.
So they didn't come in. They didn't come in for fuel, and they're just about to go back to green flag racing. And
to Tiger earlier on, he's eagerly awaiting the delivery of his GT4 car, and hopefully going to see us in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he was telling Nick earlier on, with a big smile on his face. It's always good to see. How can you not have a big smile on your face racing here at the Dubai Autodrome?
Before we go back green, a reminder: next weekend, 6-hour sprint at Yas Marina, which will be contested by the biggest sports car field that has ever been seen at Yas Marina. We think somewhere over 50 cars. Back to green flag racing. Ian James in the heart of racing SPS AMG. He walked up very quickly through the S's, and that car in 12th position at the moment. It's got a 20-second lead before we went back to green. Now that'll come down a little bit because of course we're speeding up. He's in 4th position in the GT3 AM category, and is a lap behind Vincent Kolb in 3rd spot, so that's a podium spot. And as I say, he's ahead of Alexander Berkantov in the Haas RT Audi. There's all kinds of little battles going on out there at all times. Some for position overall, some for just a little bit of clear air on the track. But there's still plenty going on in terms, plenty of action going on in terms of positions for major spots in the classes, and we've still got 11 hours and 10 minutes to go, Peter.
We do, and Darren Young for Paradigm Competition is in the 991 BMW, holding on to 3rd right now, but he's going to have to keep a watchful eye out for his former teammate Dan Harper arriving on the scene in the Almanor Racing by Team WRT car. There's only 11.5 seconds between them right now, and yeah, with Dan Harper's pace in that car, that gap should reduce, and that will be the battle for the podium. Once again, in that sort of sequence of code 60, Herbert Motorsport number 91 having been lurking towards the back end of the top 10. They're now up to 5th So once again, playing the Code 60 very, very well and working out well for them.
That takes our Code 60s to 10 in the race, and almost 2 3/4 hours under the purple flags. And that, I'm afraid, has absolutely put the kibosh on any sort of attack on the distance record, standing at 628 laps from 2012. At the moment, the computer says 586 laps. That will go up a little bit if we stay green. But I don't think we'll get any closer. What have we done? We're coming down to 13 hours. We would need to be on 341 laps at the end of this hour, and well, we've got all the right numbers, but just not in the right order. We're on 314.
Story of my life, a lottery ticket. Not quite. Well, we've certainly, out of the time we have been green, we've been given good action, that's for sure.
And I'd agree with that.
It's been just a real cat and mouse game of strategy between Pure Racing with their Porsche, Dynamic GT with their Porsche, and the 2 BMWs between Paradin Competition and Amelnar Racing Team.
I'm finding it intriguing. We've got the 2 Porsches on the same lap now, 314, apart by about 75 seconds. Then the 2 BMWs on the same lap by 9 seconds apart, but they are not on the lead lap. And it's this ebb and flow, and I honestly don't know at this stage out. It's too far out for me to start testing my adult brain and working backwards to see who has got the advantage.
Well, we're being shown on those time screens, there's a yellow flag at turn 3, and if my eyes aren't deceiving me, there's a car that's parked with the hazard warning lights flashing. It looks like it's gone all the way to the wall. Don't know which car it is. It's very difficult to tell in the dark from this angle. Well, if headlights are still on.
If that is a racing car, it's a Porsche.
60 in 20 seconds.
It's a Porsche because it's got a lit rear end on the car.
So Code 60 in 20 seconds. Oh no, it's a Razin More Than Racing car.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Ivan Ekelchek. He's out the car already, and I don't know if he's got all the way to the barrier, but that is at turn 3. That's seriously quick through there. So oh no, that was where Nikita Mazepin had an issue in qualifying the other day. You're doing in a Porsche Cup car that corner 175 kilometers an hour. So
purples beat purples, I'm afraid.
They do, yes.
Number 11. That should be, unless something is seized up, a pretty quick recovery. Thomas Preining had set off like a firework on that last lap. He did a 1:58.247.
I thought they were going to go quick with fresh tyres on.
Jaap van Lagen in the Mercedes for MP Motorsport down in 19th did a 59.5. So he was 7/10 away. Nobody else within a second and a half of Thomas Preining, and most people over 2 minutes. So getting on for 2 seconds slower than Preining, who warmed up those Michelins. Only 4 laps old, those Michelins, on the Pure Racing Porsche.
And that was the first racing lap on them.
Correct.
So there's going to be a few teams taking the opportunity to do brake changes, but again, it's Porsche Cup cars again looking at it as we go back to Code 60. The Razin More Than Racing car already being attended to by the really hard-working Dubai circuit team. Spare a thought for them. They've been kept very, very busy over the last little while.
So I've been chatting to the marshals as I've been going backwards and forwards, and they're coming across for their brakes in the marshals' restrooms that we have on this side of the circuit, and they are universally happy, smiley people. Extraordinary hard work, and just again reflecting. And I was talking to the circuit boss earlier on, and just saying how interesting it is to see the change in the culture here down through the years, and how there's so many more locals from the region who are volunteering. Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's not quite as popular as it was last time round, to be honest, but we have had a couple of the Porsches come in for scheduled brake changes. Interesting, I think we've got one on the Car Collection GT3, which is the first one I've seen in the GT3 Porsche. It's the front only, but it's mainly been cup cars. The second place, the 24 car, the dynamic Porsche, that we've visited by Blue and White Machine, that's come in for a slurp of fuel, so it's got another 25% in. You kind of think you'd expect to see at least the 991 BMW. We don't think it got a full fill. I'm not sure how that works out their tactics, but they should come down the lane and get another 25% would be my idea, get themselves back up to near where they should have been. They hadn't been caught out by the last Code 60. But it's a lot quieter. You know, they are Code 60 breed Code 60s, but at the moment, I think that people are kind of weighing up how long this is going to last. Is it worth coming in for the fuel or not?
It'll be as long as the previous one, because there's a bit of recovery to do. And the 991 that you mentioned, the AM leading car and third overall, is just making its way around turn 14, so it's not far from having the option to go into the pits. Pure Racing interestingly, they took service at the last Code 60, which was, you know, a couple of laps ago. So in he comes, and he's joining Nick Damon.
We had the Pure. We've got Thomas Preining, the leader in the 92 car as well. So I think what may have happened is actually, just because of where the Code 60 was called, a lot of the cars are bunched on the other side of the circuit. There's about 6 cars have pulled into the fuel stop in the last couple of minutes. And we know there's 16 pumps now, so there should be enough room for all those. MP Motorsport with their bright orange Mercedes, they go down. That's got Jaap van Lagenen, I think. But they are coming down now. There's another. There's so many Porsches. I'm getting relatively good now at saying GT3 Porsches with 992s. I'm not infallible. I'll be honest with you. The 992 a bit fatter. There's a 269 that's going down one of the Herberth machines. They are trundling down now, but still not. Oh no, here we go. I was about to have not seen the BMWs, and there goes the 991, the red and gold. Machine with Darren Young on. He was the guy who missed out on getting a full fill last time. The 777, the white car, not sure it needs that. He could probably take a 25%. I'm not sure if it needs it, because he got a full slurp about 2 laps before he went purple last time around.
There's an interesting one, yeah. So Pure Racing, they obviously feel like there's room in the tank to fill it up, and of course they've got Thomas Preining on board very early in his stint. So the more they can give him a full slurp of fuel, then the better, I guess. It's also worked in quite well for Dynamic GT, who are almost a little bit off strategy there with their 24 Porsche in second. They get to sort of bring themselves back in with a bit of fuel. Interestingly, Anders Fjordbach is about halfway into a full tyre stint, shall we say, about 35, 36 laps or so. He's done 18 laps on his tyres. He's come straight through and gone straight to fuel and then back out again. So if we go green for the next hour or so, he will have done, do quick maths, 54 laps on those tyres. So that will give us a little bit more of an idea over what the tyre's doing on a long run.
But a lot of those,
a very good point from Nick Damon there. A lot of them would have been purple laps. So that though it's not 54 hard-running laps. So Dynamic GT, they could be coming back into the conversation here with Anders Fjordbach on board. A really strong peddler indeed, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think it's. I think whenever you get the Code 60s, I think this stuff. My first experience with these slightly revised rules, it isn't necessarily a no-brainer to come in, but a lot of people are trying to. It always used to be having fuel in the tank was the strongest point of being in a Creventic race. You wanted to have fuel in your tank, But I think these tyres have slightly changed it, because you're not. If you've got the money, you're not going to double stint them, basically, because you can get that lovely bonus. Probably 15, 20, 25 seconds by running those first few laps. So, but now the pit lane is empty apart from a course car that's about to release, I think, the driver who walked away from the car. And he's been reduced into the... and to make things worse, he's walked into the wrong garage. He didn't run into the Forkenzi Rabdown car garage, and there he goes. He's not happy. So... well, we won't be finding out quite what's wrong with the car yet, because he's stormed off down the pit lane.
If he's heading down the pit lane, he's maybe going the wrong direction. I'm not sure. I was trying to find his his pit box at the moment. So yeah, just under 11 hours to go. And yeah, that's a very interesting point about the tyres. How do you, yeah, like you say, if you can afford to, throw them on at every single stop and get the most out of them. So it's pure racing from Dynamic GT. Porsche 1-2 right now, but watch for those BMWs, Paradigm Competition and Almanar Racing Team. Herberth number 91, classic Herberth coming in for fuel.
Yeah, what position is the Herberth in? Because their name and number indicator wasn't working on the screen. They went through a kind of a cycle. They came in to the pits on full beam, they went through a cycle into low beam, and they'd lost the power, it seems, at that point to the indicator of who's in the car, the 3-letter indicator of who's in the car, and their position. So because Herberth, normally when you've got these many code 6s, that's when Herberth end up at the front, but I'm just not sure we've still got that same multi-opportunity to really work the code 6s. So where are they?
And they've moved forward in both of these code 60s. So I think the Herberth tradition is still very much alive and kicking at the moment. So yeah, they're looking good, and they've got Alfred Renault on board right now. One of the twin brothers, Alfred and Robert. I've yet to be able to identify them correctly.
Last year I could tell them apart.
How?
Because Robert was greying in the sideburns, and Alfred wasn't.
The sideburns off.
This year they have a different haircut, but last year I could actually tell them apart for about 3 races. So don't forget, of course, Alfred wasn't even on the entry list until yesterday afternoon. So you know that's another confusion. You think there's only one, you can't get it wrong, and then they sneak the second one in to make it awkward.
Means is if you want to be a Creventic legend, you need sideburns, because Albert Renault, Robert Renault, Shane Lewis, all Creventic legends.
Oh yeah, good point.
Well, there we are. Good point.
An underrated choice in facial hair.
So we've gone through another racing hour, and that means we're inside 11 hours to go. Motorsport channel for Creventic on YouTube, RS1 for the audio if you're travelling around or if your bandwidth challenged. As at the moment we're under our 11th code 60. Thomas Preining has just rejoined the race in the Pure Racing Porsche. 316 laps completed of the 2024 Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. Nick Damon has a phalanx, or at least a trio of circuit vehicles. There's damage on that 914, Nick.
Only one of them contained a car, which was the 914, which has got a collapsed. I think the front left suspension has collapsed. Yes, front left is where he's pointing. That has definitely collapsed. I don't know. I think he probably did touch the barrier at the end of the that short straight. Just wait, has it collapsed the front? No, he's damaged the front right. I think the left's broken. It might just be. Oh no, he's got enough. He's done the radiator on the right hand side and scuffed it in quite badly.
Well on the driver's
side. Not sure if
on the number panel.
Let me just wander around and look at that. No, that's an optical illusion because the number panel is slightly falling off. That's just a taper failure rather than anything else. Much as the optical illusion about the front left failing, it hadn't failed. It picks up a huge amount of camber when it was on lock. But what he has done is he's nosed in on the right-hand side. May not be his fault, might be a technical reason, and that has taken one of the radiators out. So this will not be. Whilst it looks like you could just literally fix this with a bit of tape, to be honest, because the radiator's gone, it's going to take a bit of time and a bit of tape.
The nose cone's popped out from underneath the right-hand headlight area, and there's a little bit of scuffage, is there not, Nick, on the front one?
Oh, there's top scuffage all the way. That's a interface with the barrier
the other side.
On that wheel arch on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Well, he's hit something. And I don't think it's a car because he hasn't lost the dive plane, so he's kind of gone in sideways into something. He's cracked the light, so he's had an impact, and he's managed to remove the.
It's got to be the barrier.
The radiator broke, which put water on the tyre.
There would have been another car involved, for sure. Yes,
it
was. I did.
914.
I've lost the note. because we did see the driver in question.
And he got out himself.
Got out himself, yeah, absolutely fine. He's absolutely fine. Car, maybe not so much. It was Ivan Ekelchik, race winner at GT4 Germany.
I'd like to see Ivan. I'll have a go at talking to him, see if he wants to say anything.
Nick, he was off drivers. He was off drivers left, and up against the tyre wall, mostly on drivers left, and the rest of the road was on the right. So unless he spun it to get there, which is entirely possible, let's see if we can find out. Yeah.
Well, let's find out. Ivan, your car is back. It's not too badly damaged, but you've got a radiator puncture. What happened?
To be honest, I don't know. Maybe it's some liquid. It's some issue on the track before in this place. Maybe it's some liquid. I know the car started to spin really badly. It's difficult to catch it. I mean, it's possible. It was impossible. Yeah.
And did you hit the? And so you hit the tyre barrier. Is that what caused the damage?
Yeah, it was. I hit a barrier, on the right side. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just slightly hit, but it is what it is.
You say you were spinning. Did you hit the barrier going forwards or hit the barrier at the back?
I hit the barrier on the side.
Very bad luck. But I think the car will come back out again. You just got to replace the radiator, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think we need to fix the front suspension and radiator, and we'll come back to the race.
I think you were right about the suspension, by the way, Nick. I think the suspension damage on that car as well as the radiator, if I'm honest. It could have been that he hit the wall on the other side and just cruised to a halt. But the damage is not on the side that was closest to the barrier when he came to a halt, let me put it that way. Because he was way off the road at effectively turn 3-4 area. I mean, if he'd gone much further, he would have had to show a credential to get back in. So there's been a spin there. And that was on the far side of the circuit. Was that at turn 12?
Turn 3.
3, wasn't it?
Right. Well, we've got fluid on the circuit at turn 12 at the moment, coming from one of the service roads, and that's why we're staying under code 60 at the moment. And the fluids are water actually now. It says. He's coming on the track now. Turn 12. Oh, yeah, right, yes. Right suspension damage. The steering arm, at the very least, is broken on that Porsche. And this is the Razum Modern Racing Ivan Ekelchik. Ekelchik out of the car under his own steam there. That's an interesting one. Turn 12, by the way, is the hairpin at the top of the hill to our right as you turning back towards the paddock effectively.
It's hard to say because you mentioned there might have been something fluid on the circuit. Maybe it was the radiator punctured, leaked and then went onto the tyre, or are we trying to make a creative excuse for him? I don't know. It's whatever the story, it's more likely that the radiator was damaged on the way into the barrier. But it's
the front
difficult one. Deep into the night to have a little one like that. It was the first racing lap after a code 60, so it could have been a cold tyre.
Cold air tyres. Yeah. The Renault Herberth, Alfred Renault Herberth cars in the pit lane. This is the number 91, leading in Pro-Am, 5th overall, Nick Damon.
Yeah, they're having a good old look in the front right. I don't know whether they're thinking about whether they need to do the pads or not, but they did actually tighten up the caliper mounting bolts, but didn't actually do any work on replacing it. They've had a look. They'll now, I assume, just make sure he does now turn right, and they're going to take the 25%. And the answer is no. He's going straight back out again. He's not taking the fuel, so it's purely a look around.
Have absolutely changed their tactics from with the new regulations on fueling that were brought in first of all last year in the 24H series.
Yes, yeah, no, that you're right. Yeah, so they haven't put any fueling on this code 60.
No.
Interesting.
And they would have always put 50% in. They must feel it's not worth getting caught in there, or not worth putting the 25% in.
Or the 25% that they put in the code 60 before, because remember, when code 60 green back to code 60, maybe they just don't have the room in the tank. Because it could have been that
yes.
when they came in for the previous Code 60, which of course there was almost no difference in at all.
Correct.
They maybe filled the tank to the brim.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Well, we won't know what's in the tank.
No.
What we need is the onboard telemetry to know what's in everyone's tank. That would make life very much.
The fuel readout, yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the old days, when I had darker hair and I could still see my feet, the in the glory days of the end of Group C, Nick Damon is cringing even as I say that. You used to be able to go and read off the fuel reading at Le Mans on the fuel bowsers in the pit lane. You could have a look at the counter.
Ah, so you could basically subtract what they'd taken from stop to stop.
Yeah. And it used to, because Group C was a fuel formula, that was the BOP for Group C. It was a fuel formula, and you only had a certain amount of fuel to use. And they put in fuel counters because originally you only had a certain amount in the tank, and you had to be watched refilling it with the churns, which obviously were a standard amount. But one particular team, whose colours may or may not be on a Porsche this weekend, got creative. They were running multiple cars, and when they emptied the excess fuel out of the fuel hose after a fuel fill, they put it in a churn, and you were allowed to put that back into your fuel, of course. Except they were putting the two other cars into the leading car's fuel, so they always were getting a little bit more after the pit stop, so they had to put proper counters on. And so you could walk down. And I remember in the pit lane at Le Mans, as a fresh-faced-ish
Cub reporter,
with a radio mic, and the pit reporters now don't know they are born, because Nick is walking around with a handheld microphone and a clipboard. At Le Mans, when we first started doing Radio Le Mans, you had what was effectively an army backpack, and it had a ribbon aerial on it, and you pulled a trolley with car batteries in it to parry it.
Mine weighed 11 kilograms. We put it on your shoulder.
21 Celsius still out there at the moment. It is a waxing gibbous moon. We've got about 93% light from the moon. I haven't seen any moon shots from our camera operators, so I suspect we've got a little bit of overcast out there. Yeah, and I remember being directed at various pits and being told to read off, right, go down to such and such a car, go down to this car, tell me what the reading is on there. Oh, it's 2412 or whatever it was. Oh, right, we'll write that down. And had to keep remembering that I had to either duck down or walk outside the arms that had the pneumatic hoses and the fuel, particularly the pneumatic hose on, because I had effectively a steel ribbon aerial on the backpack, which was like a thick extended metal ruler, and it was sharp. And I was allowed I was in the working pit lane at Le Mans, which had only just got an outside wall, actually, when I first went there in '89. And I was in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. There were people in there wearing sandals. And the legendary motorsport photographer Jeff Bloxham said to me, right, here's a bit of advice. Never walk up the pit lane from pit in to pit out. Always walk down facing the cars. Okay, why would I do that, Jeff? He said, well, you've got to always be watching the way you're going. And because it was a fuel formula and there was no pit lane speed limit, what they used to do was come into the pit lane as fast as they could and then cut the engine and coast to their pits. So there was no noise.
And you were getting worried about open face helmets. Good news, we've got just under 30 seconds to go until we go back to green in this one. So we've had kind of 2 Code 60s shortly after each other, and hopefully we can get back racing again proper. We saw just before the Code 60 a super quick lap from Thomas Preining, almost that car's fastest lap of the race with a 158.3. Their best so far is a 158.2, which was set quite a bit earlier on. And what a beautiful moonlight we've got to race under here at Dubai Autodrome.
It's a full moon on the 14th of the month, so it'll be a full moon in the middle of the week. We're into the 11th of January, 12th Sunday, 13th Monday, 14th Tuesday, and that is a full moon. So it'll be on the wane by the time we get to Abu Dhabi next weekend.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, it's absolutely superb. Thank you for that shot.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. So this could be, well, not quite golden hour, but maybe moonlight hour, because Thomas Preining, just before we went Code 60, set a red hot lap time with fresh Michelin tyres on for pure racing Porsche. But there's definitely some hot pace drivers in some fast cars who will definitely follow him. I'm sure of it. Once we get into a little bit of a rhythm, we should see some quick lap times. There's a lot of cars with fresh rubber on, and I think this is going to be some really quick stuff.
Coming into an hour. If you're happy where you are, I'm happy.
10
here.
hours
Really,
and 43 minutes remaining in this one. In terms of amount of time behind Code 60 we've had 3 hours and 6 minutes under Code 60, and a total of 11 Code 60s in total. So that gives you an idea of what the average Code 60 time is. Approximately 25 minutes or so, 25 to 30 minutes per Code 60, to give you an idea of the interruption that it can be. Depends on what it is. We've had some shorter than that and some slightly longer, but we can have 2 in quick succession there, unfortunately. So it's Thomas Preining at the front. We haven't had quite any flying laps just yet, but the gap at the front of the field right now between that pure racing Porsche and the Dynamic GT Porsche is showing on our time screen is 2 minutes and 13 seconds, 0.1. Need to wait and see if let that correct out a bit, but if it is, Pure Racing are looking very, very good indeed. There's actually only 15 seconds between Almanar Racing by WRT in 3rd and the Parading Competition in 4th, so that's a switch since the last Code 60. So the 777 Almanar car is up the order. The Parading the competition car has just dropped back ever so slightly, but still running strongly and leading their class by a good old margin. Their nearest competitor is 2.5 laps back. So Parading, they've been really, really strong with that number 991 machine.
I know we've had some interruptions for the racing, but this race is still very finely balanced, Peter. Those top 4 cars, the 2 Porsches and the 2 BMWs, and again, it's just slightly moving around. The 2 Porsches on the lead lap, the 2 BMWs 1 lap back, a further lap back, the Herbeth number 91 car, and the McLaren, which is just quietly, softly, stealthily, for Optimum Motorsport and Michael Porter, moved up onto the lap, the same lap as Herbeth, and now sits in 6th position. Now, we have seen that car making overtaking manoeuvres, but there's been we haven't necessarily had to call its name. We haven't been looking at it doing anything outlandish. It's working its way through nicely, and as it stands at the moment, it is 3:18, 3 laps off the lead, and a minute and 9 seconds ahead of Winward in 7th. Who are about 20 seconds ahead of SMP in 10th position.
And the Winward car, a little while ago, we saw the Winward car having a disagreement with the Toyota GT4 car, and it's picked up a 20-second penalty for incident responsibility. They'll need to serve that at the next time they pit under a green flag. You cannot serve a penalty under a code 60. You can't even. It used to be that you could serve a code 60 and you could serve a penalty under code 60, but you had to serve double the time, but it was still worth it. Now you can't do that. It's got to be served under green. So certain cars have penalties hanging over them. In fact, our race leader, Thomas Browning, has a 4-second penalty hanging over at this exact moment in time. So we'll need to serve that at the next green flag pit stop. 2:01.1 for your race leader, Thomas Browning. 3.6 seconds quicker than Anders Fjordbak last time, but there's so many pinch points on the circuit, the kind of slower, more technical sections, where if you get just caught up in the wrong gaggle of traffic, you can lose so much time. So the way that you cut through traffic here is so important at this Dubai Autodrome. I was watching a little bit on track earlier on, from 13 into 14 and through 15. It's a really tight bit, particularly 14 is kind of double apex corner, so sometimes the car following behind can get a little bit confused. Well, it can be a little bit confused when the door slightly opens. They go to stuff it and then the door closes up again.
Hello to Loish in Ireland, watching her first 24 hours of Dubai, really enjoying the coverage and classic stories from the old days of Le Mans. You get a lot of old classic stories from me, Loish, because I'm old, basically. Not sure what part of the Emerald Isle you are from, Aisha. Lovely name, means holiness.
A great motor racing nation. Got a few Irish.
Oh, Donegal.
Oh, now we're talking Donegal Rally. What an event! So, particularly for rallying, Ireland is full of amazing events. Donegal, Killarney. In fact, Cali Rovanpera, who's competing in his first 24-hour race this weekend in the number 969 Proton Huber competition car, he did the Killarney Historic Rally just for Christmas in a Toyota Starlet.
There are more. We were talking about F1 cars in and around Adelaide earlier on with the Classic Festival down there. There are more WRC cars per capita in Ireland than there are anywhere else in the world. And at one stage there were more helicopters, privately owned helicopters as well, than anywhere else in the world. Nick Damon has, for one, he's going to impart some good news for us. Instead of the tales of doom, we have a tale of joy.
Exactly. What we do is I walked into the back of the Graf Racing pit, and I heard the engine running. So and I found Roman Rusnov. I mean, so you're coming back out in a few minutes.
Yeah, how we come back out, we get some problems with the engine, with oil pressure, so I have to stop, change the engine, and then we'll try to finish the race.
We've got plenty of hours to go, and of course it is all about a learning experience with this car, isn't it?
You know, I think it's a long race. It's a very difficult race. We see the Ginetta had some problems. I think we must try to go to the end. And at the end of the day, for us, it's a test. It's not really it's a race. We never did testing with that car, but I think it's fast. Let's try to finish the race. It's exciting.
Was this the first engine problem you've had with the car during its testing?
But we didn't do any tests before this race, so this is our first test with the car. So, yeah.
I understand. Is it a version of the Lamborghini engine, or is it actually the Lamborghini engine in the car?
No, it's a different engine.
Right, we keep being told different things. What is the engine in the back of the car? Who builds it? Where's it come from?
Just don't listen what the others are saying. It's just a V10 engine which we built.
You built it?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore you're responsible for it not working?
Yes, sir. I know. That's our problem.
All right, I hope to see you out very soon. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much.
Nick Damon with Roman Rusnov. And there is a bit of a there was almost a salt tyre on the arm of that car, of the arm of his race suit there. Roman Rusnov, former WEC champion, drivers champion in LMP2, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It is.
Yeah.
Not a FIA World Champion. It was, I think, it was called a Drivers' Cup or something.
World
like
Cup,
that.
yes.
World Cup,
yes,
yeah.
It was, yeah. It's a beautiful machine, the Rossa LM GT. They've got big ambitions for the car. They want to have a road version of it, a GT2 version, a GT3 version eventually. It's been run by Graf Racing, who are a serious outfit. They've built 2 chassis so far, including that one, which were completed in mid-November. And Roman Rusinov, he's the founder of the company. So tight-lipped about the origins of the engine, but a V10, we know that.
So
you should mute yourself before clearing your throat. Like
yeah, sorry about that. Lamborghini.
So, number 92, Thomas Preining, a 201 flat last time by. So that's interesting that the straight out of the gates, from actually fitting the tyres and then going for it, was able to put in a really hot lap. But now, actually, after not actually weighting the tyres anymore, is not quite able to find that same pace. Unlike Dan Harper last time by, a 159.592. Likewise, Alfred Renard, 159.9. Mikey Porter in the McLaren, 159.9. And Matisse Lismont in the Aston, 159.6 last time by.
The key thing about that Dan Harper time is that's not the first time he's done that, and he's now pulled the gap down to second to 36 seconds. He's not on the lead lap, but he's now effectively on the same lap as the Dynamic GT car in second place, and second, third and fourth are now effectively all on the same laps. They've all completed 323 laps. The leader has completed 324. Now Anders Fjordbak's going to go through across the line any second now in the 34 in second in that Dynamic GT car. Let me see, where are you? Here's the 92.
He's car 24.
24, excuse me, thank you. And there he goes right now. So he's a minute and a half behind the leader, but still just on the lead lap then in that case. But Dan Harper is only half a minute behind, but he's got the leader between him and Anders Fjordbak, if that sort of makes sense. Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Good morning to you all from the UAE and the fabulous venue that is the Dubai Autodrome, with the city having basically come out to meet this circuit. And great to hear from Phil Hansen, and I was talking to management earlier on actually about the potential future. It only seems a few years ago that we were talking about having possibly to lose this facility and have it rebuilt further out of town. Well, the property owners around here have decided that that's not going to be the case. There's real investment coming into this in infrastructure and facilities, also developing the ground around, the land around the circuit that they own, with some apartments, some race chalets, if you will, following the sort of American automotive country club theme, where you can buy a property and keep your cars near the track, and then there's specific track days for you. Works very well.
And that's becoming very popular.
Massive in Japan.
Because if you're well, Japan, an incredibly densely populated area, you've not got the space to keep the car. So keep it at the track, escape the metropolis, and come out and enjoy it.
China the same. When COVID was on and the Carrera Cup Asia effectively became Carrera Cup China, we raced at some circuits that I hadn't heard of before, and even as good as I am with the old internet search, I really struggled. There's one just out, well, actually not even outside of Beijing. It's a 10-minute trip on the metro system to get out there, and there's plenty of room to keep your cars there. And when Carrera Cup Asia went there, it's quite a short circuit, so when they have bigger race meetings, the dual carriageway that runs past the bottom of it, they close off one side of the dual carriageway and make the other side two-way traffic. And they open 2 concrete gates, and you go out on the dual carriageway, down to a hairpin, and come back through a chicane and then rejoin the substantive circuits. So it adds about a 3/4 of a mile to the circuit.
Wow, it's like a Chinese Avis.
It's absolutely brilliant. It raced really well.
Wow.
And we had a couple of races there during the COVID close down, and Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific were really worked really hard to keep that championship running, although it had to run within China, and obviously quite it meant that the drivers were predominantly locals rather than the internationals. Back to its full health again last season. Some great racing. You saw some of it as well and called some of it, and really enjoyed that. The Singapore Grand Prix support round was fabulous. Really enjoyed that. The Marine Bay Circuit, and some real talent. The internationals getting back to that as well for last year. And Alessandro Giretti,
impressive driver.
Won the championship. He's Porsche Junior. He won the Porsche Junior scholarship, didn't he?
Yeah, he's
the shootout a couple of years ago.
He's now in his 2nd year of being a Porsche Junior driver. I mean, and that's a seriously competitive selection process. And he impressed me so much for Team Jebsen last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and up against a former Super Cup champion in Dylan Pereira, and he often had the better of him. One driver who's right up the front of that championship is Matthias Schaubert, who is competing in this race. He's in one of the many Porsche 992 Cup cars. He's in the 888 Seb Lejeune racing car, and in qualifying in a 992 Cup car, you got 202 flat.
Yeah, really.
That's fast.
Yeah. Really nice to see Team Jebsen coming back to form as well with Giretti, a former champion team. It's over 20 years now that Carrera Cup Asia have been running in that area of the world, and they've been there for the majority of that. I'm trying to remember who they won the championship with actually earlier in they normally run the 55 car. That must have been 2020. Yes, and they've won it since then as well with a local driver. I think that was their 3rd win in the champion. I'm working without my notes here.
Yeah. So. No, it's a great. Check it out. It's a really good championship. All live and free on YouTube, and commentary from the RSL team of Happy Voices, of myself, Peter Mackay, John Hindhoff, and Lewis McGlade as well in the 2024 season. And of course, many of the teams and drivers from that championship part of the huge cast involved here at the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Great to have Michelin here as the sole tyre partner for the very first time, and from the feedback we've heard from the drivers, they seem to be the drivers seem to be thoroughly enjoying this new rubber. Thomas Preining's enjoying it because last lap by he did a 2-minute flat 0.2. He's just done a 2-minute flat 0.0, and 1.8 seconds quicker than Anders Fjordbach behind him, and 1.6 seconds quicker than Dan Harper in 3rd place. So a few of the Porsche drivers have mentioned, Klaus Backlund mentioned it when speaking to our pit team a short while ago, that the Porsche does seem to like the cooler weather and seems to work well in the nighttime hours. So there's plenty of nighttime hours left. Got about 5 hours of pure darkness left, and it'll take a little while for once the sun comes up for the track to heat back up to what we started the race in at 1 o'clock local time. So there's plenty of nighttime running. If your car likes that, that is what it's going to be. And in fact, it was the 2 BMW M4 GT3 Evos that looked very strong indeed in the warmest part of the day, from sort of 1 o'clock to the late afternoon, early evening kind of time. Well, we're doing our own driver change in the broadcast team. I'm going to stay put. I'm going to keep in this beautifully air-conditioned commentary box and follow the action. John Hindhaught's going to head down to the pit lane and get right involved in the action. And Nick Damon will be joining me in a short moment. He's the hardest working man in motorsport this weekend. He's been down in the pit lane, and now he's going to lend his dulcet tones to our commentary team. Meanwhile, as I can report that Joe Bradley's enjoying a snooze at the back of the commentary box, and rightly so. Vortex number 701 has been running absolutely faultlessly so far, but it's going slow out on track at the moment. So what is going on with the Vortex number 701? That will be John Hindhaught's first assignment, to get down to the French squad and find out what's going on. The car is still out on the circuit at the moment. It's making its way back. It is Lionel Amrouche at the wheel right now, limping the car back. And oh no, the Vortex has been running so strong, and it's not the car, it's the rear left tyre. The rear left tyre is damaged, Nick Damon.
Yeah, it does look like it's running a low wing, but they have changed the aero again this year. This is a complete new set of bodywork for the Vortex V2, all in carbon. It was beginning to get a little bit tired towards the end of last year. They have got two of them, of course. This is the main car, and it's, well, unfortunately, I don't think it's a puncture. I think it's off the rim, so there is a puncture on that rear left. So hopefully that's done. They're going quite slowly. It doesn't seem to have come off and frayed, so they shouldn't do too much damage. So they should be able to get the car back. Hopefully just stick a new boot on it and then go back out again. But what we haven't seen very much of actually so far in this race, PMAC, is punctures. We often saw quite a lot of camber-induced punctures previously with the series. It seems that is one of the areas these new stiffer sidewalls have got away from.
Definitely, yeah. Well, I remember at Monza in 2023, where we had a lot of 992 Cup cars in the field, and they had a lot of issues with the rear left going, which is the most loaded tyre. But the Vortex, Lionel Amrouche, very experienced endurance racer, has brought the Vortex back. Interesting, out on track, listening to it, it's got that big V8 engine in it. They must run it they must run it so light, because it revs so low. It just coasts along. It's a beautiful car, actually.
I think it's a Crate LS3.
It is, but they must be running it very gentle.
Superly charged up. Well, I mean, you're in GTX. Yeah, yes, you can go out and buy a Crate engine that's got 700 horsepower, but then you just get yourself bopped back again. So what's the point? Just buy the one that can provide you with enough, has the longest serviceability. Car being jumped all over by the team. They have replaced that tyre. They're having a bit of a look to see any damage in the arch. But it's probably going to be just the worry, of course, Peter, is that it's thrown some of the cords around the suspension. The other worry, of course, is the fact that the tyre is firm because of the suspension issue. But they are having a good old look at the mounting. They're trying to get something out of it. Yeah, it looks like there's more to it than just that puncture.
This is actually the Vortex company's 10th anniversary. These cars are built in a place called Hérault in France. It was founded by two brothers, Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. And this is their new creation. It's such a step on from the old car, the Vortex 2.0. It was Olivier Gomez who designed this new aero concept, and aerodynamics really were the big focus for it. And also new suspension partner, new PKM suspension on it instead of the old Öhlins suspension, but totally carbon fibre body shell, as well as underneath it's carbon fibre on the top. So it's a seriously tricked bit of kit. 1,000 kilograms and 550 horsepower.
Yeah, I mean, they went forward 2 generations with the car. It ran all last year. It ran pretty reliably. As we know, for the Vortex 1.0, the issue tends to be it had reliability issues, and often resulting in conflagrations, to be honest. And they had that spate of wheel failures, not tyre failures, wheel failures. But they had seemed to have got over those issues. But you can't legislate against a puncture. That's just one of the what can you do? That's nothing to do with the way you put the car together. It says AMR, which is Amrouche, but that could be, I think both Lionel and his daughter Celine are in the car, so we'll need a bit more than AMR.
Yeah, it was Lionel who was in the car when it happened. So we've got a yellow flag showing at turn 10. That's at the end of the back straight. There is a car parked there at the moment. Not sure exactly which one it is right now, but it's still dead stick at the moment. So could we be seeing yet another code 60 if that car doesn't get going? It's cycling through. You can see the headlights coming up on it at the moment from our commentary position. So, oh, let's hope not get a code 60 again. We've had too much of it the last little while.
I was trying to be the lucky charm on the code 60s, you know.
You're the next Johnny Palmer.
Well, if only. That's a dream come true to be the next Johnny Palmer.
For so many reasons.
I'm not sure I could develop the love of trolley buses he has, so to be honest, but, you know, there we go.
Trolley buses?
He loves a tram and a trolley bus.
Right.
I sent him a picture from the Ulster Ulster Road Transport Museum of a trolley bus, and he could not have been happier. Way more happy than any other picture you could send him, from a cute cat to anything else. Send him a trolley bus.
So that is the way to Johnny Palmer's heart. Okay, noted. Well, that car...
He also likes funiculars as well. Keep going.
Okay. Oh, it's the number 40 Come To You Racing Aston. Oh, which was it had a difficult start to the race and it'll be moving forward. And has it made it all the way to the barrier? I'm not so sure. But it's stopped. It's Matisse Limon who's on the car at the moment, and I think we're going to get a code 60 here because that car just doesn't seem to be going anywhere. The engine's on, the rear lights are on. I don't think it has reached the barrier, you know, Nick.
But we are going to get a code 60. They are going to call a code 60 for this one. So we're on the countdown now of less than 20 seconds. So everyone is warned they will be able to use the pit lane.
Thomas Preining had just done a 159.767, so he was just flying, and that indeed is a code 60. So that's a new rule for this year. I think it's a really, really good addition to the 24H series. In the past, you would basically it was just code 60 straight away, and there was often a little bit of confusion of the drivers when that code 60 actually finished and when it started, when it stopped, and that can sometimes cause penalties, etc. Now there is a countdown system which all the teams have a TV basically in the car, a screen in the car that tells them a countdown to code 60. I'm sure they'll have their team in the ear as well saying that it's on the way. The pit lane is getting very, very busy. We're in a dark spot at the moment because you're up here, Nick. John's on his way down. Yeah. So we're going to have to call this the old-fashioned way.
I can tell you now that Thomas Preining in the Pure Racing cars coming from first. Daniel Harper from the Almanera Racing BMW is coming from third. Alfa Renault, I think, was already in the pits before the code 60 with the Motor 191. He's got out again. He may have had to short fill because of the code 60 falling. Victor Scheitar in the 7th place car, the 8th placed SMP Racing of Alexander Smolner, both in Mercedes, they've come in as well. So there's an awful lot of takers here at the moment.
There is. I think this is the busiest code 60 sequence in the pit lane I've seen for quite a while. Just when we're changing pit reporters, but
that's called the Murphy's Law.
Oh no, John!
Go for it, John. Tell us.
Well done, John.
I was held up just a little bit.
Finding autographs
by a queue in the tunnel. Yes. Still so many people wandering around. I'm standing outside the Huffer Racing 11 pit, excuse me, and waiting for their car to come in. Right next door, we've got, let me just get out of the way. There's going to be a brake change here. All of the kit is already out. Right next door is the Seblajou Racing Porsche, which is getting a brand new set of Michelin Pilot Sport H tyres.
And who is that doing the gymnastics about to get into the Hoffer car, John?
That is a good question, and I don't want to go all the way out there because the car is coming in.
I'm guessing Alex Prince.
And
he should be doing aerobics classes, hosting them.
It's tall enough for Alex.
That is true.
Is that Alex? Yes, Alex Prince. I thought I recognised the slightly lankier frame.
When he decides to stop
there,
driving racing cars, he should be like the next Chris Akabusi or Mr. Motivator.
That flat 6 that was going out was the Seblajou Racing car, as mentioned. They are very lightly used Michelins that have come off that car. And but there's a heck of a lot of pickup on the inside of the rims that the mechanics are clearing out, particularly on the front. That is the front left of that car. And actually, they're doing it on both. But, I mean, we're talking handfuls here. So that tells you about what's going on out there on the circuit. They're just checking the pressures on that car as well. I'm still waiting for this Hoffa racing car, as are the team. They've got the full set of brake discs and pads to go on the front of this car. There's a car flashing its lights coming in now, but that's going straight past. That's the Toyota number 496, the Continental machine, which heads through. Good-looking cars, those. And Alex is still there. He's been waiting there for some time now for this Hoffa racing car to come through. And I know the moment I turn my back and walk away, the car will come. He's still jumping up and down when he does. Right, thank you, Peter. Through goes the 414 Rabdan troubled car. That car back out, being followed down the pit lane by a very dirty Audi. And here comes the short barge sponsored car. Right, well, this is interesting because the 11 car is not getting a set of pads and discs. They're being set up for another one of the machines. It was Timo, by the way, that got out of the car. And that's another car that is very, very dusty indeed. Brake dust and dark coloured matter on that car. And those are, again, not badly used tyres. Tiny little flat spot just where they came in. But a huge line of pickup on the right rear tyre from that Hoffa Racing number 11 off to fuel.
Well, as we were told yesterday, one of the traits of these new Michelin tyres is they are more keen, not keen is the wrong word, but more likely to pick up the pickup, we're putting it, than the previous manufacturers. So they are more pickup prone.
Pick up a penguin.
Exactly. Or some rubber bits. Yeah, absolutely. Now I noticed that we've had a change of driver, I think, for the third and fourth cars, both the BMWs. Ahmad Al-Hati's got back in the 991 and Ben Tucker's taken over the 777 car.
Yeah, we haven't seen a great deal of Ben Tuck actually in that 777 Almanor racing team. They've been keeping him in reserve, the young Briton. I remember him having a great win in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series in a BMW in the old M6. Remember that? The M6
yes.
V8.
The small car.
Yes, it's such a small car, yeah. Along with David Pittard, who's here coaching this weekend. He's actually coaching Darren Lung, who's in that very car. So that's a good reunion for David and Ben, who won that race in, I think it was 2022. Okay, who have you found, John?
And well, I'm now waiting for another pit stop and another driver change and another set of brand new Michelin tyres, and it's going to be a Porsche. It is the number 912 Chiara Auto Racing by HWM. This is another Cup car, but remind everyone that this car led the race. This is the gold and white car. These guys work so hard with these, particularly the big rear wheels. They weigh about the same as a decent-sized checked bit of luggage. Oh, engine covers coming off, and they're going to top up some fluids on the car, and that is...
Hoop van Eindhoven bought
like a little bit of
from second in class.
Right, let's see if we can have a chat with them. The distinctive green, white, and yellow, green, white, and orange helmet. There's no point in me even trying to do that. He's chatting, debriefing with the team at the moment, fellas. So we'll. I'll just hang. I'll just hang for a bit because it is a second place car.
Linger around.
Linger.
Yes.
I haven't found my cameraman yet.
Well, he's down at the camera operator is down at the HRT 930, which I think there's quite a difference between where you are, John, and where the camera is. But you'll reunion, I'm sure.
About a third of the pit lane is fine.
Now a little bit more colour. A little bit more colour on the number 40 Aston Martin, which triggered this code 60, or it being stopped triggered this code 60. There's an incident that's been noted between the 40 Aston Martin and the 710, which is the GTX leader, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, driven by JJ Song. That car's out on the track right now, so there's something to be told there. But John has another story for us down at Tierra Outdoor Racing.
Yeah. Hoop van Eindhoven with me now, just out of the car. Was that tactical, coming in under that code 60, or were you nearly at the end of your stint?
I was nearly at the end of my stint, and we already refueled, so it was necessary, and it was good for us to change on the code 60, so yeah, it's good.
Second when you came in, you've got to be happy with second place in class when you came in. You've got to be happy with that. What's the plan? Where are you pushing as hard as you can now, or are you trying to get to a couple of hours before the end? How does this race pan out?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. I had 3 long code 6s in my stint, so not a lot of running time. But the plan for now is just push as hard as we can. The tires are good, the brakes are good, so we can go flat out.
How has the change in temperature affected the balance of the car, and how are the Michelins coping between the heat of the day and right now?
I wouldn't say lap times are particularly quicker, but the tires are lasting more. You don't have to save tires that much anymore, like the beginning of the race.
You've won in Carrera Cup Deutschland in the past, the German version of Carrera Cup. It's kind of thought of as being second only to Super Cup, but these aren't exactly the same tyres on the Cup car.
No. In the Super Cup and in Carrera Cup, we use different tires, and the difference is that in the Carrera Cup and Super Cup tire, you can lean a bit more on the tire. So, like the wall of the tire is a bit softer here. So yeah, it's a bit more tire management, a bit different driving lines, but it's good. Just adjusting to the tire.
Now you can tell it's the start of the season because it's brand new driving boots, brand new race suits. But I've got to tell you, we've almost got a brand new driver here. You don't even look like you've driven the car round to the shops and back. Can you at least make me feel a little bit better? And next time you get out the car, look a bit sweaty, please, because you don't look like you've done any driving at all.
Yeah, if it is not too much code 60, I look different. So next time I jump out of the car, you should go back.
Thank you very much for talking to us just out the car. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Eindhoven there from the Tierra Outdoor Racing Team, who are running really well, is second only to the Red Camel Jordans team, who have been going like an express train so far. The flatbed truck may well be going to join John Hindhaugh shortly with a quite sad looking number 40 come to you Aston on it.
Well, of course, this is the second of their cars. They lost the first car after, which managed to not be scored. It's done quite well because the other car managed not to be scored in the event despite starting and doing a lap. So they managed to miss the timing entirely. At the front of the field, Thomas Pryling in the Pure Racing Porsche stayed on board, but we've had change of drivers from Dynamic GT, that's got Loic Hartog on board. Ben Tuck now on the 777 Almar Racing by in BMW. The Almar Hart in the Paradigm Competition BMW is in fourth. They've all changed. Michael Potter stayed on board the Otto Motorsport. That's a real sneaky climb through the field we've seen that McLaren. It's now scored in fifth. I think the staggers have unwind, so I think that's a true fifth. And that's interesting because that car was kind of marooned in the late 10s and early teens for a long time, but now it's really coming to the fore, and we still have a huge amount of time for it to break in that top four, which has been locked out those other four cars for quite some time, PMAC.
Well, if you're a Ferrari 296 owner, whether it be a track one or a road version, get down to Scuderia Praha, because they are a Ferrari dealer as well as a race team, but they are changing the brakes in double quick time at the moment, taking opportunity during this Code 60. In fact, the teams must be delighted, because in this roughly half-time point of the race, there's been lots of Code 60, lots of opportunity to do a brake change, should you wish. And
if you missed out because you kept thinking it was be another one, then you are a fool. John, you have something more for us.
Well, I always like, when I get the chance to have a wander down the pit lane, to see the cars that aren't, in strife, if you will. And two pits very close together. Team Motor Park, we know that car went out much earlier on. There's nobody there. The car looks very forlorn. However, Asbest Racing, their TCR car, the number 102 Cupra TCR, that car is going back together now. It looks like it's had a gearbox change. There's a gearbox off to one side, transverse front-wheel drive car. But I'm seeing tightening. Oh, yes, I see that. It's tightening up in terms of the nuts and bolts rather than slackening off. Let's see if we can find out how far away we are. Introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Nader Zuhour. I'm a driver for 101 and 102 in TCR in this beautiful day in Creventic, 24 hours, Dubai.
Now, I've just said to the guys, I'll go and check out the Aston in a second, but this looks like slightly better news here, because I'm seeing things being tightened up and put back together. Are you going to try and get the 102 car back out? And was it a gearbox problem that part can see part of the gearbox to the left there?
Yes, actually it's a gearbox problem for the 102. 101 is doing fine right now. We just fixed it. It took us 2.5 hours, and it's going to be on track very soon.
I wish you all the best. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
There's perhaps another candidate for spirit of the race, as the Aston Martin is about to be reloaded. Now, there's a problem here, because we've got a car coming in that wants to be in the space between the Aston and the pits, and it is the AMG that has had to come in there. Very nicely done for the
This is the car,
blue and white car. Number 96 machine. Yes, correct, GWR Australia. That car looks in pretty good shape, to be honest. And this looks very standard. It's going to be a brand new set of Michelins. And they might have just had a lap on them, actually, to take off the release agent. Very loud down in the pit lane. I'd really forgotten how loud it is. Let's have a quick chat down here. Introduce yourself, sir, because I can't see your name tag.
Yeah, I'm Garth Walden, team owner.
Nice to see you again. Normally speak to you when we're down at Bathurst for the 12 hours, and we'll be there in a couple of weeks' time, of course. Give us the potted history. Lots of people back in your home country tuning in, watching and listening. Potted history of the race so far for the 96 car.
Yeah, unfortunately we haven't had the...
Hang on, there's a bit of a problem here, because we can't get the car out of the way, and the Aston's blocking that car. We've had to push it back. Here comes the Optima McLaren as well. And this is the slight problem when you have recovery in the pit lane. Really nicely done by the team. Couple of seconds lost, but in the big scheme of things, nothing too nightmarish. Things are done differently in Creventic, but your lads have handled that pretty well. How are you finding this race so far, Garth?
Yeah, it's a good race. It's got its obviously it's a lot different than what we're used to back in Australia with the 12-hour and SRO events, but it's good. It's a good race. We're enjoying it. We haven't had the best of runs with a brake disc failure early on, which led us to 2 punches, and then a fuel problem. So other than that, we're trucking on good now. We made some changes to the car. We struggled early on because our container was arrived 5 days late, so we didn't get any testing. So we've been struggling to run to get the car set up on the new Michelin. We haven't run on a Michelin before, so yeah, we've been sort of behind the 8 ball a little bit with that. But yeah, the car's good now. We made some changes in the last few stints. It's been quite fast.
And you're staying on for the sprint race next weekend at Yas Marina?
Yes, correct. We certainly are. So looking forward to that as well. We haven't raced there either, so it's it'll be a busy week next week after this. But
what I know about you from your personal career and now what you're doing with the team, you love a challenge. It's just another challenge, isn't it?
It is a bit of a challenge, yeah. So as I said, our car arrived late, so the boys worked 60 hours straight when we got here without any sleep before the 24 hours. So it's been a challenge to say the least. But yeah, we have a little bit of work to do after today, and then for the 6 hour, and then back home for the 12 hour. So.
Well, I've got to do Daytona in between, but I'll see you for both of those as well. Good to speak to you again, Garth. Have a good one.
Great to hear you.
Off you look, mate. Excellent. Quickly let me go and have a look at this Aston. They've got the front end off straight away. They're taking the under tray off from underneath the engine. There's damage to the right front steering arm. And perhaps the end of the steering rack. So that's what they're going to. There's been contact there in some way, shape or form. They are working with purpose here. They look like they know what they're doing. So I'm going to keep out the way and let them get on with that as I wander back down to the end of the pit lane towards pit out.
Pits up, because unfortunately Optimum Motorsport have come into the pits and gone on the dolly jacks and wheeled in. So just after I said how well Michael Potter and the team are doing, up to a stealthy 5th, they've now dropped down to 8th. Can you see them, and what's the problem, John?
Yeah, I've arrived at that pit. There was a bit of confusion because as we were dropping the Aston Martin off the flatbed, the Garth Walton racing car came in and needed to be in between. At the same time, the Optimum McLaren had to be in the front, so the GWR car couldn't drive out, so it had to be pushed back, and the Aston had to be pushed out the way on the dolly jacks. The driver is still in the McLaren. They're working on the left rear. Shout at me if you lose me. The door's being closed. I'm going to have to step into the pit. One sec. Well, there's work going on. They're doing a brake change. They've been doing a... Oh, no, I've said that. No, they haven't. They've done... There's a rear tie rod that's bent into a shape that I don't think it's meant to be on the right rear. So that's a rear control arm there that has had a bang. The rest of the rear end looks pretty straight.
That's a bit odd, John, because normally if you do a control arm, it's because the result of some sort of impact, and that'd be a pretty impressive impact to just hit the tyre.
Well, what I can't see is the tyre that's come off this side. That's been taken away, so it might have had side-to-side contact. That's the only thing I can think of. Again, a car that is filthy down the sides, and the rubber marks up from the front wheels over the number panel on the doors. Who was in the car?
Yeah.
Is it Michael Porter in the car? Yeah, I thought it looked like Mikey's helmet, and you probably can see that now because sound and vision are back together again. Again, it's working with purpose. Mikey's still in the car. I'm very surprised at how many drivers, by the way, have still got dark visors on their, and I mean very dark visors on their helmets, and they are putting them down as they drive out.
You've got to remember though, John, is that you have the cool guy half crack of the visor, or the Nicky Katzberg full crack, which is all the way up and almost out the back again. So you're not a proper GT driver unless you've got the half cracked visor. So the colour of it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'll tell you what isn't an issue is the pace of Thomas Preining at the front of the field, a 1:58 flat last time by. So Preining flying. Zachary Robichon just set the best time of the race for the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes with a 1:59.7. It's a personal best also for the Fulgenzi 917 Porsche Cup car, and also for the 7x7 Racing Porsche Cup car. So we're definitely getting into a good time for setting quick lap times. Last time by also Luke Hartog at 1:59.3, Ben Tucker 1:59.3. So the pace is rocketing up, Nick Damon.
Yeah, we also saw at the other end of the pit field entirely that Graf Racing Roster Corsa that came out. Roman Rusinov took it out. He then went back in the pits again for 6 minutes, but now it's back out again. So they obviously have taken out, had a look, but that car is running with their target acquired, which is the Ethan Galdini piloted Team CMR Ginetta that is currently 200 laps ahead of them. So that could be difficult with even the amount of time to go, but they are trying to make up on that one. So that's at the bottom end. Just to remind you, the GTX is being led at the moment by the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini that has a lead of 9 laps over Jake Camilleri in the very pretty 111 Racing IRC tube frame car.
It's very pretty and very nice sounding too. It sounds like a V8 supercar. It runs a LS Chevrolet engine. I was speaking to Ryan McLeod earlier, who previously owned Mark cars.
Yeah, he did a conversation with me, but he was very keen to point out that whilst it has kind of Mark DNA, it's not involved with anyone involved with the company of Mark. It's got people who work for them.
Yes.
If you think about Mark as a premises, not involved at all. People who have experienced Mark and have DNA are involved, and he is obviously putting that product together.
Exactly so. And Ryan's son Cameron is in the Ajith Kumar racing car, the 901 machine. Definitely a fan favourite, to say the very, very least. And Ryan's father won the Bathurst 1000 in 1987 with Peter Brock. John Hindhaugh has managed to get down to Optimum Motorsport and find out what's going on with that poor old McLaren. John.
Well, I've come to the top to ask what's going on. Jimmy Wall, how are you, first of all?
Good to see you, John. Always good to see you, not in these circumstances, but it's always good to see you, mate. Yeah, we unfortunately, we just came in for fuel with that code 60, and unfortunately...
let's move, because the car's coming out. The guys have done a cracking job. This is one of the most bizarre accident/stroke incident. It was looked like it was a rear control arm or a toe link that was actually quite badly bent.
Yeah, no, it was, and unfortunately, yeah, it was. And it's basically contact in the fuel station, but we had to take the fuel for the Code 60. You know what the strategy is, John. Came in, and unfortunately, we're calling it looks like an unsafe release, but we're just reviewing it as we speak. But yeah, car pulled out, and unfortunately, puncture. We changed the tyre, went round, and Mikey was complaining straight away that,
So that was just side-to-side contact?
Yeah, it was, yeah, literally just unsafe release into that wheel. So, yeah, must be his front left into our rear. So, yeah, we're unlucky, but, yeah, we'll get there. Still got a long way to go yet, mate.
Well, and he's kind of stealthed up into the top 6. Yeah. I just said before I came down to have a wander down the pits, I don't think we've said very much about you guys because you've just gone about your job in a very methodical way. And in these types of races, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, totally agree with you, John. We're just trying to do it quietly, stay under the radar a little bit, go through our program. You know, we've got 3 drivers with us who've never done 24-hour racing before, all doing a great job. Benji obviously has had success here before, you know, with 2 second places. So we've got some good experience. But the guys have been doing a great job. So, yeah, we're just unlucky with this one. And hopefully we'll get some luck go the other way now. Yeah.
In terms of the pace of the race, the strategy of the race, I realise that you're probably on version Z of the spreadsheet by now, but how did the first half of the race go for you? Was it, roughly speaking, what you expected at least?
Yeah, pretty good for us. We had a couple of issues with an ABS sensor early on, so which was fine. We could reset it in the car, but we lost a little bit of sync with in sort of the third sort of hour of the race, really. So that put us slightly out of contest with a couple of other guys in respect of just fueling strategy, things like that. But yeah, I think we're pretty confident where we are with the strategy side. Fuel mileage, yeah, we're working on that a little bit, trying to teach these guys to race through the night in a 24-hour race, but also trying to do a bit of fuel conservation as well. And as you know, it's a learned skill, and that doesn't come in your first 24-hour race. So the guys are doing a great job, but we're trying to manage that as best we can.
Code 60, I think, just about to be called. That may not change your strategy, having just gone back out. Is it an advantage or a disadvantage to be the only McLaren in the field in terms of BOP, in terms of data? I realise that teams are competitive, but it's all of that, and we've got a fire on the circuit. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, yeah, I think when you've got a spread of cars, you can manage that in a slightly different way. For us, to be fair, BOP, you know, we've worked on, you know, Rob Bell and the team have done a great job trying to help us support that and manage that, which is great. But yeah, you know, we always want more, John, obviously.
We wish you well for the rest of the race. Thanks for coming out and talking to us. So, a bizarre incident in the fuelling area that cost time for that Optimum McLaren. We're back into Code 60. I think this is the 12th now, and this is something that could end up quite serious,
yeah, that would be an understatement. Yeah, it's one of the Ginettas that's a huge fire.
If it's that one, it's the GT4 leading car, because the other one's black. It looks like it's the white one, so I'm afraid it's the Tomlinson and Nico Prost, Mike Simpson machine. Yeah, if it is the Ginetta, now I agree with you, it had that sort of wing and the rear window look, and it's really gone up. They're having problems putting this one out. This is not as easy to put out as the M4 we saw earlier. There's still embers glowing through. They're using the second fire extinguisher now to get it out. I think there's no, it was again a front engine car went up. I think there's no issues as far as the driver's concerned. It pulled over, but that is a really bit of bad luck for that team, the 495 Ginetta team CWR, which we CMR, which we think it is, and we'll obviously get confirmation quite soon.
Oh, if that is the case, that would be just devastating, because they've been running like a Swiss watch all day, just tyres and fuel, going for it. Team CMR, Ginetta, they're right in the heart of the action of the pits, and I'm pretty sure it is that GT4 Ginetta. Oh no, they've been going so well. That's Freddie Thompson, son of Lawrence. 9
laps ahead in GT4 from Tiger Tali in the AGMC BMW by Simpson. And as you say, you sit there going, it's just one. That's motor racing, isn't it? They've run faultlessly for 14 hours and 8 minutes, and then they aren't running faultlessly because the car's caught fire. We'll find out more about that, because that car will get towed back very quickly and then land at John's feet quite soon. It's at turn 17. We have a Code 60. Just out of interest, that very irritating and annoying problem that Michael Porter had of being clunked going into the pit lane going out of fuel, resulted in a pit stop of about an extra 9.5 minutes, because that was before he got the fuel, so it was taking 9.5 minutes. So fantastic work by the mechanics, but you're sitting there going, well, that didn't need to happen, did it?
That's a new one. I've never seen that happen before.
Hey guys, they dealt with that very, very well indeed. A very late decision on a driver change for dual racing by Huber, the number 950 Porsche 992 GT Cup car, and that has resulted in a bit of a scurry. The car's gone out towards the end of the pit lane. In comes the 991, one of the leading cars. That is a BMW. Again, 991 really should be a Porsche number. Let's see if we can grab Ramsey, who's just got out of the car. How you doing, fella? Ramsey Moutran. Let's get you out the front and get a camera to you. And good to see you back, first of all, with the family team. That looked a little bit of a scramble there. Was that a late decision to do that driver change?
A little bit, yeah. We were deciding if we were going to come in and box or not. When we saw the fire out there, we said, actually, you know, do we want to box or not? And I think he wasn't quite ready, so we made it just in time.
You didn't lose any time at all. Welcome back to the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. I asked somebody earlier on up the pit lane when I came in, give us a little synopsis of your race so far.
Started off average. I struggled a bit to keep up with the pace. The heat was, we didn't really set up the car for that kind of heat, so it was really slippery. Then we did amazingly well. We really started catching up and making up lots of lost ground. And then bad code 60s, a bit of bad luck. My brother had a small spin, and we went back a lot. And now we are fighting back. We're going to have to keep it up at like qualifying pace for the next 11 hours or 10 hours, whatever is left.
Got to ask you the question that everybody's asking on social media. Whose idea was it to do that classic Group C livery, and you've got it on your race suits as well?
It was, I guess it's my idea. I love our history, our family history, and how we got into racing, and our passion for racing started in Le Mans. And when my dad went there, and we have that photo of him actually with the 22 actually Jaguar there, and he's actually right there in the photo right above him. And so when we saw that, we thought actually that's really brilliant. We've got to try and honor that thing, because when he came back from that race, our passion for motorsport started in 1988. So, and we are that old, yes. So it was like we just had to remember it somehow. And I asked the designer, I said, let's try putting this livery on the car, and it just looked so sweet. It looked really, it does work. It does really work. So we just said, let's try it. Let's put it on. You know, we changed the logo of our team even for it and everything. So it's yeah, it's just to remember my dad and just remember our passion for motorsport. You know, it started a long time ago. We don't race as often as we should or as we like to, but when we race, we want to do it properly, you know?
That was, by the way, my first Le Mans working was 1989, so I'm that old as well. Is this a one-off again this season, or we're going to see you come? Are you going to Abu Dhabi next week?
No, we're not going to Abu Dhabi, unfortunately.
Coming to Europe?
I'm hoping so. I really miss Barcelona. I really miss Barcelona a lot. That's where we started our 24-hour journey. So I'd love to go back there a little bit, and also the Spa in the Porsche look really sweet. So
would you do the 992 endurance race? That was a great 12-hour last year.
Exactly, and we love the car, and we're getting good at it. We're starting to get good at it anyway. So we're debating that. We're speaking to Huber about it, but we're just so happy with this new partnership we have. They're actually brilliant. We're really loving it. It's a similar passion and for motorsport, you know. Yeah. You know, lots of people go racing because they want to win. We go racing because we love it, you know, and they do the same thing, you know. I mean, whether you're winning or losing, at least you're out there taking part, you know, and doing your absolute best. Although winning is fun, so
winning makes it even more fun. Ramsey Moutran, thank you very much indeed. Say hi to the rest of the family for us, won't you?
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, guys. The pit lane, as you can see and hear, people now taking second chances when they didn't do it earlier on, but they realise, I think this is going to be, again, a slightly longer code 60 for that fire in the Ginetta.
At the front of the field, Pure Racing now have Alexander Malakin into the Porsche. I think every single car has stopped during this session. They've taken another 25% of fuel. I would like to say Ian McCarthy just made me laugh on Twitter with the at RSL Studio in Dubai 24 Hour. He postulated whether the course cars were on Michelin tyres as well, and if so, did the pickup pick up?
Oh, that's brilliant. That is bravo.
That took a while to go through this time of night, didn't it?
You know, I'm a simple chap.
Did the pickup?
I can tell you that the brand new hybrid BMW M5 course car here is on Michelin's.
Ah.
And I would suspect that the M3 and the M2 are as well. So yes, we're fully shod by Michelin, but I really hope the pickup is picking up.
Yeah.
I've actually got a good pickup story, which we'll come to in a moment. But John Hindhaugh has more for us for the pit lane. Oh no, he doesn't. We'll come to him in a sec.
No, we can do it, guys. I'm standing outside of the Ginetta Team CMR pit, and with a bit of luck and a fair wind, the car is going to arrive now, and here it is, as it was covered in extinguishing. So I'm going to get out the way, but the driver was already back here. Who was in the
Freddie
car
Tomlinson.
when it went up, guys? Sorry, it was Freddie, was it? Okay. Well, Freddie's gone out the back. I'll see if we can get a word with him once the car has been demounted from the flatbed. The bonnet is off. It's a front engine car, as you guys mentioned. And again, other than the obvious smell at the front of the car and the lack of a bonnet, and it's covered in extinguishing at the front now as well, that actually doesn't look too bad.
It's fine.
Yeah. I try to be. I do try to be positive.
Just spot the pessimistic Scotsman and say, I think that's knackered. There's been a lot of extinguishing put on the front of it,
we have a question for you from our very good friend Drew Edmondson from iRacing. And here's a question. When was the last time Spectator was working the pit lane for an event of this magnitude?
Last year.
Well, and also halfway...
Well,
you did
before.
this one 2 years ago.
Okay.
With a 3-hour night stint. But you did the 24-hour series back in Italy in... Was that July? Was that... Simoncelli,
It's World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, with Diana. We swapped between us in the hottest race of the year, where I literally melted my shoes. And if you remember, I was keeping my hair long there for charity. And if I needed to have the buzz cut at any race in the year, it was that one. It was incredibly hot.
But you're
incredibly hot.
Next weekend as well, aren't you?
I'm in the lane at Yas Marina. Yeah, absolutely. Di and I again reprising our Peters and Lee
Richard and Judy
effect.
Yeah, you're
do you think we're Richard and
TV
Judy?
presenter
She's
wife,
my
absolutely.
telly wife. I just want to show you, if we can, and describe the bits that have come off the Ginetta as it was dropped off. These are burned bits of bodywork that used to be parts of the car, are just blackened, sitting in the area between the working pit lane and the acceleration lane. The guys from the team already moving out to sort that out. Let's have a quick look in the Ginetta pit. It's gone in forwards because all of the damage is there at the front. No sign of Freddie at the moment. I'm sure he is out the back just recovering from what must have been a very scary moment. That's the second car we've seen with fire at the front of it. Both front engine cars. It was the WS BMW early on with Emily de House at the wheel of that, and there's a degree of resignation in the body language of this car. Bear with me for a second, guys. I don't want to get too close as the bonnet comes off in case it reignites, and they're being very careful about that. But they are having a look to see if they can work out what it was that caused this. Quite obviously, it'll be a worry for them if they find something very obvious like a union or something like that that's broken. Then at least they'll have an idea. They're looking, well, they went straight to work at the left front of that. They've got the torches out, and some discussion about whether it will be able to be sorted out. We've got under a minute to go back to green, and we're going to leave these guys to it. They are going to clean this up and assess the damage more to see if it is possible to get this back out again. I'm just going to stick my head over the top.
Mike.
And there's lots of remnants of the bottom of the bonnet in there, which would have to be cleaned off. But it looks to me as though whatever happens, there's a lot of work to get that done,
yeah,
guys.
But going back to green like that, the problem is you burn the wiring loom, you burn the electrics. I mean, as I said before, the actual mechanical parts are normally pretty much unharmed because, you know, they can take those sort of temperatures. That's the temperature they operate at. It's not the temperatures of the plastics, the wires, the looms work at, and that is replaceable, yeah, but unfortunately it takes a hell of a long time.
There's a lot to replace, yes, and to make sure that the car is safe to then run again. Yes, you're spot on, Nick. That is absolutely devastating for the Ginetta Team CMR. They are still actually classified as a GT4 leader. Such was their lead, but it will mean that Chururaki for AGMC Racing by Simpson with their BMW, who will go up to the front, and actually the GT4 battle will be very close because you'll have AGMC Racing by Simpson and their BMW just within a lap of SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, who will be second, and Continental TTR Racing with their Toyota, who have quietly gone about their business. They're in the mix as well. But we see this quite a lot in 24/8 series, Nick, where GT4 can often be a battle of attrition rather than raw pace.
I think last year we saw the Bugirard team with their Mercedes win most of the events, despite in virtually every event spending a long time in the pits. Everyone was spending a long time in the pits. It seems that the GT4s have proven more difficult to endurance-size because the problems they were having were not the result of contact. They're a result of things breaking or, you know, just having that multiple, the same bit of frequency, same vibration, same hit again and again. I know, for example, the Bugirard car had a number of front left suspension failures. They got so good at it that in the end they had it down. What took them an hour and a quarter initially was down to about 20 minutes. But we kept seeing those GT4s, whatever manufacturer, it wasn't just Mercedes, wasn't just BMW, whatever came in, it ended up, as you're absolutely right, it was just who could do the most time, not the fastest time, who could just be on the track for the most time.
And who had the fastest pit crew as well. The alternators seem to be an issue for a while in the GT4. So
the GT4 is quite a mature. I mean, GT4 is a relatively mature class now, isn't it? I mean, it's what, 5 years, 6 years old?
Much more than that.
I'm thinking since it's moved into the more endurance side of things.
Yeah, the GT4 is interesting because they're 80% road car, whereas a GT3 car is 80% race car. So there's definitely a factor in that. John's made his way down to another fan favourite, the 31 Team Parker Racing garage. The Bentley went out quite a while ago, but John, do you have any? Come on, tell us. Is it coming back from behind the garage door? Maybe. Oh,
I think not. I like your enthusiasm and your optimism, Peter, but there's absolutely nothing going on with the dark green Bentley. I don't know if you realised it earlier on, but the decals down the side, the gold decals, are actually in the lines of the Union flag, but it's sitting rather forlornly on its own in the garage that it shares with the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini,
to be honest, John,
Super
the
Trofeo.
main sponsor, someone you need to talk about, because about car storage, that's one thing you really need.
Garagista. Excellent they are, apparently, particularly when giving huge discounts to pit reporters.
In Lincoln are a bit better.
I can't park the entire fleet.
No, indeed not. As I said, they share with Lippert Motorsport and the Super Trofeo Lamborghini, which has been leading GTX from pretty much the start of the race. There was a moment or two ago, it looked like they were going to come in. There was a driver ready, and they've got the Michelin tyres ready. But whether they've decided against that or not, they're still looking in a reasonable state of readiness. Fabi, just look over here to these guys. They're in a reasonable state of readiness. We have the driver back again. He was standing out in the pit lane. And here it comes. These are scrubbed tyres that are going on, at least the front. So one of the taller drivers that's coming in at the moment. We've got a set of discs and pads Audi number 69 come through the wrong pit, and that almost caused a problem. They were very sharp to sort that out as they go to work. They've decided not to do any brake change at this point, although they are laid out should they need to. And CrowdStrike sponsorship on the side of this car as well. Delighted to say that George Kurtz will be coming back to racing with the CrowdStrike team in IMSA racing at Daytona. A little bit of fluid going in under pressure. Just, it's Takis getting in, I think, the taller of their drivers. Now, the tyres are done, so they are losing a little bit of time here whilst they're waiting for that. Meantime, the Audi, red, white and blue Audi, one pit down, is down and away. And just waiting for this car. 37th when it came in, but leading GTX. They'll clean the windscreen with the time that they have got, and then they'll send this car. Still leading in GTX.
No, it certainly is. It's leading by, let's have a look, it's leading by 10, 11 laps, yeah. Now, interesting, they've already done a brake change, so I assume that those second set lying on the floor is purely precautionary, because they have done the front brake change already. The lead at the front now is almost exactly a lap. I think Loic Hartog is just on the lead lap by the finest of margins ahead of Alexander Malakin, the Pure Racing. That's Porsche from Porsche, that's 92 from 24. But Loic then just on the edge of the of going down a lap down, and the leader has stretched out during that sequence of Code 60s. John?
That was a good minute or minute and a half longer than it needed to be. They were just taking time bolting the new driver in. And once again, we've had 5 of the Leipert crew having to bump start that car. I'm not entirely certain how you do that. I presume you start with the car just in neutral, they roll it along, and then you crash it into gear on the paddles, and it picks up from there. That would suggest to me that is a proper cog gearbox rather than a
flush. No, it must be an automatic manual, because otherwise that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You can't have a torque converter or anything like that. It must be a direct drive.
Yeah, and Leipert,
exactly so. What are they doing to get it off the? I mean, you mentioned this earlier on when you were down here, Nick. What are they doing to get that off the fuel pumps? Because there's not 5 people down there.
So I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
But they've kept doing it, and they haven't tried to fix it. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be allowed in WEC rules. You can't do that. The car must start under its own auspices, and that would be a fix. But this is different, obviously, in the Creventic rules. So you are allowed to do that as long as you don't go too far down the pit lane in trying to start it, then you become a menace to the rest of the field. The gap actually is 1 minute 39.6, so actually on a 2-minute lap. In fact, Loic is a little bit further round. He's got 21 seconds from being lapped, but that went up about half a minute during those 2 Code 6 we've had in the last hour. PMAC.
Yeah, it's definitely worked for them, hasn't it? And Alexander Malakin, remember, he's a FIA bronze graded driver. He's just done a 2-minute flat. That's really, really impressive. But just a quick last point on Leipert. We were just watching there and talking about their pit stop a moment ago. They are having a completely contrasting weekend than they were last year. Last year, they didn't even make the start. They were on pole and they didn't make the start. But now they are leading the GTX class convincingly, so they can afford to take their time in the pit stops and minimise that risk. But John, what else have you got for us down in the pits?
Well, it is about that Leipert car. I was musing when this is as close as I've been to the cars, obviously. And as I watched them bump start that car, I was thinking, why would you need to do that? So I've been and asked the mechanics, is it a clutch problem, is it a gearbox problem, or is it just a starter problem? And they said it's a starter problem, but it would take too long to change the starter. This is a Super Trofeo car, which is meant to do 50-minute races, not necessarily an endurance racing car where some of those parts are put in places that are more easily accessible. So they basically decided that so long as they can keep bump starting it and then effectively just crashing it into gear on the clutch and getting the car to start either in second or third, it's worthwhile doing that rather than trying to fix the starter, which would require replacing the starter, which from memory is at the wrong end in terms of serviceability of that V10 engine. It's at the firewall end,
it's not the
gearbox
it's
end.
absolutely fantastic if you're trying to get extra hours on the for the service people of the actual road cars. If you've got your if you've got your Lamborghini or your Audi R8, because it's the same on both of them. But and they can go, yes, that's 14 hours to change that. Not so good for a race team, to be honest.
No, I still back the race team to change it significantly quicker. When you think how many hours of labour you'd be charged for a brake change on a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or an Audi or whatever it is, but oh yeah, that'll take us all day. Yeah, well, race team, they'll do it in 90 seconds.
There you go, and it just goes to show they're motivated by more. They're motivated to be quick because they're trying to win, and the service is motivated by money because they're trying to be slow.
Quite.
Got to work your motivation. Behind the two Porsches, we have a pair of BMWs. It's two Porsches, two BMWs, another Porsche, and then two Mercedes. So we have in the top 7 two pairs in the trio. Then it's 3 more Porsches, so it has to be said those extra 20 kilograms have not really come into play at all, have they?
Not in the darkness hours. Klaus Bachler mentioned earlier, I think it was to yourself actually, Nick, that the car is definitely coming alive at night. It definitely likes the nighttime, the cooler conditions. But in the heat of the day, in those first few hours, the BMWs were like an express train. So we might see BMWs, the two BMWs in the 3rd and 4th right now, come back into the game.
Well, we might have done if this was last year, when they ran from 3 till 3. This race finishes at 1. And the peak temperatures aren't to about 4 here. So it's going to get up to about, I think 26 degrees is the maximum forecast tomorrow. But obviously it's sun and therefore the track temperature goes up. But that's not really happening for a while. And therefore they're only going to have an hour where it might be warmer in the last hour. It's not going to get much above 18, 19, 20 before that point. So you're not going to have that heat period we had in the first 3 or 4 hours. So I think that, if they've weathered the storm of the start of the race, they could be doing particularly well. John, you're with the Razdan car.
Razdan More Than Racing Porsche, the Milwaukee Tills back car, and they are using plenty of them on the number 914. Remember, this is the car that had a spin at turn 2, went backwards and scraped the right-hand side of the car down one of the barriers. The front end, if Fabi can just point down here, they're repairing the front of that car, and that will go back on. That was deranged but not broken. The biggest problem was the suspension damage and the steering arm damage on the right front. They've already got a new carbon wing on the right-hand side, and they are trying to get the steering arm fixed back on. They've fixed the wheel, I think, to make sure everything is still clearing. And they've put one of the smaller mechanics underneath, because I think her hands are a little bit smaller to be able to get the nuts on to start with, to start to tighten that up. They're also making sure that the additional LED headlights are going to be able to work through the holes in the bonnet. It's not anywhere near coming back out again, but, well, is this not hashtag spirit of endurance? Here we go again with the racing that we see in endurance racing, the spirit of racing that we see in endurance racing. I've got a feeling they will get this car back out. They want this 914 to turn some more laps, and I'm not betting against that in the Razdan More Than Racing garage.
Well, obviously, the key thing they had to remember was both the slightly broken toe link, and more importantly, of course, they had a radiator to replace, and that's not the work at the moment. But they have avoided putting all the water from the radiator all over the floor, unlike the other car earlier.
And don't forget, they're not long off the back of fixing a very damaged GT4 Cayman, which they're also running in this race. And as we were alerted by Paul Truswell earlier in the week, that same car, that 914 machine, did have a big crash in testing earlier in the week. So the Razdan More Than Racing crew, they're my early favourite for spirit of the race, but there's still plenty of time for that.
Very much are lusting after that plastic trophy to be awarded to them by Joe.
Presented by you.
Fry. No, it's Joe. Joe's doing it.
Oh.
Joe has the honour of being the spirit of the race man.
Okay.
But, many things could happen. It could be somebody else. John.
We got the RX, the racing team, Pure RX, Pure Racing, in drivers wearing matching helmets is never particularly easy, as one of the wheel nuts has just gone careering down the pit lane. My silky soccer skills have picked that up. And delivered it back to the team. It was hot as a hot thing, and that was
up there boiling.
Listen, you know what I'm like, you know what my hand's like from cooking. So, yes, I did pick it up and delivered it back to the team. That was a really good stop, actually. And they were down and gone, 4 tyres and a driver. I would suspect that was somewhere around about that 20-second primo optimum mark that we've been looking at. It's 34 seconds to transit down the pit lane at the pit lane speed limit. 4 tyres, 4 new Michelin tyres on 4 new rims, centre lock wheels, of course, and the new driver already on the way to the fuel. And you'll be able to look to see exactly how much more than 34 seconds that took.
Short stint for Alexander Michelin, because he came in at the previous code 60. Now, I think they were just ticking him over his minimum 2-hour drive time to score points. So I think he must have been short of his 2 hours. They've put him in for 25 minutes and clicked him over the 2 hours. What I think's happened there. You are making a face like, Nick, you may not be correct.
Not sure. Good guy. I'm not sure.
Why else would you put him?
No, he hasn't. He's no. Oh, in terms of the 2-hour minimum for the race.
Yes.
Yes. You know, I think that is. Sorry, I think he's gone over his 2-hour maximum. Sorry, my apologies. I'm following you now, Nick.
2-hour minimum.
Yeah, 2-hour minimum. I think. Yeah, I would think Alexander Milekin's well over that anyway. So they're running in the outright class. The minimum driver time. Hold collar.
This will, of course, see a change of lead because the Dynamic GT team was only 1 minute and 32 behind. And obviously Alexander and his team and whoever's got in the car will be a lot longer than that by the time they've picked up a full slurp of fuel. Both of them, of course, only got 25. In fact, all the cars only got 25% of the fuel the last time they stopped, because we've had a couple of very close together code 60s. We'll see the Dynamic GT car scoring the lead at next lap.
You could be right, because Alexander Milekin, he has to do 4 hours of minimum time. 4 hours. And I think he wouldn't have been far off that, because he's done quite a few stints. So I think you could be spot on there, Nick.
So it's a tick over. Yeah, I mean, they're playing it how it could be. They saw a chance to get most of it on a code 60.
Hopefully John will get a word with him in a minute, because he'll just be in the middle of cooling off and taking off his helmet and hands device. The car hasn't gone over the pit lane beam yet to confirm who the changed driver was. They had an almost identical helmet, so it could well be Alexei Nezov. Could be. We'll keep a close watch on the screen to see who is taking on that number 92. And indeed, Luke Hartog does move into the lead of the race in the Visit Dubai number 24 Pure Racing car. And it's not Alexei Nezov, it's young Harry King, who's certainly impressed this week for Pure Racing, and he's going to be in the cockpit for the next little while.
Yeah, it's a chart. It'll be interesting to see whether Ben Tuck in the 777 Almanar Racing BMW actually also goes past on the stagger past Loic Hartog. It's what has happened over the past 4 or 5 hours, that the BMWs, which were sort of in the lead, have now been overtaken. I think, as you say, as the temperatures come down, the Porsches have really come into their own. They've managed to just forge ahead of the 2 BMW. Ben Tuck does move into second, but when they've all done their exact number of tyre changes, I think we're going to see the Porsches are enough faster. The BMWs are currently on 3rd and 4th on pace. John?
Got the answer for you on the 92 Pure Racing car. 2 factors at play there. They'd only taken the short fill during the last code 60, so they were getting tight on fuel anyway. But your original summation, Nick, was spot on. They needed to get him over his 2 hours to qualify in the race. So that was part of the strategy there. Car's fine, no issue. They were running to the fuel that they'd put in, and as soon as Alex was over his 2 hours in total for the race, they knew that they could pull him in at any stage, and they felt that was the right time to do it. Meantime, going into the pits on the Dolly Jacks is the Vortex, with the gull wing doors fully up. Looks like it's they're going to have to go down because they haven't got the garage door 4 enough up. That could have been a bit worrying. They're going in next to the Razzoon More Than racing car, which is still being worked on as well. And this is going to be very, very tight. They've just squeezed it in to the door aperture. And now they're going to be side by side with the car. It's going to go behind it. Gilles Courtois is suited and booted here. So again, this is shared garages, not quite as hectic, Peter Mackay, as we see in the Nürburgring Nordschleife 24-hour race, when there can be 6 or 8 cars together, but there has to be a certain amount of cooperation between the teams there, and that car's being pushed all the way to the back of that garage, and it looks to me as though there's some more serious work to go on there. I'll have a wander in and find out while you tell me what's happening in the race.
Thank you, John. Yeah, what a pity for the Vortex team, and that's another issue for one of the GTX contenders. That makes Leipert Motorsport's job at the front of the field just that little bit more straightforward. The car that's the sleeper, I think, in GTX is that IRC GT, the V8 Australian machine for 111 Racing. They've just been minding their own business.
Yeah, I've not seen them have any problems. They've been turning laps for the whole 15 hours of the race or so. They've done a lot of double stinting of tyres. They've just wandered down taking fuel, not taking tyres, and everyone else has. That may be probably because you said it's quite light and it's loafers, being a space frame very light machine. So they are really doing a fine job. But unfortunately, the problem they have in that GTX class is that the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini is doing things that Lamborghinis don't often do. I'm touching wood and everything else. That's being not pretty reliable, despite its starter motor issue. Turning the laps, being particularly quick. And don't forget, this car set the fastest GTX time of all in qualifying with Brendan Leach on board, whilst the overall time was slightly quicker for the Graf Racing team with the Rosser until it was kicked out for or postponed back from qualifying for infringement because they put a pro in the first part of qualifying when you should start with an AM. But Takis in the Leipert Motorsport car, he's on his 331st lap. Second place, your man, Grant Donaldson, the 111 Racing IRC, 322 laps. So it's sort of 8.5 laps between them. 8.5 laps is what, 14 minutes, 15 minutes? Actually, no, more, isn't it? It's about 17 minutes. That's the distance at the moment. And that's all been done on pace on track.
Yeah, very impressive. They've been running like a steam train. Come to you Racing, the number 40 Aston Martin, which had the incident with that Leipert Lamborghini that had to go back into the garage, is back now running again with Tom Van Rompuy at the wheel, quite significantly down the order. They're running in 30th now, but they are back running again. Haven't seen any penalty at all for either car from that, so I suspect Race Control are quite content with it. Unfortunately, though, at turn 6, we've got another car in at the wall.
It's a Porsche.
It's the Milner car. Milner Motorsport number 918 is in, and I can see some fluid just underneath it, so I wonder if it's gone in and then burst the radiator. They would not be the first 992 team to do that today. Turn 6, gone off the road there in a Porsche Carrera Cup car there. You're sort of around 120 kph-ish. Coming around that corner is the Milner car. Oh no, Brian
out of 37th and 5th in the 992 AM class at the end of the last lap. Brian Sursley was on board. It does look like a carbon copy of a couple of other accidents we've seen. He's run on. As you say, there did seem to be fluid at the bottom of the car, which if he has contacted with the tyre wall, which looks very likely, but not certain from the angle we have, then the potential of puncturing one of those radiators at the front of the car is very, very high. Oh yeah, there's a whole puddle on the left-hand side. He's also got him backwards as well. He's got damage on the rear. Now, has he spun, as did the Razdan car, or has he been punted at the back? That is our questions for the potential of finding out later. And we've gone code 60.
We have gone code 60, yes. The Dubai Autodrome PMWs, the M240i and the brand new hybrid M5 are on the move as the Ajit Kumar car comes into the pits as well. How do I know that? Because they're going crazy bananas in the grandstand. Also, the whole circuit recovery team on the way to to attend to that Milner Motorsport machine. We saw the Vortex getting pushed into the garage. John Hindhaug's he's got his investigative mode on. And what's going on, John?
Oh, have I ever? I've been practicing my French as well. Zut alors. Un problème avec les boîtes de vitesse. They have gearbox issues on the back of that car. They've taken off. It's a very clever system, actually. The rear bodywork comes off in 2 pieces. That's basically just the wheel arch, over wheel arch parts. But actually breaking the gearbox is going to be quite difficult. The rear wing folds flat. It's almost like a DRS system, except it's all the way down on the gearbox itself, and that's pretty easy to do. So before they fail to take it off, they're going to have a look inside the gearbox. There's an inspection plate at the back of the car. They'll have a look at that, see if they can recognise something that they can fix, possibly whether it's an electrical problem or a mechanical problem. And you know what they're like at Vortex. That again is a team with 10-ish hours to go. That they are not packing up and heading for the beach right now, fellas.
Doing everything in French and English. I was getting Eurovision vibes, to be honest. I wonder we were going to give Vortex nil point, but they are carrying on going. But no,
ever.
No, well, perhaps for the 1.0 sometimes.
It's a deuce point for effort.
Yeah, I couldn't agree
with
that more.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
So this Code 60 is giving opportunity for people to slurp in 25% of fuel. It may interestingly play into the other cars outside of Harry King's Pure Racing, because they can now pick up a 25% fuel fill, whereas of course Harry came in and picked up a full fill, but obviously had to do that under green flag conditions. So this could be a kind of an ebb and flow and move it a little bit back towards low Hartog and Dynamic GT, because they had lost time in the previous couple of yellow flags.
That is if Lloyd Hartog comes into the pits, but he's on his stint for 55 minutes, so you would imagine so that there'll be more than 25% of the fuel tank in there. There has been quite a lot of Code 60, of course, in those 55 minutes, but at the moment that 24 car for Dynamic GT Visit Dubai is making its way around turn 12, so still quite a way away from the pits, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it in. It's certainly busy in the pit lane. John, you've got plenty to watch.
It's not busy, it's chaos. MP Motorsport have just come in with their AMG. They follow out behind the number 11, the similar car, and in the same pit, it's now Red Camel Jordan.NL who are moving their tyres out of their own pit lane. Now, this is where you do win by having the electric guns rather than the pneumatic ones. In comes I think that's Luke Breukers behind the wheel. Yes, it is. He's staying in the car. There's a new set of Michelin tyres being offered to the left-hand side, yes, and the right as well. Front right. There was a little bit of confusion there, actually, about where the tyres were going and whether they were left or right. But they've got that the right way around now. Now he's going to have to just be held for a second. Nice job with the man on the lollipops to allow Luke to get his foot down and join in behind the bright green Aston Martin, which is back out of the pits again after that issue earlier on in the piece.
And it's obviously quite important to get the tyres on the right side, because if they're on the wrong side, you're in breach of regulations often. You end up getting a penalty for having your left on your right and your right on your left. I do remember once I was many years ago, I was doing the pit walk for a Formula 3000 race, and I noticed that one of the teams, I think it was Jamie Davis's team, who put the rear tyres on the wrong way around. So they had the rear tyres on the wrong side, because you could tell because of the rotation arrows. It was kind of like the buzzers were going. So to tell the mechanic, you got your tyres on the wrong side, and he went, what can we do about it now? And I thought, well, fair enough, he might get no grip. But actually, when he went off the line, he broke a drive shaft. So I don't know whether they got everything wrong, or whether having the tyres on the wrong side meant the drive shaft went. But it was like it went nowhere.
Or was it just blind luck that the drive shaft did break before they had a big accident?
But the mechanic went, oh, I don't need to do it now. I'm not going to tell him. I think it was Jerez.
Back in. Sorry, guys. Pure Racing back in with the 92 Porsche. Having just left. It's a new Code 60, so that means they can go back to the fuel station and get another 25%.
Because we said it's very rare that these cars have a full tank after the first stint. Now, Harry came in not very long ago and would have filled it up to the maximum they can get, which is either 95 or 90 litres. Now, he won't have burnt off a quarter of that by now, but he can put back in more because he's got a 120-litre tank in there. So he will now have an absolute shed load, literally, of fuel in the car.
Good point.
Probably very close to 120, perhaps about 110. But that's going to give him a huge amount of range now.
It will, yes. And when you've gone through the effort of doing the pit stop and putting your quick driver in, you want to give them, if we're going to get a long green flag run, we might not, but you'd only done 3 laps, so yeah, fill them up and send them off again. The fuel is going to be very, very busy at the moment, as pit lane was certainly busy, and of course most were all going through to take on fuel. Luke Hartog did bring the Dynamic GT Visit Dubai Porsche in, and as now did the 777 Almanar Racing by Team WRT was brought in by Ben Tuck and taken out by Dan Harper. So we're going to see a Carrera Cup GB throwback with Dan Harper and Harry King, and to add to the Carrera Cup / Super Cup theme, Luke Hartog, also a guy who's won in 3 different versions of of various Carrera Cup championships.
Now, of course, one of the things about Creventic and the 24 Hours of Dubai is it's never been won by a non-German car. And I don't think this year is going to change it, because the highest non-German manufactured car is in 13th place, and that's the Era Motorsport Ferrari with Jake Hill at the wheel. And then in 14th place, it's the Ferrari of Zamin Jafar, the Inter-Africa Racing by Dragon, the number 8. Now, the 88 Dragon Racing car was going well for a while, so they had a 12-minute stop, I think, for a damper failure. But once again, the German phalanx has moved to the front, represented by all 4 of their manufacturers, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes and BMW. Best Audi is in 10th, James Winslow at the helm of the Haas RT. But, you know, absolutely, the McLaren, which is running well for the British, that's gone down to 17th. The fastest, highest rated Aston Martin in 21st with Mukong Satellarian. And it's like, what can you do? What can you do? The German might is going to claim this one again.
It would appear so. Yeah, the McLaren was certainly threatening before that bizarre incident in the fueling area. Even the Nürburgring, we've had a non-German winner with the Ferrari winning in 2023. So yeah, it's what it is about Dubai that the German manufacturers seem to warm to. I'm not entirely sure, but more pit callers for John Hindhaugh. John.
The TFT Racing number 911 Porsche, 911, supported by the 992. Centre Porsche Paris is their Porsche centre that is helping them out. That's a very smart pit stop, and they're out in front of the GT3 Porsche that's just coming down the pit lane. Didn't catch the number. I think it was the number 20 car, actually. I was just thinking, well, we've got a breakdown truck coming in the pit lane as well, so that'll be bringing in whatever's caused this full course yellow. I'm afraid I lost you when I was in the back of the Vortex garage, so I didn't hear you telling us why we had the full course yellow. I don't think I would want to come in on the first knockings of a full course caution from the evidence of what I've just seen, because it was absolute carnage down here. Now, the car on the back of the flatbed is the 918 Mullner Motorsport car. Marcel Duke, collective member. That's down at garage 11, which is way down from where I am. I just noticed that the flatbed has got a left rear tail light out as well.
Marcel Duke has just commented out. He says his heart is bleeding, seeing another one of his team's 992 cups on the flatbed. So he's watching and he's sad. Yeah, so give him something positive, John. Can you give him some positive for Marcel?
Is the pickup picking up pickups? Is it on Michelin's? Is it picking up pickup?
Well, that's a bit far away for me to tell that. Look, they didn't have the best of luck towards the back end of last season. I seem to remember, Nick, that Mullner had a pretty torrid time at the 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche Motorsport. Nürburgring was a little bit better in the 24. Alex Brundle netted, I think, a second place in class with the car that he was in the truncated, the 7.5 hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours. So it was a bit of an up and down end to the season to the guys at Mühlner. The pit lane has dropped back into relative tranquility. I'm going to wander back to pit in. I'll shout up with anything that I see that's being worked on. But there's going to be a couple of cars that'll come in for the last knockings here as we've gone back.
So leading the race then is the dynamic GT Porsche, the Visit Dubai Porsche number 24, with Luc Hartog, the very, very tall Dutchman. Even for a Dutchman, he's tall.
He's now realised he's tall, and so waits for you to ask him the question about being so tall. But
he's like, yes, original.
6'6". The interesting thing is, though, I think we were discussing yesterday in qualifying, he has not got an ounce of fat on him. He's very slight, and despite being incredibly lanky, there's no other word for it, really, I'd be surprised if he's over 70 kilos.
Well, that's the thing, is that the weight of a driver is so important, and particularly if he wants to get all the way to Le Mans hypercar, if he can fit in one, is if you I think it's 10 kilos is worth 2/10.
Yeah, no, it's
massive.
Weight is massive.
Absolutely massive.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it has changed. I mean, the manufacturing design of racing cars has changed to embrace different body shapes. You know, and even at F1, of course, they've only recently, last 15, 20 years, started including the mass of the driver and the mass of the car. So, for example, very tall drivers in the past had a very limited opportunities. Why Matt Neal ended up doing touring cars, because he couldn't competitively fit in any other vehicle.
Jörg Bergmeister probably would have got on the RS Spider program, but he wouldn't have fitted in it. Yeah. Lucas Luhr, they actually changed the RS Spider's core design at base because to fit Lucas Luhr in it.
About 6'1", is he? Lucas Luhr? He's not
more than that.
Is he more than 6'1"?
More than that. Okay. We have more. It sounds like a Vortex. John, is it Vortex Garage? Is my Spidey sense tingling?
That wasn't a bad shout, actually. No, this is the CMR.
Wow.
The CMR Ginetta. No, this is the 795 car. So this is the other one, not the fiery Ginetta. This is the black and bronze car.
That was brought in some time ago and has been brought in very regularly.
Yeah. Well, they've not given up.
They've had an absolute torrid time. They've been in and out with all sorts of problems. A lot of them electrical. And then, of course, they did cause they came in the back of the flatbed on one occasion as well. But last seen a while ago, Ethan Gladini was scored on the car, but they've actually been in the pits for 25 minutes on this occasion. But they're about to come out again, are they?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's absolutely imminent, but that was at least the engine firing up. They've taken... and it's fired up again without the assistance of the jump battery. We have a driver standing by. Oh, doesn't that sound glorious? And they're just checking things over. The driver hasn't got his helmet on yet. So we're not quite there. I'm just looking over the rest of the car. They're looking at temperatures and pressures and things like that. But it's getting closer, certainly. And we're getting closer as well to 4 o'clock in the morning, which means another race hour. If you are just joining us, thank you very much for being with us. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you the audio if you're bandwidth challenged or maybe you're pootling around at the moment. And of course, full live, uninterrupted, unblocked coverage on the Motorsport TV channel that is Creventic on YouTube. Coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning. That means we're well into the second hour of the opening race of the 2025 Motorsport season. If you are just joining us, welcome to the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
9 hours and 2 minutes to go here in the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, and for the first time since the first stint of the race, we've got not one but two absolute best sectors on the timing screen. Benji Gota has just set the best lap of the race for the McLaren Optimum car, 1:59 flat for that best car lap for that car, but in Sector 1, faster than anyone. Sector 2, Matt Bell in the Dragon Racing Ferrari, faster than anyone throughout the race in Sector 2. So are we getting into absolute peak conditions now?
Well, I think so. I mean, if you think about the fastest laps that were set right at the beginning of the race, it's because the car's got a clean track. They're not having to overtake anybody. There's, you know, you've got a bit more leeway because it's not so much pickup on the outside of the circuit. Now they are a absolute fast lap is at the mercy of everyone else on the track at the same time, as well as I think some of the areas are probably a little bit grubby, to be honest. But yeah, I think at this point, you know, it's not quite happy hour. Happy hour is normally as the sun's about to come up because the visibility increases as well. But of course, they have got some lighting around the circuit. We haven't got a huge number of. What's our attrition rate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 11 cars are not running at the moment.
Reasonably high, yeah.
So we've lost 11, so we're actually down to. Actually, we lost 13 because 2 on this page. We lost 13, then. So we're down to 50. I would say 50 are actually running.
The one thing about those 2 cars I just mentioned, though, those are 2 cars that were driving much more strongly earlier in the race. And I've had issues that, you know, we had a damper problem for the 88 Dragon Ferrari, and Optimum, of course, quite recently had that issue.
Both of them about a dozen minutes.
They've both lost a lot of time, exactly. So they can afford to push and just enjoy that those first golden few laps on that Michelin tyre and get that performance out of it. For Harry King in third, for Dan Harper in second, and Luke Hartog in third, in the lead. They've got a slightly different ball game. They've got to try and make the tyre last a little bit longer. But Dan Harper and Harry King have fairly fresh boots. Luke Hartog, he's got tyres that are 20 laps old, so he's maybe a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think there's a lot of many to happen yet, and the interesting thing is because of that second code 60, not long after we saw Harry King come in for a full fill, some of the advantage was immediately lost to what they had in the tank. But have they got that back with the extra 25 litres? That's something we can discuss while we hear more about the stricken vehicles from John Hindhaugh.
Thank you, guys. As I'm perambulating gently in the still. You sash here. Let's be absolutely clear on this. You sash here. Yeah, I stroll or perambulate. I've got some much better news for the Asbest Racing Cupra TCR. This is the 102 car. It was having a gearbox change when I came in. They were well through it and already starting to put things back together. The front end of the car has gone back on now, and either I've just been waved to 3 times by one of the mechanics, or he's told me it was 15 minutes, probably under 15 minutes before that car goes back out. I think it's the latter. It is looking far better. The gearbox has been cast aside. The outgoing gearbox has been cast aside, and right now there's a little bit of cleanup going on, and that car will be coming out of its pit box.
Interestingly, John, they have been in the pits for 3 hours and 36 minutes, but the entirety of the TCE class is in the pits at the moment. The leader, which is the 101 Abesti, that's been in for 2 hours and 15. The 102 has been in for 3 hours 36, and the only other TCE class was...
No, the 101 has just gone past me. The 101's just gone past me, having just come into the pits.
I see, right, his pit score is because he's actually coming in, but he is running a long way behind, but he's scored in the pits because it's not a just long standing pits, it's a short standing pits.
I think he actually soaked up a penalty as he came into the pits that time around. There's some... the faces that was made by the team member who's just been down to the penalty box and he's walking back to the pits, he's nearly there now, was one of a bit of a shrug and resignation. Look, they're here, they're competing. For so many of these teams, we heard Ramsey Moutron saying when I came into the pits, it's not always about winning, it really is about taking part. And for some of these teams and drivers, this is their Daytona 24 Hours. This is their Le Mans 24. This is their Monaco Grand Prix. However you want to categorise the very top of whatever part of motorsport, Monte Carlo Rally. This is the biggest race that some of these guys will do. And to be in it and to get to the end of it, whatever it takes for the drivers and the crews, that is an achievement in itself. And we have to remember that in an era when endurance motorsport and the reliability of even GT3 cars, but certainly prototype cars in the FIA WEC and IMSA, has come to such a point we don't expect to see people having to work on the cars, and if they do, the competition is so tight that they quite often retire them to save the machinery for later on in the season. That's not what's happening here. We have to remind ourselves that there are far more things going on than just getting a shiny trophy and standing on a podium at the end of it. And fair play to all of these teams who are still working hard to get their cars to the end of the race.
Dan Harper is beginning to slowly eke towards Loic Hartog in the lead, the Dynamic GT. This is the Dan Harper in the BMW, the Almanar Racing Team machine. He got it down to about 48 seconds, and they are on a very similar strategy as far as fuel is concerned. But Loic Hartog a lot further into his stint. He's in 1 hour and 12 minutes for maximum 2 hours, whereas Dan Harper is just 17 minutes on the clock. Harry King, well, we think he's got more fuel on board, but he's back by another minute and a half.
It's all these, just who's going to blink first? Because Dynamic GT, Almanar Racing by Team WRT and Pure Racing, all three of them have just been flawless all day, just back and forth, and they've all had their turn at the front of the field. The one sleeper that's just slowly crept its way up is the SMP Racing Mercedes, run by Hout Racing Team, up to 4th now, and they've just been slowly going about their business, and they could be on for a podium, maybe even better.
Yeah, good point, actually. What's actually also happened is that another Mercedes, that's the Winwood Racing machine, currently has Renat Selikov on board. That's got past Darren Lung, and that's key because that's taken the leading class in Pro-Am. And with the AM class with Lung, he's just dropping slightly down a bit. Jake Pedersen, the Herberth Motorsport.
Well, they both lead their class.
Yeah, so that Jake Pedersen, the Herberth Motorsport Porsche, that's the 80. He's only 42 seconds now behind the Paradigm competition, so that's getting closer as well in GT3 AM. So I'm not sure whether that's multiple fuel stops, how they're running the rotation of drivers, or just how that being a full AM is playing out. But certainly the Paradigm machine is just kind of dropping a little bit down compared to some of the other machines at the top of the racing order.
Yeah, Paradigm competition, they've... it's interesting, we saw Toby Sowry put in an amazing stint at the beginning of the race, but we haven't seen an enormous amount of him since. You know, the heavy lifting's really been from Darren Lung and Ahmed Al-Harti. I think, yeah, once you know, we'll see Toby's definitely the highest graded driver in the car, so I would think they're maybe keeping him nice and fresh for the to have lots of extra heavy lifting towards the end of the race. And I think then we'll see that 991 car, because in the hands of either Dan Harper or Max Hesse in the 777 car, or indeed in Toby Sowry's hands, the Paradigm competition, that new BMW is a quick piece of kit.
Yeah, I mean, it's and as we said, we believe that we are now in the coldest temperatures of the day. I think the forecast is like 12 or 13 degrees, which we think, and has been said, in fact, by some of the drivers, plays to the Porsche. Now, we know it's not going to get super hot by the time the race ends at 1, but it's going to get a lot warmer, and the sun will be out warming the track even more. Will that ebb it enough towards the BMWs again? This is the point. This is the marvelous thing about having a 24-hour race with multiple teams and multiple quality entrants, and then several classes beneath it. You really can't tell. And it is a complete visual chess match, because there's never an equalising factor of a yellow flag. They're all doing their own thing, and they'll continue doing their own thing without any, what you may call it manufactured interventions, not
interruption.
Yeah.
Or yeah, there won't be any change in the rhythm whatsoever. Yeah, and the other slight curveball, and it's only a slight possible curveball, is our resident member of the commentary team, Phil Anson. He says there's a possibility of a shower at 9 o'clock. Not one in the hotel.
Was that just for him?
Possibly. I think we'll all need one by then. But possibility of a rain shower. Now, the predicting weather here can be, in general, it's wall-to-wall sunshine. But you do get these little random localised showers.
We've had that in the past. We've had the massive rain which stopped the race in 2020. But what we have had is little bits of spits and spots in the morning, about 11 o'clock. I think it may have been the last time here in 2022. It may have been back before COVID. I remember them having a shower which was just not enough to go onto wets for him, just made it a bit slow for a few laps, but it's close to being something awkward.
I have seen there's plenty of teams that have a set of wets, or sometimes in some cases several sets of wets ready to go at the back of the garage, so they are prepared should it happen. So it is, and it can be incredibly localized too. So that's just one potential thought that could be something to consider. We'll be doing our own little driver change in just a little over 20 minutes time. John Hindhaugh down in the pits will swap with Joe Bradley, who's now fully recharged. He's been plugged into the wall, snoozing away for a few hours.
Lightly recharged.
Lightly recharged, yes. One of those quick charges.
He's got a fresh shirt on.
Well, that's good news. That's good news. Johnny Palmer, he's probably still well in the land of Nod now, but you will hear his voice in a little over 20 minutes time.
Yeah. So anyway, just looking down the groups, we're still leading in 992 class, which normally we talk about a lot, but we've had so much going on with the multiple excitement of GT3. It's got a little bit lost, and also it's not been as close as it normally is. Red Camel Jordans, their lead is down to 52 seconds now. They have been led by a lap and a half at one stage. It's Job Rapinage from the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Porsche, the 912 car that's in second. Third place, a name very familiar to Creventic fans, as Matthew Detry, not with the Haas RT team, but with the Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche. That's also run by Baz Kooten, of course. That's a 901, and he is just about a lap behind the Red Camels machine. And then in fourth place, it's QMF by HRT, the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation, who had a fantastic win back at the end of the last year, and it's in the amateur class of the Spa Special 12-hour endurance race of Porsche. It's Ghanem Al Ali in that one in 992. Still leading by a country mile. It's now Takis in the Leipert Motorsport machine. That's about 20 minutes ahead of second place Grant Donaldson, the 111 Racing. In GT4, it's Tudor Rachi, I think that is. It's in the AGMC Racing by Simpson BMW. That's lead, of course, was abdicated by the Ginetta a while ago when it in a massive conflagration. But second place is Harley Hout in the SOS Team Rennsport Porsche, and that gap is 1 minute 52 seconds. That's now below a lap. P-Max, so that one's getting close in GT4. That's really opening up, and of course in the TC there's only one car actually really running, and that's Nadir Zahur in the Asbest Racing 101 car. That's done 299 laps. The second best is the 102 car, the Asbest, which is having the gearbox change. That's on 229 laps, so he's just got a mere 80 lap lead.
That's pretty convincing. Yes, it is. Benji Gota in the Optima Motorsport McLaren, although running down in 17th after that delay they had in that machine, right on the back of the race leader, albeit several laps down, making, to be honest, a bit of a nuisance of himself to Luke Hartog. And clearly that McLaren is coming alive in the night time. Benji Gota driving it very well and really pushing at full maximum attack, whereas Luke Hartog's having to be a little bit more considered. He's got 26 laps on his tyres, which will not be helping. Benji Gota's got 9 laps on his tyres, so it might actually be sensible for Luke Hartog to say, on you go, I'll tuck in behind you.
Yep, I think there's a kind of there, but it's the tyre deg in these temperature conditions is just not something we know much about. But in fairness, it's not much the teams know about, because it's the first time they've run here with these new Michelin tyres. They've seen that the new ones are great, and then it's a plateau and then another drop. But how long is the plateau when the temperature is down low? And we look at tyre ages, and we've seen not a huge amount on it. The oldest tyre at the moment is 32 laps, which is on the track at the moment. We have seen older earlier at the front, which is Jonathan Hui on the Herworth Motorsport 80. So no one's really pushing them too far, and that's just down to the fact that they have this fantastic boost in the first few laps, which is just worth so much a time, and it's actually worth coming in and changing the tyres. It takes 20-22 seconds.
Yeah, it seems to be the way, and Benji Gota has indeed got past race leader Luke Hartog, not for the lead of the race, because he's several laps down, but that McLaren 720S doing a really good job, really quick piece of kit. And it just, I mean, talk about bad luck. I mean, having somebody drive into the side of you in the refueling area, you can't write it.
Now, that last lap round, look, Hartog 2:01, Daniel Harper 2 minutes flat, Harry King 1:59. So
1:59 dead as well.
Yeah, they're all pretty low on, so it's basically each a second faster.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's really, you know, it is going to ebb and flow the entire time.
It will, yeah. Harry King at the moment in third. He's just under a minute behind the second place car of Dan Harper. They're all both on fairly similar strategies. I think the pure racing car's got a bit more fuel on board, so if it stayed green, they could keep on trucking and go longer than everybody else. But at the moment, Harry King really pushing hard in that pure racing car to take full advantage of the conditions, which seem to suit the Porsche 992 GT3 R more than the new BMW M4 GT3 Evo, which was so strong in the warmer conditions. But it's great to see, you know, sometimes, well, particularly in the 24H series, where you've got a balance of drivers in the lineup. You've got full professional drivers, in some cases factory drivers, and drivers who race for fun. They race to win, but they race for fun, and it is not their occupation. And sometimes you have to take that into account, depending who's in the car, what the pace is. But between Luke Hartog, Dan Harper and Harry King, they're all on enough of a reasonable level, similar level, that they're going to be having a straight fight with one another on the, albeit not absolutely wheel to wheel on track right now, but it's a battle on the timing screens. Last time by, 2 minute flat 0.6 for Hartog, 2 minute flat 0.9 for Harper, 1:59.1 for Harry King on his last.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here, we're postulating, we're 8 hours 44 minutes from the end, and you know, things can just change in a second, as we've seen with several cars that seem to be having a lovely time, and suddenly they're pointing in the wrong direction in a barrier, or being attacked in a fuel station. Slightly further down in 9th overall in GT3, it's the Manamaya Energy by Vinny. Yeah, Ebimote, isn't it? Fabrizio Broggi, who's one of my absolute favourite people in the Creventic family. Fabrizio actually got married on the Michelin weekend 2 years ago, which was great fun. He has had a serious back injury for a lot of last year, and I think that year before they kind of pulled out of the series after picking up a GT3. Didn't end towards the back end. They're back and they're pushing hard, and they had their own problem here, where I can't remember his first name. Mr. Pappy couldn't make it, and so they've had to very last minute pull in one of the Porsche. I need to get my glasses out to read the name, because I'm
Patrick Niederhauser.
See, this is really all I need to say is say Porsche, and either you or John is going to tell me the answer. It's fine. You know, other manufacturers are available, but just don't have the same focus, do they?
I'm just doing the prep, Nick. That's all. That's all. That's all it is. It was the latest of late editions.
Yeah,
it was right on. I'm sure his name isn't on the beautifully printed team board above the pit wall.
The team boards, there's quite a lot of those that aren't correct. I mean, you've got the situation obviously with the 91 Herbert, where they added Alfred Brunauer about half an hour before qualifying.
Maybe they need to get the crayons out and draw it on.
So there's all sorts of things going on. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about Creventic. You know, if it's within the rules, you can change around. So for example, Herbert changed classes. They had lost a driver. They then put Albert in, and Alfred in, and they changed classes.
Harry King just held up a little bit with 201.4 last time by. He just got stuck behind the Paradigm Competition BMW driven by Darren Leung at the moment, but there's nothing wrong with the straight line speed of that BMW. But Harry now clear of that car at least, but then into even more traffic that he's got to try and get through. Such is the life of the top class running GT3 driver, and using liberal amounts of the real estate here at Dubai. There's plenty of room to use, so yeah, why not use it?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, what we've not really seen is some of the definition of track limits. We've seen a lot of people picking up penalties, which are for track limits. But are they, for example, three cars kind of went off the track because they were going past the back marker. Now, I suppose they could choose to stay behind, but will they get called for track limits for that, do you think? Because it's kind of like if we... Yeah, it was kind of, is there a force majeure to the track limits?
I'm sure that's what they would argue when they're hauled to race control.
You are the steward. What do you do?
No, thank you. Was what I would say. I would imagine there's a pit stop incoming for Scuderia Praha. The driver prepared, ready to go. It's Denis Wojcik at the wheel at the moment. It's not been the best day for Scuderia Praha. They sit in 24th at the moment, 9th in the Pro-Am class, but they're a top team. They won the Portimao 24 Hours 3 times. We're a real stalwart of 24H series racing. It's fantastic to have them back, and they'll be a factor for sure once we head to the European season.
They've entered in a very different way. They've entered in a way where they have a number of the drivers they promoted through their own program from Ferrari Challenge. When they were here before, they had a works Ferrari driver, Matteo Monicelli, who was the hot shoe. You know, he was faster than Joseph. You know, and then they also had the Czech owner as well. So they've come in a very different way, looking to divert the drivers from both Czech and Slovakia. So they've decided to do both parts of the old country. But you know, and I think it's an interesting change. Matteo Monicelli was I don't know if you've ever covered any of his races. He was the definition of Italian driver. He was unbelievably quick. He was very charismatic. He was also occasionally a little bit hot-headed. The point where he actually got a race ban from Creventic. Yeah, that's the face you make when someone gets a race ban from Creventic.
Wow. That's, yeah.
Well, a little bit aggressive.
A bit aggressive,
overtaking.
Yeah, well.
And of course, the situation, remember, is that in Creventic 4 or 5 years ago, the spread of speed was much greater. You know, the GT3 class, we get 100 cars, and there'll be 18 GT3s. And then, you know, there were 3 or 4 classes slower than the slowest class you see here. You know, we've had Clios going around, we've had 120 diesels, as Phil was talking about, you know, but it was a huge tail of cars which were way slower than the slowest car, well, apart from the TCs here. And he wasn't the most polite in getting past them. He did cause a couple of big accidents.
Yeah, it's. I like the way that we've got it this year with so many GT3s. You know, over 30 cars in GT3, 20 cars in Porsche 992 class, and so that's almost the whole field. You know, what's that, 80% of the whole field in very similarly paced machinery, and most of the GTX cars are capable of getting close to a GT3 pace. So the only thing is, though, is when you get if you get a professional driver in the slower class car and a non-professional driver in the faster class car, that can cause real confusion and difficulty in traffic. When I was watching trackside in one of my breaks earlier on, and seeing the little bits and pieces of confusion in the in traffic was really interesting. In fact, watching closely, I was watching Brendan Leach in the class-leading Lippert Motorsport GTX Lamborghini, and he was going quicker than quite a few of the GT3 cars. So, and having to make his way through traffic and trying to use the attributes of the Super Trofeo car as best he could, and was doing a top job from what I could see.
Brendan Leach obviously is a Super Cup expert, the Lamborghini Super Cup expert, but he is probably 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone else in that car.
At least.
And yeah,
that's what he's paid to be.
Exactly, and yeah. I think, you know, he knows how to get the most out of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. But the rest of the team is doing a stellar job, and that's why they're 8 laps ahead of the second place car in GTX with the Grant Donaldson 111 Racing. I don't know if it's 111, 111 or 111 Racing. I must find out how we're supposed to talk about them.
Well, don't you have 888 Racing in Australia? So I think it's maybe 111.
I think you're probably right, yeah. I think that's a very good call. Let's get inside the Australian psyche of how they use numerate.
You know what they've had today? They've had really good car speed.
Oh.
John Hindhaugh down in the pit lane.
Hello. Hello. It's still very pleasant down here in terms of temperature. You forget how loud it is. I mean, it's pretty loud in the booth. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm standing at pit in, and the Triple Eight, as you were talking about 3 numbers, Seb Lachaux Racing has just come in to the pit lane. This is full service, gentlemen. Driver has got out. Oh, and that was a very dismissive wave of the hand as he came in. The left hand and arm was pulled across his waist in front of him, waiting for the incoming driver to be bolted in. They were working on both sides. New driver, drinks bottle as well. Gotta love the way those Porsches take off. When you consider how tightly sprung they are, the back of the car really squats down as the 500 odd horsepower is released through the back wheels, and the rear engine, of course, helping with that getaway. Now let's see if I can have a quick word with the driver. They tend to... They either don't like me, Nick, or what they're doing is
well obviously
dashing straight
like
out the back.
Like
oh,
you,
hello.
No, it's 4 in the morning. They're going for a kip, to be honest.
Yeah, good point. That is a very good point. Penalty stopper as well is
number 30.
what car? Is that a Ferrari? No, it's a Porsche. Yeah, car collection Porsche, which had its problems earlier on, and that's gone by and heads down towards its pit garage.
Yeah, not been a good day for them at all, has it?
And other than that, it's quiet. No, not at all. Unlike them as well, they're normally pretty well sorted, and for whatever reason, it does seem as though they've had a less than. What would Ron Dennis have said? He would have said less than optimum.
Yes, I think he would. Yeah, suboptimal, absolutely.
Yeah. But other than that, it's pretty quiet. However, I've just seen Johnny Palmer. He's on his way to you with a cup of coffee. So give him 2 or 3 minutes to walk through the tunnel. And, oh, yes, I can see the marshals unfurling the purple flags.
Ooh.
Well, you say that, but actually, no, in fairness, John, you got in the pit lane and you had 3 cozies back to back to back.
It was cars on fire.
Yeah. No, but you were in the pit
I
lane.
wasn't in the booth.
You drove.
I wasn't in the booth.
Your aura gets expanded from the track.
Yeah. 2 cars ended up in the garage around John.
Exactly.
With McLaren and they were going fine before
I'm not sure who's chief jinx now.
I think there might be a Hindhaugh crash in there, particularly when he's in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think so.
It can't be the curse of the commentating, because I wasn't commentating.
Yes. He's perambulated us all.
The rictus of the reporter.
Careful with that one.
Driver change at the 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari 296. Driver insert there, getting pulled out as the slightly larger driver gets in.
There's a disappointing lack of red on that car, in fairness. I do love Scuderia Praha, but I would prefer to have more red on the car, to be honest. I'm a traditionalist with Ferraris.
I quite like it. I like that the kind of flat grey with a little bit of yellow accents on it. Very, very cool. It's very Valentino Rossi return to Yamaha winter test livery, to give a very niche reference.
That's
nerdy. You into
nerdy.
motorbikes?
I am.
You own a motorbike?
I did. I crashed it.
Yeah, so buy a new one.
It was like financial issue.
I'm just hearing nam. It was just teeing up right. That's what I'm hearing.
The next question to be: would you like a nicely used BMW 1000R?
It's a terrible, terrible thing. But Nick is actually going to have to wait to buy something stupid rather than just doing it the first time he wants to. Nightmare.
Okay. Pit stop coming. Couple of pit boxes up the pit lane from me, so I will.
Oh, you can saunter. You can't sashay. You can saunter though.
No, I can't sashay, mate. No one sashays other than you. It's in the contract. You know that. I know that. This is the Hoffa Racing 11 car that's about to come in, and here it comes. I can hear a rumble. That's been in the penalty box as well.
It's an Aston
stayed
Martin.
Out of the way. Oh, I tell a lie. It's an Aston Martin. That was so they were using somebody else's lollipop. This is the company here, Aston Martin. Well, that's not fair, is it? When you have the number and the colour of the number 11 car on the lollipop, and then the number 40. They absolutely have sold me. They've done me up like a kipper.
Although
Full
they have
service.
come to you.
Driver change. They're very good.
I'll get my coat. I actually will, because we're doing a quick swap in our broadcast booth in less than 90 seconds time.
Oh, that means it must be time for Bradley.
He's got his new Creventic Motorsport jacket on. I can see the orange flashes from our spot high up in the grandstand. The driver changes going on down there in the pit. So from John Hindhaugh to Joe Bradley, there you are. Thoughts, Nick, as we head off for our little break and switching over?
Well, we're going to disappear for a few hours, and I kind of feel we're going to, because of the reliability and the speed of these cars, we're going to come back to very, very similar leaderboard, but it could be shuffled in any one of the top 4 cars or 5 cars, could be in a different order. It's that close with those 4 GT3 Pro cars now leading overall. The Dynamic GT, the Almanar Racing Team by WRT, the Pure Racing car and the SMP, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Mercedes. Finally, that kind of structure of the classes coming to fruition with the greater through team quality of the pro teams now really beginning to pay off. So I think we're going to be seeing a very exciting race, but my main feeling about it is we're not going to know anything about what's going to happen to the last hour. So you'll all have to stay, watch all the... You're going to have a nap, you have an hour. That's all you're allowed to have. Come back and listen and see. But I'm about to have the excitement of handing firstly over to Phil Anson, and after that it's going to be wonderful and no longer sleepy Johnny Palmer.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon and PMAC, for a stellar 4-hour stint where they had multiple Code 60s, so we're not to blame anymore. Johnny Palmer, we are not to blame, as we have now almost had 1/6 of the race under Code 60.
I'd say we are now, or other people are as equally to blame for Code 60s as we apparently were. So, you can't get a perspective for commentary blame until everyone's been cycled through.
I think so, yeah.
And now we know that the Code 60s are not really picking anybody in particular, like they ever do.
Exactly.
You just get sometimes, some years, these types of races, don't you? And we've had better years with... or more fluid years with more cars, in actual fact, but it's just the luck of the draw sometimes. And
it is
arguably, to win a race like this is that more difficult to do than one that is just forever green.
Indeed, and I must give credit to Tim Gray up in London. John and I were discussing before Midweek Motorsport this week on this possibly being a distance record or not, and Tim said, or not.
Oh, and really? He was pretty adamant in that respect.
He was indeed, and Mr. Gray, I doff my hat to you.
What did he know?
Indeed, what does
he know is another question.
Entirely.
In the respect of knowing that it was going to be a stop-start year, maybe just something, an inkling, a clue on that entry list. Big field of GT3 cars. Maybe that tips the balance. Or maybe it's just as I say, luck. And sometimes you get cracking races in terms of overall distance.
Yeah.
This one is more about attrition and weaving your way through the various obstacles from start to finish, and they're all as warranted to win a big race to kick off the new motor racing season. So Luke Hartog in the Dynamic GT Porsche, he was in amongst that lead group being cycled through for the race lead when we were last on 4 hours ago. Dynamic still very much in the shake-up, as are Almanar Racing by Team WRT and Dan Harper back at the wheel there. Harry King driving the Pure Racing Porsche number 92. Is it all about those 3 cars predominantly? The Mercedes can't quite get into the provisional podium slots, but there are 2 of them, SMP Racing number 7 and the Winward Racing number 16.
Leader currently in the fueling station, and fresh set of tyres going on the Dynamic GT cars. We'll find out if they've done a driver change once they leave the pits, and Luke Hartog was at the wheel of that one. 37.9 seconds separated first from second, with 8 hours 27 minutes to go. 15 hours 32 elapsed time as the race continues, and the 777 Daniel Harper Almanar Racing back into the lead. let's have a look at those lead changes over the course of this. Almanar Racing by WRT have led three. Let's have a look at the part that I was trying to get to. There we go. Almanar Racing by Team WRT have led 107 laps, 99 laps for Dynamic GT, 66 laps for Pure Racing, 41 for Paradigm Competition, 29 for Winwood, 24 for Dragon, and 4 for Era Motorsports, and 1 from Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWN, and that was a 992 Cup car.
And that's one of the fabulous features on the timing system offered by Get Race Results. And timeservice.nl, the stats page. I mean, you can be lost in there for 30 minutes or so trying to work out precisely what everything is saying to you, but it's all good stuff. And a lot of the stuff is kind of forgotten from the early part of the race. So we knew that we'd had 2 relatively early code 60s, but it's always good to have the reference point for precisely why they were and for how long. So if you head to, firstly, the timing page, which is livetiming.getraceresults.com, and then there's a section for the 24H series which you get to with a /24H series. The results are there. They're not results yet, they're current standings, but there's also the tracker, the statistics, that's the page I'm talking about, race control messages, and the penalties as well, when they're issued and when they've been served, and it's all fabulous.
It keeps us on our toes, going through all of that information, along with our veritable pit reporters. Joe Bradley will be down in the pits, and Johnny, you're going to have a little sachet up and down the pit lane a little bit later on. The temperature is due to, it's 13.4 degrees at the moment. By the time you get down to pit lane, it'll be 11.
Okay, I'll take a jacket.
I think you might need one.
I'm just pleased that all seems to have been forgotten from the last time I was in a pit lane, which has got to be about 7 years ago for the 24H series, maybe more, in Mugello for the 12-hour there, in the days which still is split across 2 days, so not a 12-hour throughout, but a segment on the, as it was then, the Friday, and then the bulk of it on the Saturday. It runs as a Saturday-Sunday race these days. But yes, I think I was supposed to do something like 60 minutes in the Mugello pit lane. I lasted about 10 minutes and they pulled me out of there. Why is he shouting? I didn't know I was. So that's the first thing, is to make sure I don't shout, even though it's pretty noisy down there. Got to remember that these microphones don't really require that.
No, it's talking only, really. Just saw the McLaren get pushed back into the pit box. That was not what they want to have happen. Optimum Motorsport, Benji got there at the wheel. Currently in 15th position in GT3, and maybe that will be worth a little look. And it's not a standard pit stop. They have been changing discs and pads in the pit lane, and we've seen that from quite a few of the cars. The Porsche's changing front and rear discs, obviously because of the weight of the engine in the back. The rear gets a little bit more work than the front engine cars, but there's quite a lot going on, apart from the Audis, which means they only need to change front pads and they can run forever. They don't change discs as well. So lots of different things going on out there at the moment, and we'll keep an eye on the Optimum Motorsport McLaren and see when that comes back out on track. 15th in GT3 at the moment, and around about a lap behind the Ferrari of Into Africa Racing by Dragon. Zamin Jaffa, local driver here and an instructor at the circuit, at the wheel of that at the moment. Just trying to get our head around what has happened to the leaderboard. And it goes quiet a little bit now because we have a few more cars in the pits being repaired, and a little bit of quiet on the front straight.
Yeah, just checking the column that tells us about length of pit stops, because that'll give us an idea of cars that have been there for rather too long than we might have hoped. And, well, the first car that has been in for over an hour is the 495 Ginetta from Team CMR. Freddie Tomlinson's time is still ticking by. We're just over an hour and 20 minutes for that car to have been parked. And then 914's Porsche from Razzoon More Than Racing. That car's been there for a little over 2.5 hours now. Presumably the work on that car is continuing on. Joe Bradley, we're welcoming him back to pit road. Just before we get to you, Joe, there's been a lockup for Harry King in second position in the race, heading into turn 6 and 7. Controlled it well in the end, but that was quite a bit of tyre smoke coming from the 92. Not under pressure so much from the Porsche around the outside. How far away is Klaus Bachler? He's a fair distance back.
Fair distance, 27 lap-old tyres underneath Harry King. So.
Yes, and Klaus Bachler's just pitted. In fact, Harry is off the road again.
He's coming through the club link. He's coming through. He's got a problem with that car. He's come through the club link. This lap will not count as a race lap because he's coming to the pits. He's taken a shortcut into the pits. So a problem.
It's down on that front left side.
He's got a puncture.
So it's either a puncture or it's more substantial, as in it's a suspension that's failed. But that's definitely one to keep your eye on, Joe. It's the 92 all white with the yellow detailing Porsche from Pure Racing heading into pit road now. And I know that you're concerning yourself with the Ginetta as well, which I spoke about, that's been in the pits for an hour and 25 minutes.
The 92 has gone by, and it looks like it's got a puncture on the rear left.
Is it? Okay.
The car's just leaning across. It looked that way, and it's just he seems to he can certainly do 40 kilometres an hour without any problem whatsoever in the pit lane. He's just gone by. I'll check that one out. Now, you mentioned the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. That's car 33. Did you say that car has just come into the pits?
33 has been in the pits for 23 minutes. Is that? No, sorry. That's a car that's on a stint for 23 minutes. Let me get the right line. 5.5 minutes for Ben Goether's Optimum Motorsport car.
Yeah. All right. It's going to be in a lot longer than 5.5, 10 minutes. It looks like there's a big job going to come off here. As I was coming to you, and good morning, by the way, and good morning, everybody. There is something seriously wrong with this car. The driver is sat in the car. The car has gone up on its jacks. They've got the jack stands, the elephant feet jack stands are already deployed. And now the driver gets out. So he's been given the nod to get out, mate. You might as well. You're going to get a cramp by the time we've done whatever we're going to do. I'm going to pop behind the scenes.
It's Ben Goether, by the way, who's just got out of the McLaren. So Ben...
right, but the new driver got in. Because Ben Goether was at the back of the
Okay, so Ben brought it in. They'd already attempted a driver change, and the car's not gone much further from that point.
Trying to attract the attention of Rob Bell, I believe. Where's he gone? Yeah, I've got Rob Bell. He's gonna stifle my speculation and be able to tell us exactly what's happening. Good morning, Robert.
Oh, mate.
How are you? Middle of the night?
Bit of a
bugger. Right, mate. That looks like a big-ish job.
Yeah, unfortunately, we seem to have a problem. Obviously, we've stopped. We see it. There's a bit of fluid coming out the back, so we're just investigating at the minute. But, yeah, I think whatever happens, we're certainly out of the contention, obviously. But, look, we'll see what it is, and if we can do some more running, then we'll do that. But let's just see how we go for the next, sort of diagnose the problem first and then go from there.
I mean, I know you guys, certainly, you know, Sean's guys at Optimum come here to get on a podium. Is there still a challenge of a 24 hours of getting the car to the checkered flag, and do you guys still have that in your heart?
Yeah, of course it is. Every 24-hour race is tricky, and then, you know, especially these days, it's 24 one-hour sprints. You know, it's pretty full on, and we know these cars can do it, but it's always difficult when you've got one car in the field as well, you know, because we've seen a lot of cars retire, and it's a sort of numbers game really as to which manufacturer wins. So, but look, you know, we're really happy with what we've done up to now. The guys have done a great job here, and it's always a shame, but, you know, that's racing. 24-hour races are difficult, you know.
Rob, what we've done there is we've created a lovely, what we call in the business, segue into me talking to you about your new role. It's as if we've rehearsed that. Talking about numbers in the pit lane. Now, you've hung up your helmet, so to speak. We're not going to say, I'm not going to be interviewing you as a driver ever again, I would think. It scares me that you're that old to retire from driving, firstly, because I remember you in karts. But tell me, your new role with McLaren was recently announced. Firstly, what is the title and what is your job?
So I'm sporting director at Motorsport, so McLaren Motorsport. And my job's quite all-encompassing, so it's basically anything to do with sporting. So marketing, sales, performance, drivers, all of that comes under me. And, you know, it's quite a challenge to come from racing driver straight into that environment, but I've been around McLaren a long time, and ultimately, you know, I'm almost a fresh pair of eyes, and actually my biggest thing is I'm the eyes and ears of the customer as much as anything. And you know, my biggest part of the role is speaking to our customers, speaking to our team, speaking to our partners, and relaying that back to head office and try and make our products bigger and better for the future. And that's, like I said, a big task, a big challenge. I'm massively out of my comfort zone because, as you say, I've been a driver, professional driver for 20 years. And I'm finding out quite quickly that it's quite easy being a driver in some respects. And look, yes, I've taken myself off the factory roster, but never say never. Never. A racing driver never hangs his helmet up completely. So, you know.
You're not that old, mate. There's still a little bit in there, Rob. So, I mean, when you say for McLaren, is that GT or does that extend to Formula One even?
Just the GT side, yeah.
So you kind of erred on perhaps top of the jobs list. We want to see, the people over there in the grandstand want to see, the people at home want to see, I want to see, and I know you want to see more McLarens in every pit lane, and certainly this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that is key, really. And, you know, we're a niche brand in some respects, in a marketplace full of the big boys. You know, let's all be honest. You know, will we ever be able to compete with the financial might of Mercedes and BMW? Definitely not. However, our brand is unique, very, very special, and we're very proud of it. But the challenge is just getting more cars out there. And look, you know, having teams like Optimum supporting us and working together with them and creating success. You know, don't forget, I say we can't take on the big boys. I mean, in general, in our might of finance. But we were on pole at certain 24-hour race this year in France, last year. So we know the product can do it, and it's just building that reputation and building that brand. And yes, the more customers you have, the more chance you've got, you know.
I mean, GT3's becoming a part of the Le Mans 24 Hours must have been a massive thing for a GT3 manufacturer. I mean, McLaren weren't represented at Le Mans. They were unable to be represented unless they spent an absolute fortune. Now everything's in place to be part of that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we've got to run with it. We've just got to keep building and just, as you say, you know, it's we've got the heritage. We've got all the ingredients are within our group. We know that. We've seen it. So we're quite confident in that respect. We've just got to persevere, you know, and as a car automotive group, we've been around 10, 11 years, you know, so we're still learning, but our rate of learning is quite steep. So we learn quickly. The product's there. Customers tell us they love driving the car. They love the feeling that they get from it. And that's something that you can't necessarily engineer. So again, we've got the heartbeat, we've got that passion. We've just got to forge ahead, and you know, it's exciting times, and it's something that you know, like I said, it's a big challenge, but that's what we're all here for. You know, we love a challenge, so I'm happy where I am, and yeah, like I said, working hard to make things better and improve.
It sounds also, Rob, on a personal level for yourself, you're certainly not. You haven't sort of steered you into a desk job at all. There, you're going to be where the brake dust is. Pretty much, you're going to be there face to face with customers. Customers could be drivers. There's like you say, I'm just thinking about it there. There's a lot what you've just mentioned there that you're going to have control of.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, like I said, like you've just said, my job is on the coalface. You know, I need to be at the track to understand what's good and what needs to be better. And if I'm honest, I've been at a racetrack since I was 9 years old. So, you know, I'll always be at the track in some capacity. But yeah, this opportunity was a great one for me. You can't be a racing driver full-time forever. And look, you know, we know that young talent's coming through, young British talent. Not just British, we are a global brand, you know. But you can feel, you know, the hot breath of the young talent breathing down my neck. So, you know, I knew when it was time, at that highest level, to stand aside and let the young guys come through. And, you know, I'm happy with that decision, to be honest. Standing here now, am I itching to get in the car? Absolutely.
That was my next question.
Absolutely. Look, you know, once a racer, always a racer.
But I'm fat and old, mate, and I'd still have a bash.
Exactly. Oh, good to hear it. But, you know, life's about opportunities and challenging yourself. And like I said before, you know, I am out my comfort zone in a lot of areas, but I think I've got a lot to offer in my experience. So just using all of that to have my next career.
Great stuff, Rob. It's been lovely seeing you. I hope your dad and everybody at home's okay, I think.
All good. And, yeah, let's see what happens a bit later on here. But
off you go then, get some more McLarens for the pit lane. There you go, Rob Bell. Yeah. Great to see you, mate. And if they probably needed an interpreter there, we nearly slipped into Northeast.
There was a certain degree of accent that's probably brought out from the two of you.
When you come together with somebody, I mean, Rob's from Newcastle and I'm from Sunderland, so but when you come together with somebody like that and you relax with each other, because I've known Rob since he was 9 years old in a pit lane or in a kart track, you kind of sometimes edge into that colloquial accent, don't you?
It's very infectious, as is, though, the enthusiasm from Rob Bell, and it's always great to get him on for a good 5-minute segment to know what he's doing. And, yeah, it's unfortunate that we met up with him with the McLaren with difficulties, but it could be the start of something pretty big regarding the 24H series, so that's going to be an exciting story to follow. Another team that we've been, or I certainly have been paying close attention to, is Seb Lajou Racing, a team that I know, well, having covered a couple of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux races. Now, Seb Lajou is not necessarily a team you would associate with those three countries. It's very much a French team, and they've brought some of their regular drivers and also some young French talent with them too, which I've been really fascinated to see because they were strong in the qualifying sessions yesterday. I'm delighted to say that Alex from the team running their social media basically has joined us in the commentary box. What's your family name, first of all?
Herbin.
Herbin.
Yeah.
So Alex Herbin.
That's it.
From Seb Lajou Racing. Welcome to the Radio Show Limited network of channels and to our global broadcast centre. You do a bit of commentary back in France, I understand.
Yeah, this year I was lucky to comment in Ultimate Cup Series in GT, prototype and single-seater races. So I met Seb Lajou last year here in Dubai when I was working with Benjamin Pack, who drives this year with TFT Racing, and we just saw he's on board. And I saw Seb Lajou in Ultimate Cup last year, and this year he decided to invite me here to work with him on social media, so I'm really happy, and I'm really happy to be with you now to comment this race and to be a little bit in the commentary box. Last time I was in commentary box, it was in Le Castellet in November.
Okay.
So I miss this place.
Yes, I can understand that because you know, we always like to be active in motor racing, and if you're not quite good enough to drive, then the next step is maybe to talk about it and potentially to criticise people that are far better than you. But you know, we can take the position where we know a little better because we knew a car was there before the contact. It's an easy place to sit, in truth, to be more knowledgeable. When I go to Le Mans, and when there's a big support race for Porsches, I then understand how much talent there may possibly be in France. They often include some Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland in those races and maybe some Benelux as well. But there's a lot of untapped talent, as we might say, in the France Championship. And two names that have stood out for me so far, Mathis Jobert and Louis Perrault, who were the stars in their qualifying sessions yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit more about those guys?
Yeah, first for Mathis is a really young driver, really talented, as you say. This year he finished second in the championship behind the Porsche Junior driver Alessandro Givetti.
Yes.
And next year he will for sure do LMP2 with Idexport and with former Formula 1 driver Logan Sargent and Jamie Chadwick. So really strong lineup. It's a really good opportunity for him, for sure. And he will drive in Le Mans. So his first Le Mans, he was in Le Mans last year, 2 years ago in 2023, because now we are in 2025, for the one meeting of Porsche Carrera France. But this year he will be in Le Mans. And yeah, Mathis is really fast. He knows really well this 992 Cup, and maybe he will do another season in Cup, but we never know. So for sure he's with Idexport, and we'll see the rest of his program. And yeah, we have Louis, who is next professional sim racer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he paces to sim racing, to real driving in 2020, and he won the Porsche Sprint Challenge in France in 2021, and then he came to Porsche Carrera France, and now he is driving for Schumacher CLRT. So a great team in Porsche Carrera Cup universe now, and yeah, they are really strong drivers. They will help Seb Lajou Racing this weekend to be on top of the class. For the moment, we are fighting for the podium. We are P3. So yeah, it's because of them first, because of the rest of the team, for sure. But yeah, they are talented drivers, and as I said to you before, we are other Porsche Carrera France drivers here with Benjamin Pack in TFT Racing, and all the TFT Racing lineup comes to Porsche Carrera France, because Jérôme Baudry was in Pro-Am, and Jordan Boisson and Patrick Charlet was in AM category in Porsche Carrera France. And in GP Racing team, we have Victor Bernier, who finished third in Porsche Carrera France rookie category. So in this paddock, we have a smells like Porsche Carrera France paddock.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that we've now got Michelin tyres in this championship as well, it's a tyre that everybody should be used to coming out of a one-make championship like Carrera Cup. I think they're using precisely the same tyre, in fact. So has that been, when you've spoken to the drivers, has that been very beneficial for them to have some knowledge of how the car is going to behave?
Yeah, they don't have to understand a new tyre. Like, for example, last year we had some uncooked tyres, and for Benjamin Pack, for example, in Seb Lajou Racing, it was different. He had to learn how to use it, how to manage it during qualifying or during a stint in the race. This year, the old drivers know how to use the Michelin tires, so it's really good for them. It's a good thing also for gentleman drivers. It's they have to learn the track, they have to learn the endurance, because Jordan or Jérôme come to sprint races. It's really not the same, even when it's a 24 hours race. So yeah, it's a good thing for them, and it's a benefit thing to don't have to learn too many things. And tires, we know in motorsport, it's really important thing. So yeah, it's good to be in Michelin for them.
There are many differences from a sprint race in Carrera Cup to coming to do a 24-hour race, but I mean, one of the key ones is you're not the only person in the car. You've all of a sudden got to share it with 3 or 4 other people, and they may not like the car set up the way that you do, so there's a bit of compromise there. And then there's the racing around the clock thing, as in most Carrera Cup races are held in the daylight or kind of into the evening, whereas somebody who's early 20s in early on in their racing career, they will not be used to driving, for example, at 3 minutes to 5 in the morning. So this is all very quick lessons that they have to get right in their mind. However, once they do that, it's useful for maybe a career moving forward into a 24-hour race career.
Yeah, it's really important to learn it as soon as possible in a career. And yeah, it's really important to manage well this moment. For example, Louis, it's his really first endurance race. He worked with Seb Lajou Racing in Le Castellet during the 2024 Ultimate Cup final, but they have some issues, so race was shorter than expected. But yeah, Louis has to learn. Benjamin did race last year, Mathis too. So 2 years ago, Mathis in 2023. So Mathis, for example, gives some advices to Louis to learn it. And yeah, it's a little bit special in the team because, you know, Mathis worked with Martine Bayalmeras and Louis with Schumacher CLRT, two big teams in Porsche Car Conference. And then here with Seb Lajou, they are together, so they have to work together. It's not usual for them, but they work really well. And it's important for them to work well as pro drivers and then to coach well the gentleman drivers. So, we have two strong lineups. Unfortunately, we had some issues with 992 during the beginning of the night, and that's it. That's the race, unfortunately. But we are still in the match for the podium with the 888, and we are still in the race with the 992. So there are 8 hours to do.
Indeed, still a big chunk of the race still to go on. And for your race, what are your major jobs that you have to do? The social media, effectively, for all of the drivers within Seb Lajou Racing.
Yeah, my job is to do social media. My job is to do also some stories where I speak, because, you know, it's one of my job to speak, and it's the reason why I'm here. So Sebastian really wants to be a great team this year and to be famous for sure, because it's always important to be present on social media. And he asked me to do some videos to just talk about the daily life of the team, to be inside the team and to present our activities, what we are doing when drivers are on track, when we are doing, when we are on off session. So yeah, I have a lot of work, but I have the time to be here, and I'm so happy.
Well, your first time ever speaking on air in English as well, which you wouldn't, to be honest, I would not have guessed that, because it feels like you've been doing this for years.
Thank you.
So congratulations on that as well, and thank you for coming to see us, Alex. All the best for your two Seb Lajou Racing cars for the rest of the race. So that's the 888 car. I have to remember this because normally a Porsche Carrera Cup car in this race is numbered with a 9. But there's one that's not, and that is the 888, which has Stéphane Perrin and Mathis Jobert, as we've mentioned, Alexandre Leroy, Seb Lajou and Louis Perrault. So they're both in the same car there. And then the sister car is the 992, isn't it? Which is a great Porsche number to have on your door. We'll keep an eye out for them. Alex, thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you for having me.
And all the best for your 2025 motorsport career. So 8 hours to go, and we're not too far away now from daylight. 2 hours and 5 minutes or so. The full moon, though, is dominant in the skyline. 386 laps completed for Klaus Bachler in his Dynamic GT Porsche. He hasn't done all of those laps, of course. It's been a shared process, but perhaps unsurprising to have the Austrian in for these key hours in the middle of the night. Ben Tuck in the Chasing Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW M4 is 55 seconds adrift, but remaining on the lead lap. Then the Paradigm Competition BMW M4 number 991. Darren Young is currently driving that, ahead of two Porsches, 92 and 91. Pure Racing's Alex Nessov and Jake Pedersen in the Herbert Motorsport car. Then it's Vitaly Petrov for SMP Racing in their Mercedes number 7. A similar AMG is in 7th position for Sergei Stolyarov and Winward Racing. Two Herbert Motorsport Porsches, Antares O and Chris Breuer, 80 and 269. And then Sergei Nikolai in the Manamauri Energy Porsche completes the top 10. And there is a quick reminder of who is in which car as well. Hassart just outside the top 10 with their Audi R8 LMS. That is the best of the cars with the 4 rings. Then it's the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes. Zach Robichon driving that. Jake Hill in behind. We had his dad Simon Hill during our last shift for a good old catch-up. Jake Hill, the current British touring car champion, and will be defending that title in 2025, driving the 81 Ferrari. Then Roman Andriolo for Haupt Racing Team, and it's Timo Rumpkeil in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes AMG. There are plenty of AMGs still in the race. They're just not in the key places at this point in time. Axel Jeffries into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing Ferrari is in 16th position. Then the MP Racing Mercedes, number 19, is 17th. Another Dragon Racing car is a further Ferrari 296, number 88, 18th. Uber Motorsports Porsche 19th, ahead of the Proton Uber competition entry 969 is in 20th position. On the next slate, we'll get to the 992 front runners, but not before we've mentioned the EBM Aston Martin Vantage. Yes, EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport aligned with the British mark this year in 21st place. Then it is Munkong Satyen Terakul in the he drives the EBM car, beg your pardon. And then we've got Mathieu Detry in the lead 992 car for Ajit Kumar Racing. So 901 leading the 992s. Then it's Ivo Broikers for Red Camel, second. And the best of the 992 AMs is Ben Pack, who we've just been talking about with Alex from Seb Lajou Racing. Ben Pack, a big talent again from TFT Racing, and the 911 car doing well to be the leader in the AM part of the 992s. Lucas von Eindhoven in the Tierra Outdoor Racing Porsche 912 is 4th in the 992 division. Couple of stray GT3s next. Miroslav Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari and Mathis Lismont for the Come To You Aston Martin. We started the race with only one of those two Astons from Come To You. Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi in the QMMF by HRT Porsche is 5th in 992, ahead of Louis Perrault for Seb Lajou, 888. Gabriel Permont for GP Racing Team is 30th and 7th in the 992 class. Then it's the Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Christopher Zirkling Porsche, 32nd. We'll get there in a moment on our graphic. 32nd, there it is, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, not in a good way, and Ben Goethe brought that in probably 20 minutes or so ago now. Joe had a good catch-up with Rob Bell, and Rob didn't sound particularly hopeful that that car would, well, be rejoining the race at all, but certainly not in a hurry, ahead of the 7x7 racing car, which is the 989 33rd. Then GWR Australia's GT3 Evo is 34th. The dual racing by Uber Porsche 35th, the 950 car. Another Fulgenzi entry, which is another Porsche, is 36th, ahead of the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. The HRT Performance Porsche 928. Car Collection Motorsports Porsche and an HRT Performance 911 GT3 completes the top 40. Onward we go to find the second Seb Lajou Racing car 41st. The GTX leader is still the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. It's been there for a long, long time. In fact, has it ever been headed?
Since the get-go.
I didn't think there'd been a change in GTX, so they haven't had it all their own way. I know there was quite a bit of front-end damage they needed to repair with the wrong colour tape. Yes, as Joe pointed out. But they're still in 42nd and still leading GTX. In fact, our graphic suggests they are the winner of GTX. They're not quite there yet, though. 930 is 43rd. Then the 111 racing car, another GTX machine, indicated by the orange background on its number. 438 is the GT4 race leader. That's a BMW M4 GT4 G82 from AGMC Racing by Simpson. SRS Team Zorg Rennsports Porsche 718 Cayman is its nearest rival. Then the Mullner Motorsport gang from Belgium, just up the road from Spa Circuit. Continental TTR Racing with their Toyota GR Supra 48th. The Vortex, is the Vortex still running? I know it's illustrated in 49th place and is still doing laps in the hands of Gilles Courtois. And then the Speed Lover Porsche, which has been in the wars at various times, but 978 is also still pounding round. Asbest Racing is the TCE leader. That's a TCX as Seat. Nearly said Cupra there, but that is a proper Seat for Nadir Zahour. Team CMR's couple of cars, their Ginettas are. They're both in the pits, though, for the G56, GT4 and the GTX. Also in the pits, Razzoon More Than Racing's Porsche. The second of the Asbest TCRs is still circulating. Well, it's not in the pits, at least. It's a number of hours down, but they are still going round. 414 Razzoon's Porsche 718 Cayman, and then several cars parked up in the pits. The SRS Team Zorg Redsport 127, we covered that at the time. WS Racing's BMW M4 number 470, 58th place, but not currently partaking in the 24 Hours of Dubai. Same story for the Team Parker Racing Bentley and the Graf Racing LMGT Rossa. Team Motor Park Mercedes, we lost that very early on after an incident coming out of one code 60, and it created the next. The JBM Porsche is a retirement, and the Come To You Racing Aston, the Tresor Attempto Racing Audi, neither of those cars even started the race at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. 5 o'clock in the morning now on day 2 of the 20th edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. You're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Johnny Palmer and Phil Anson in the commentary box, and Joe Bradley in the pits. You've been waiting patiently, Joe. I thought you'd actually gone.
Sorry, Johnny, I nodded off. I nodded off there. No, mate, I forgot. I butted in, didn't I, when you were doing the hourly update? It was just to update you on the Pure Racing car, the Pure Racing Porsche, I should say, that came by you with a puncture, and that's all it was. So as it went by, I thought that's all it was, and I've confirmed that it was, and it was delayed very, very slightly in the pits, the time it took to change a set of tyres. So I'm thinking you guys will be able to tell us exactly how much time that lost in the pits with that puncture. Yes, it's put them off schedule with tyres, but they will have taken the opportunity to fuel as well. So they're now on a different kind of schedule with regards to fueling and tyres.
Phil's just checking that. He's got so many screens over to my right. A very snazzy laptop that you've got with you this weekend as well, which has a screen and then half a screen as part of the keyboard. I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. And he's still checking. Almost got too much information.
There's way too much information for me to deal with. It wasn't a long stop, 4:08, so they got that done pretty quickly. Yes, mate.
Phil, does that indicate that they did take on fueling if it was?
Well, that's their pit-only time. Well, they may well have done a splash and dash. I didn't see it on the screen, so I can't confirm or deny that fact. Sir.
The 4:08, if it did go into fuel, it would be included, wouldn't it? Because the timings, the timing that we get for the pit stop, once it's been completed, is from pit in to pit out.
Yes.
And the fueling is within those 2 points.
It is, because that's not counted as driver time, so that's...
Yeah.
That's the way that works. Just been following a couple of things. Our leaders at the moment, Klaus Bachler in the Dynamic GT car and Ben Tuck in the Almanar Racing car. After 16 hours and 11 minutes, they are separated less than a minute. Same goes with the 992 category. Aegis Kumar Racing and Red Camel Jordans were also separated by less than a minute in the 992 category. So leaders of the categories, there's only 1 minute that's separating them at the moment. But that, after this amount of time,
I know,
this amount of code 60s, that is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, we often get to 2/3 into the race, and some lively battles are still ongoing, still very difficult to predict. And it just shows that how the regulations have been written, both technical and sporting regulations by the 24H series, they're getting some stuff absolutely spot on for another year. It's been a terrific run at this event to provide close racing, and not just for the opening hour, but for the 24. Naturally, some cars do a little better than others across the piece, and one may get, you know, a number of laps lead, but we're still in a position where there are 3 cars very definitely still involved.
Yeah.
A pure racing car, I'm including in that. Paradigm competition with some work to do. But with every pit stop, for those top 4 cars, the order changes.
As it has done all the way through.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
And sometimes, you know, a certain car may get a big enough lead so that even when it does a pit stop of 4 minutes, it doesn't lose the lead. We're nowhere near that at this stage, so it keeps us guessing, and it refreshes the timing screen every hour, or probably more often than that, because cars have got out of sequence with one another.
Yeah, with the code 60s and everything else, and yeah, absolute team manager's nightmare with the amount of slow running that we've had, is to try and get this car into a position when you can attack when the sun rises in just under 2 hours. And 7:06 is when the sun is due to pop its head above the horizon here in Dubai. We can't wait for that.
Well, I'd hope there'll be a little bit of light building before proper sunrise.
Well, we don't get, like twilight, we don't get that either. It's sort of, it's the guy at the light switch again.
So it's dark, 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 and then all of a sudden there pops the sun out of nowhere. And yeah, the dimmer switch is ramped up very swiftly indeed. Makes the, if you are put forward for the transition stint, then that's slightly easier than other locations, I suppose.
Yeah.
Klaus Bachler back across the line, leading what is displayed at the moment as a lap, but it's closer than that. It's about a minute, I reckon, back to Ben Tuck's Al-Manar Racing by Team WRT, BMW M4. So Porsche versus BMW, 2 of them, second and third. Best placed Mercedes is in 5th. Ferrari struggling to get up there. There are a couple of them in 14th and 15th positions, one of which, in fact, the 15th place car has just come into fuel. Jake Hill clambers out of it for Era Motorsport and is now with Joe.
I'm standing in front of a current British touring car champion. Jake, that was then. This is now. You've just got out of the car. You guys had a bit of a character building start of this race. Did that kind of take the pressure off you guys, and you just had to get on with it?
The pressure was never on. You know, it's our first race weekend as a team. You know, it's obviously my first ever GT race, so first time ever racing a GT3 car, and you know, there's no pressure's not on. Just go and do you. You know, it's a new program. We're just here to try and do the best we can as a team, learn, and you know, just keep carrying that momentum forward.
So give us an idea, and especially give the fans an idea. You know, the British fans are used to seeing you driving your Wessery BMW. Here you are in a GT3 Ferrari. There's a big difference there, isn't there? Performance levels on pretty much every area.
Huge, yeah. I mean, obviously a massive performance difference. The main one being, to be honest, is, you know, all the driver aids that we've got on this car. You know, all the ABS settings, all the traction settings that you can play with, and you know, the British touring car has absolutely zero. But obviously another big factor is, you know, the aerodynamics of the car. You know, I've never really had to work with sort of aero wash before when in the high speed. So, you know, it's all a little bit different. It's all a learner, but, you know, I've spent a lot of my sitting there behind Harper, who, you know, Dan is a friend, and obviously he's a very, very good racing driver for BMW. So, yeah, proud to stay with him the whole way, and, yeah, I'm proud of my first stints there.
In fairness to you, Jake, you seem to have got this natural ability to be quite diverse. I mean, you've driven a Formula 1 car here, didn't you? I forget what it was. Was it a Tyrrell or something?
Ensign, 73 Ensign. Yeah.
Ricky Von Opel's car, yeah. Correct. I mean, as a young driver as well, that does it seems to come easy to you, does it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I can jump in anything and be, you know, on the pace, I suppose, within 5 laps, and that's, you know, that's what it means to be a professional racing driver. You know, you get in, you do the job. That's why people hire you, and that's why, you know, you do what you can. So, yeah, I mean, I think my adverse driving skills in other stuff has definitely paid dividends, because it just allows you to jump in and just do the best you can.
And from this race point of view, you know, I've seen your car coming through the field, and all right, we've still got a few hours to go. I mean, that's got to be at the back of your mind to be in contention for those steps.
To be honest, you know, when we looked at the timing and we knew that P3 and Pro-Am is on, big sends. Let's try and get it done. So, you know, the whole crew's behind us. The Ferrari's running really well at the moment. I'm absolutely loving it there. You know, when you're in clear air, you're at low twos, which is what all the pro guys are doing. So, yeah, you know, I'm really pleased with the stint. And Kyle's in now, the team owner of ERA, and hopefully he can pull a good stint in to just keep us in that contention.
All right, Jake, it's middle of the night. You've just got out of the car. You're hot and sweaty. I would imagine your brain's not slowing down at all. What will you do now as a race driver?
Yeah, I mean, I'm I've got a pretty bad backache because we didn't have time to have a seat made for me. So a little bit of physio, just work that out, get some food, and then try and just get a little bit of kip again.
How long will you sleep?
I don't know when I'm next in, so I don't know how long I'll be asleep for, but half an hour is good.
Ought to be young again. Well done, Jake. Great stint, and we hope to see you boys continue in that path. This car really has come back into contention, wasn't it? I'd kind of written it off in my head at the start of this race, and yet here it is. Did I see 12th? Where this car is at the moment?
It probably has been in 12th
15th
on the race.
currently.
It's currently 15th, but yeah, but there's some
15th,
fluctuation
right,
within that, you know, early teens, if you like, and just outside the top 10, depending on who's pitting and who needs fuel. So just like we've got some fluctuation in the top 4 places every 20 minutes or so, the same thing's happening in little chunks further down the order as well.
Yeah, ERA Motorsport currently 4th in Pro-Am, so he's aiming towards that 3rd place at the moment, about a lap shy of the Into Africa Racing by Dragon, currently running 3rd with Axel Jeffries behind the wheel. Great battle shaping up for the Pro-Am, the AM as well. And our leading AM car currently in the fuel bay is, our leading AM car, is currently in 4th place overall.
Yeah, again, not sure many people would have expected that, but the 2nd place AM car is within the top 7 as well.
Yes, Herbert Motorsport and Tazal at the wheel. Just noted, we have a young man by the name of El Bamba behind the wheel of the El Bamba Motorsport car. He's just done that team's fastest lap of the race of 59.604. That team will be heading down to the Yas Marina circuit next weekend. Unfortunately, Earl won't, because he may have some other duties to do at the Raw at Daytona.
Yes.
So that he can continue his merry way on his IMSA Championship Challenge.
But again, it strikes you at the adaptability of a quick race car, a race driver rather. We've been talking to Jake Hill, who can clearly get into most things and be quick within 5 laps, as he said. Earl Bamba has been racing Cadillacs in the World Endurance Championship, and when given the opportunity in IMSA as well. But he comes from very much a Porsche background, as do the EBM team. So they're given this Aston Martin, and there's a story obviously about the connection there for this weekend, but it's really not taken Earl very long at all to get on board that car. Clearly conditions are just about as best as they can be. We're in the middle of the so-called happy hour now, so temperatures are pretty cool if you're wandering around the pit lane, as Joe is doing, but the race cars and engines very much enjoy that drop in temperature, where they can work with a little less stress and a little less heat around, so just their performance improves as a result.
Indeed. Just going back to Earl Bamba, native New Zealander, currently lives in Kuala Lumpur, and that's why he's recruiting drivers from that area, from the Asian continent, as we can see with Mungkong Sira. It's early in the morning. Mungkong Sathan Thirikul and Tanat Sathan Thirikul and Sebastian Santoso, all coming out of the Asian Championships. So he's keeping a close eye on that and building his team up very nicely indeed. And those guys will be back down at Yas for the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend on Sunday.
Alex Fontana's just brought his car into pit lane. Don't think they did a driver change, but we'll be able to update you on that just as soon as the car re-emerges at the end of pit road. That's the number 30 Car Collection Motorsport Porsche that also has Roman Mavlanov and Viktor Plekhanov in the driving lineup, together with Matej Knies and Damir sight of. So Car Collection Motorsport with a very international field. Alex Fontana, I think, has driven for them before. They're in the Pro-Am division of GT3. Car Collection again with some history with Audis in the past, but they made the shift to Porsche a couple of seasons ago. 311 is still pretty busy at this time of the morning.
Never does get not busy.
No.
It just doesn't.
It's, I mean...
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Dubai operates.
Slightly lighter traffic by about 2 cars compared to when we got this thing going at 1 o'clock. And there have been some big incidents at turn 10 earlier on in the race. Notably the 414, which had a brake failure going into that very rapid approach to turn 10. The Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche and Dominic Olbert, who thankfully was able to walk away from that, but it will have been a big shock to him and a big shock to everyone in the team. Amazingly, they got the car repaired though.
And he kept his driver banned, and that's what he was really happy about.
Indeed.
Indeed. And yeah, the early incidents on lap 44, the 990, ending up underneath the start-finish gantry after heavy impact of the wall on driver's left on the exit of turn 16. And Kiwami Katayama was okay and getting out that car, and then he came out of that code 60 and we went straight into another one with the Team Motor Park number 5 AMG taking avoiding action on from one of the other cars, the number 81, where we think it was having trouble releasing the code 60 signal. And unfortunately for the Team Motor Park, it was a hard impact into the wall just past turn 2. And that was our second code 60. But as we look at our statistics now, we're on 14 code 60s. And so it's really interrupted the race. 3 hours, 42 minutes of slow running, which has sort of reset it many, many times. And I think the team manager's abacus may be getting worn out.
Yeah,
with them trying to calculate how to position yourself once that sun comes up and we get into the third stanza of this race.
Yeah, 14 code 60s in a little over 16 hours of racing, so it's about 1.14 a code 60 every 1.14 hours, which was not the record we were trying to achieve.
No, not indeed.
In an attempt to get north of 628 laps. But as we've already stated, as we came back, in fact, sometimes, some years, races just are like that.
Yeah.
It is steadily getting slightly less populated out there, and that will be a delight for the race leaders like Klaus Bachler in his dynamic GT car, the 777, which is currently being driven by Ben Tuck. He's in the first sector of 3, so venturing around turn 6 now as we speak in the Almanar Racing backed WRT offering. BMW's both the Paradigm competition and the Almanar racing cars are the newest version of the M4 GT3 with the Evo, and they'll be pleased, I'm sure, with a semi-new car to be fighting there, with a couple of cars still in contention for the overall victory, one of which is a GT3 AM lineup. That's the Toby Sowery driven car, 991, which is in 5th place. But this shootout between Porsche and BMW and potentially Mercedes wasn't that long ago when we were kind of ruling out the AMGs, but Vitaly Petrov in SMP Racing's car now into the top 4 positions. It's getting better and better.
Indeed, albeit 3 laps behind Klaus Bachler at the moment. By my count, Johnny, we've got 10 non-runners at the moment.
Okay.
Around about 10 non-runners that have parked the cars and pulled the garage doors down due to damage, etc., etc. We may see the McLaren, but we're not sure if that's going to be back out again. We'll see what they can do. Yeah, around about 10 cars from the 62 that started the race. And so we've thinned it out a little bit out on the circuit, which is possibly making the running now a little easier because you're not battling traffic everywhere. You've got some clear air to cool the front, cool the tyres, keep the car temperatures under control, even though it is absolutely Arctic out there at the moment. It's almost into single figures.
Still not chilly. I mean, relatively speaking, I get what you're saying, but you know, Joe will still be out there in shorts. I think he is. He's got a big coat on.
I told him he had to wear one down there.
Yeah, well, maybe he's heeding that advice now and realising that it's perhaps a little chillier than he was expecting down at ground level. But this is great for tyre wear and also for normally aspirated engines, particularly. The Porsche, with such a power plant, continuing to lead the race. It's a turbocharged BMW straight 6 in the M4, the Almanar Racing example, and the Paradigm competition car. Pure Racing Porsche running in third with Alexei Nesov. And just being brought into pit lane is the Treble 1 Grant Donaldson driven IRC GT. This Australian car built in Queensland and still running second in GTX. It must be mightily frustrating to know you've got a good car, but you just cannot get close enough to the Lamborghini Huracan, which has bossed the GTX category from the off. The Lippert Motorsport crew of Germany, with Don Yount, the American, driving car 710. So they've yet to be headed, the Lippert Huracan. The IRC is certainly just waiting there for any kind of misstep. The problem is 10 laps separate the top two in GTX.
Yeah, the IRC's had a couple of longer than normal pit stops. We did see it getting pushed back into the box, I think, at one stage for a quick repair that couldn't be done on the apron. And so it's heading off down into the fuel bay now. Vortex 2.0 running third in GTX, albeit a few more laps behind. Gilles Cortez as at the wheel of that car. We're going to see two of those down at the Abu Dhabi Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend. When we talked to Lionel Amarouche when the car was launched at the previous 12 Hours of Kuwait, he was saying that they're building this brand new full carbon car as to sell, and to they worked out what they needed to do with all of the from the Vortex 1.0. And they've built a stunning looking car. Sounds awesome with the 6.2 litre LS3 in it. And they've got the reliability that they didn't have in the original car. And that's why this car is now a real force in GTX. And great to see them out running and also building the car for customers. And if you can do well in one of these races, that will sell a car.
Yeah, for sure. The spotlight is on it as so many people are tuned into this race. It's a great time to hold a motor race because there's very little else happening in the motor racing world. We're obviously in the build-up to Daytona, but that doesn't get going in anger until next weekend. So a good time to expose a new car to the market. And I'm sure every time that goes through shot, if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, one or two are going, what's that?
Exactly.
What's the 111 car? I can't really identify it. And then people start reading about it. And yeah, the fact that it's got a 6.2 litre V8 will draw in a lot of fans.
Indeed it will. And as you were talking about the motor racing, it doesn't stop here in the Middle East either. After the Abu Dhabi 6 Hour, we're on to the Asia Le Mans series, which will be running both here at Dubai Autodrome and down at the Yas Marina circuit. So another 5 weekends of racing here in the Middle East after Abu Dhabi.
And Asian Le Mans with, is it 2 races per weekend?
Yep.
And they're back-to-back weekends, right? So here first and then Yas Marina the following weekend. There are plenty of action, as you say, in this part of the world still to come, including the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend, which we will have covered here on the Radio Show Limited network. You'll be there for that.
Indeed I will, along with Bruce Jones, Diana Binks and the inevitable John
Hindorf.
Indeed. I've heard of him.
He's going to be doing more pit lane stuff.
Oh, is that right?
He did with Binksy. And it'll be good to see Diana back. She was here last year at the 24-hour, and she'll be down at the Aspen Marina circuit, her first visit down there. And I think it's Bruce Jones's first visit down there as well.
Yeah.
Because I remember doing the grid walks down there when you and Bruce were in London.
Yes.
And for the first couple of those.
Yeah, he's very much looking forward to ticking off another track. He's got a big old list of those that he still wants to visit, even after all these years.
Well, I'm going to ask him the question, has he been spreading the word in Japan? Because he does a lot of commentary in Japan. And we have 2 Japanese teams here and some more Japanese drivers as well. So maybe he's been spreading the good word.
For sure, yeah, almost undoubtedly. He knows how good the Dubai 24 Hours is, having covered it on many occasions, mainly in the pit lane. I think he did a couple of years, as you've mentioned, in the commentary box as well. So, yes, any opportunity to get some cross-pollination.
Yes.
Because, you know, it's not that far to travel, is it? We're part way through it to Japan in the flight here. What did it take us? 6-7 hours to come from the UK?
Yep, and another 6-7 hours to get to Japan.
Oh, there you go.
It's easy. It's easy. He can work that out. We're great to have the radio show limited network of commentators that will be hosting these events. As John's got a very busy month.
He has.
He's doing the due date. He's doing the Do Yard Day bat.
The Do Yard Day bat.
Dubai, yes. Daytona, Bathurst. I
like that.
I think Shay may have actually put that. Happy birthday for yesterday, Shay, by the way, if you're listening.
Yes, Shay Adams' birthday this weekend. It falls on the same day every year, funnily enough.
Unbelievable. 21.
Again.
As
Matisse Lismont in his Come To You Racing Aston Martin, the number 40 car, still going pretty strongly in the GT3 Pro-Am division. They would have had high hopes, though, coming here this weekend, and will be on the back foot because they lost a car even before we got going today.
Yeah, with a very strange problem, a rear end issue that could not be fixed, and it did go out of the pits, but it came straight back into the pits. It never registered a lap. So, and Joe was the first to point out that it didn't take the start of the race.
Yeah. And obviously you come here with a plan. You're looking to try and focus on 2 cars, and one car can learn from another. You know, there's some communication, generally speaking, between the two engineering teams. Then you can focus on one car, though, and I don't know whether that's actually can have its uses at the same time.
Well, where it can be of benefit, you got to remember that the crews are doing a stop every hour. If you take some of the crew from the other team that's not running, you can then get fresher crew to the car in the latter part of the race.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can use that crew to assist your crew, because there's no rest down there in the pit lane anymore. It's not like these cars are doing 2-hour stints and then coming into the box and you have an hour's sleep. When a code 60 happens, the pits are going all the time, and because we've had so many, the crews are starting to get tired. They've got an opportunity to use the second crew.
Yeah.
It's something that may help them a little bit later on.
It's also the choreography that has to be so on point at times to make sure the 2 cars don't clash in the pit lane. You know, you're either pitting them on sequential laps, or it might be the same lap but at different phases. Now you don't have to worry about that at all and concentrate solely on the number 40 car. Aston Martin fans do have a couple of cars still to shout about. The EBM car's going as best as it has done all race, with Earl Bamber at the wheel, and Matisse Lismont has just brought his number 40 car into the pits, Joe.
We may have lost Joe.
I guarantee that the Come To You Aston Martin did come into the pits. I hope it didn't, in the process, clip Joe as he was trying to get a good view of it. Now I can hear the microphone live again in the background. And, there we go. Here we
mate,
are.
I'm with you now. Comment. Yeah. Come in, London, come in, London. Yeah, that was a pretty straightforward pit stop for the number 40 company racing Aston Martin. There's something about that car. It is an absolute work of art. It's just a shame that it's massively out of contention here this weekend. It's dropped down the order somewhat, this number 40. Jamie D, I can tell you, the young British driver has now taken to the wheel of that car, and I'm not sure why exactly it's fallen down the order, because before I went for my break, it was kind of hovering around the top 10 if my memory serves, which is not always the case. But are you guys aware of why that car's dropped down outside the top 20?
Offhand, just going back through some of the data, but can't find anything, Joe. Maybe you can have a chat with the team and see if they've had any issues.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say.
Thank you very much. I'm not telling you what to do down in the pit lane, Joe. I would never do that.
Yeah, my info over the last few stints is carrying a few errors at this stage. I can't tell you precisely when the route of that car went a little bit off-piste. They'll still continue to stick to a rhythm where possible, but it's no doubt had a lengthy stop somewhere along the line. The other concern, of course, if you have something pretty major go wrong on one of your cars, there's always the concern that it may repeat on the other, because they will have been prepared side by side, although with different parts, different lifing for those parts, so it's never as simple as that. But they will have interrogated the other car that did not start the race to make sure that they know back to front what the issue was, and to look out for the early warning signs with the number 40. So the 41 did not take the start. The 40 car has been into some woes, we think, to drop it to 25th place, but it's about to rejoin the race after another pit stop.
Change for the lead. Almanar Racing by Team WRT back in the lead. Pit stop for Dynamic GT. Klaus Bachler just on an outlap now with a fresh set of tyres. And that happened every pit stop now. There's like just on a minute between those two cars as they compare the pit stops. I think we will see the Almanar team in not too distant future, around 24 laps on that set of tyres. Era Motorsport, we were talking about them earlier with Kyle Tilley at the wheel. They had a shocking start of the race. They didn't even make the green lights and the UAE flag, because they had a puncher on the formation lap, and then they came in and did a really early stop on lap number 10, which put them all out of sorts, and they are slowly moving themselves. Well, they're inside the top 15 now, and running fourth in the GT3 Pro-Am, and we heard from them to say they want to get up into third. Well, when bad things happen at the beginning of the race, if it's a 6-hour race, you may not be able to fix it. If it's a 24-hour race, you very well with misfortune for others.
Yeah,
you've had your misfortune, and hopefully that's it. But doing very, very well. Kai Tilley at the wheel. And they are just one lap behind the Into Africa Racing by Dragon, with Axel Jeffries still at the wheel. Now, Axel knows this circuit very well, and he also knows the Yas Marina circuit very well, because he's racing and driving instructor down at Yas. And he's been working a lot with Dragon Racing. Got a slow car in Sector 3 at the moment. We'll see if we can have a look and find out who that...
I've got Matisse Lamont out of the number 40.
So Matisse Lismont, who's just been in the Aston Martin, has now got out of that car and might be able to bring us some news. We're also keeping a keen eye, Joe, on potentially a slow car heading your way. But whilst we try and unearth precisely which car that is, yeah, you can have a chat with the driver fresh from the Come To You Aston.
As to your car was doing well, and now it's dropped down the order slightly. Has there been a problem at all?
Oh yeah, we've been hit. We've been hit on front right on entry of a corner. So we lost our steering on the front right wheel. We had to wait, get the car on the tow truck, get it back in, get the mechanics to repair it, and head back out. Lost a lot of time there, but I mean, it's bad luck, I guess. still the car now is amazing. The mechanics did a fantastic job repairing the car super quick. But yeah, we're now still going, just finding pace, being as quick as possible, and see where we end up.
And was the car is fixed? It was good for you on the pace?
Everything is fixed. The mechanics did an amazing job. Car drove like new.
Okay, thank you, Matisse, for bringing us that. There you go, guys. The number 40 has had a problem. Matisse Lee Small explained that very eloquently, didn't he? It's what endurance racing's all about, isn't it? It's how you address the adversity.
Yeah, and Lismont, a talent from Belgium. It's interesting to see the rest of that lineup. Jamie Day, that Joe's already mentioned, the Brit, but running on the Emirati licence. But you've got Kobe Powells, who, if anybody pays attention to the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, Powells has been very successful in that recently. The rookie and Pro-Am champions, in fact, from last year are both in the field. So Powell's being the rookie champion, and Yanni Kekela, not in that car, but a Pro-Am champion who is in this year's entry. And then the other driver, fans of the World Endurance Championship will know all about Tom van Rompuy, who was a pole sitter for TF Sports Corvette last year and was in the championship running for a fair spell as well, eventually falling short, and the title went to Pure Racing, who are second in the overall standings in this year's event. But Tom van Rompuy is a mean racer from Belgium as well. So there's 3 Belgians and Jamie Day of the UK in that Come To You Racing Aston Martin.
Yeah, Jamie Day started his karting career here in Dubai. That's why he carries a UAE licence. His dad runs XL Motorsport, that runs a load of Formula 4 cars over the last probably 5 seasons. Gets drivers out of karting. Kevin Day, who runs that, a very polished shifter kart driver here at the kartdrome just behind the grandstand where we're sitting. And yeah, a racing family. Their business is based down in the motor park to our left, which is a great innovation by the Autodrome to get the manufacturers and get motorsport businesses all in the one location in Dubai. We were spread all over the place many years ago, and now a lot of the businesses work here, and we see some of the teams that are down there. We see the people who help offering up parts and workshop space and all of that sort of stuff to make sure, especially in when we had the Monday to Thursday practice sessions, if somebody had to get a car repaired, you just take it down there. You've got Dragon Racing across the road there. You've got a whole heap of other motorsport facilities down there which can, you know, do all the needful things to repair a motor car, which means you don't have to transport it somewhere else. It's always here on the property.
Yeah. It's perfect in that respect, and this place called Motor City, very deliberately, it's not just the racetrack, but it's the infrastructure that's built up over the years around it. It's a little bit like Moispat is to the Nordschleife, as in, you know, you've got a fabulous racing facility and the teams want as little distance as possible to travel,
yes,
to get their cars tested and to get their cars up to speed for a race like this, and indeed for events a little further afield as well.
Yeah, Klaus Buckler has dropped back into 3rd position after that pit stop, with the Pure Racing moving up into 2nd. So it's BMW, Porsche, BMW. Where have we heard that before? But they're really holding on to those top 4 spots with Winwood Racing and Sergei Stolanov at the wheel of the car 16, and SMP Racing, Vitaly Petrov at the wheel of that car. And Stolarov is only 28 seconds behind the Paradigm competition with Toby Sowry at the wheel. That could get interesting. They're both doing well. I think Sergei had some traffic on that lap at 2:04, but our leaders on their last lap, 2:01, 2 flat, 2 flat, 2 flat. That has been consistent, Johnny.
Yeah.
All the times that we've been here, we've been watching these lap times. Unbelievable consistency from these teams with a range of drivers.
Exactly, and yeah, that ability to know what pace you want to be doing ideally, but then can you spend a whole stint doing about the same sort of time within a few tenths? And that's why those cars that are up there at the sharp end, they're very good at doing that, and they're getting the positional rewards.
Well, given that all of their fastest laps were 58s, they're only 2 seconds off their fastest lap, which was done in the first 5 laps of this race.
Yeah, where there was no traffic to deal with.
Exactly.
Cars were heavy with fuel, but had...
Really heavy with fuel because they were brimmed.
Yes. And I was suggesting earlier, would there ever be a scenario where they could have a brimmed tank again? Because remember, a fuel load allocation that you're allowed to take on board during a green flag pit stop is generally not a full fuel tank. I think possibly the only chance you might have to do that is if you've come in for fuel and then within a handful of laps there's a code 60, and you might then want to come in and take an extra 25%, which you are allowed to do.
But you can still only fuel that to your 100-litre maximum. You can't overfill the car.
If you've filled it,
yeah,
and then you go out, and on your out lap there's a code 60,
yeah,
you could come in and you could take 25%, couldn't you? Which might take you to the full capacity.
Yeah. It'd be an interesting one, because otherwise you do have a maximum capacity of
Yes, if it flips
yes.
and you're in the fueling area, so if it goes from green to purple or vice versa. The smart tanks are very smart.
They are, aren't they?
They don't give you any more than your allocation in the green flag and the purple zone combined effort. But if the two are done separately, separated by 1, 2, 3 laps, I think that's possibly the only scenario where you might get up to the full tank allowance rather than the regulated allocation.
Yeah, because there's other things that come into that, because some of these cars are flow restricted under refueling down to 80% flows. That's part of the BOP. So some of them have, and that's done on the make of car. And so whatever the balance of performance is on that car, and then in what category you're running as well, there's BOP on that. GT3 cars, they're -5 litres on their BOP, and that across the GT3 field. It's. I think there is a possibility of that happening, of trying to brim the tank. I would have to check with somebody like Part3 whether you could, though.
Yeah.
Because he was the one who sorted Nick out, saying, well, when that goes green, can you get your allocation? And he said, yes, you can.
Yeah.
The smart tags know exactly what they're doing.
Presumably the fuel flow remains the same whether you're in code 60 or not. It doesn't alter the fuel flow.
It's on your tag. Your tag dictates what fuel flow you get inside that, and so
because that then opens another area that might be a kind of hole to disappear into. In that, I mean, maybe 24H series wouldn't rule that out in the future, but fuel flow might be restricted into code 60 to say, well, you can have a bit more fuel, but it's going to go into the car at a slower rate. But we don't have to worry about that at this stage.
So the Audi is 1290 is their weight. If you're running in GT3, you have to add 30 kilos to that as BOP. 100 litres is your tank maximum. Okay, your fuel maximum, you -5 because it's GT3, and you have 95% flow rate. Okay, so that's on a make of car. And you go through all of the BOPs. Now with the M4 being a brand new car, 1,305 kilos. You run that in GT3, that's 1,335 kilos. 100 litre fill maximum, 95% flow rate. So they've gone through this 911 GT3Rs, 90% flow rate, 95 litre maximum fill. So what that does is that it makes them, with that 95 litre, it makes them fuel their 5 litres less. Then they're going to take another 5 litres off of that. Where for GT3, they've got 90 litres. That's 10 litres less than somebody else. That's maybe 2 laps.
Yeah.
Over the course of the years, because I'm a bit of BOP nerd, because we get lots of time to look at all of our BOPs and see how it's worked. And I've got to give Creventic due, and we talked about this earlier, is that they've worked out BOP so it doesn't cost you money.
Okay.
It doesn't cost you with mechanical parts, restrictors, all of the things that normal BOP does. It's been done with weight and fuel. And then you've got the driver BOPs as well.
Yeah.
Which sit on top of your vehicle BOPs, or sorry, your team team selection will have its own BOP, whether you have Pro-Am or Am drivers in there.
Yeah.
With limited drive time in certain categories.
Out of interest, you just listed the way of measuring fuel flow done on a percentage, and I think mentioned 95, but only 95. What's actually the slowest fuel flow rate?
I think there is an 80%, which is the 992 Pro teams. 110 litres, 80% is their fuel flow.
There was a time not that long ago where you actually had to plug in a physical key.
Yes.
It was just a hole, I think, cut into some metal, and that governed the fuel flow. It might be that these smart tanks can also now do fuel flow as well.
They do. That's part of your fuel flow is on your tag.
Yeah.
And that basically, if you've got
the machine then alters its delivery.
Yes.
Rather than it being going through an actual hole that is of different apertures. It just works out. Okay, well, you're going to have an 80% fuel delivery rate, and I'll adjust accordingly.
Exactly. So the pump will be programmed at 100% to do so many litres per minute.
Yeah.
And then they will just reduce that accordingly you will now do X amount minus for the 80%. So I think that works in a really good way to stop the teams having to spend even more money. Motorsport is not inexpensive, and Creventic have got this down to a fine art. They've had 20 years of practice, and congratulations to them, because we're getting some great racing.
Yeah,
and it's got, a lot of that has got to do with BOP.
A good indication of how the the main categories are going now. Top 3 in each class, displayed on our scoring tower on the left of your picture. If you're in sound and vision, let's hope that you're able to take a bit of time out of your Sunday in certain places. Still Saturday, of course, in others. And Ben Tuck leads the Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, leads the race overall in the Treble 7 car from Alexei Nesov's Pure Racing Porsche and the Dynamic GT car of Klaus Bachler. Red Camel back at the head of the order in the 992 division. So 909 leading Lucas von Eindhoven in the Tierra Outdoor Racing Porsche. Cameron McLeod is third for Ajit Kumar Racing, 901. GTX still led, of course it is, by the Lamborghini Huracan of Lippert Motorsport and Don Yount from the Treble 1 racing car. That car's been in the pits for some time though now, which is the IRC GT. Mark Griffith last piloting that. AGMC's number 438 is at the head of the order in GT4, which is Ramez Azam's BMW from Tommy Graborg's Porsche, SRS Team Zorg Rennsports example. Then Ben Bunagel in the 496. Sorry, Marat Gabedulin in the Continental TTR Toyota is third in GT4, and then the two Asbest Seats, 101 ahead of 102. Christian Laderna in his Seat has just rejoined the race and remains as our TCE race leader.
Yep, unfortunately the 127 has not was part of the accident earlier on and is not running at this time.
I'm going to take this opportunity to head downstairs because Joe Bradley's just appeared in the commentary box, ready to take over from me, join you for 90 minutes or so, and I'm going to go see who's awake at 4 minutes to 6 in the morning.
Indeed you can. Thank you, Johnny. Rug up warm. Just over 7 hours remaining in this, the 20th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai here at the Dubai Autodrome. Also celebrating 20 years this year. Had a great fireworks display at 8 o'clock. Thank you to Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai for that. And the racing continues on. 16 hours 57 minutes have elapsed since we started this race at 1 o'clock in the yesterday afternoon, and it's been pretty action-packed all the way through. Almost 3 hours and 42 minutes under code 60, 14 code 60s so far. A few big incidents that required about half an hour of running under the purple flag. Code 60 does mean that all cars are limited to 60 kilometres an hour. Penalties apply if you exceed your 60 kilometres an hour. And there's penalties for a lot of things, and we're seeing them come up on our timing board at the moment. Nothing really bad for the top 10. A couple of 4s, a couple of 2-second penalties, and that's for speeding under the code 60s. You've got 2 hours to serve those penalties, but you can't serve them under a code 60 either. You can, but if your 2 hours expire and a code 60 is active, you can serve them at your next scheduled pit stop. You don't have to take a pit stop to do that. Roman Mavlinov, and currently in the car collection motorsport. And that is car number 30, currently run in 25th in class. And that's the car collection motorsport Porsche. He's 11th in Pro-Am at the moment, giving us a great nighttime view around the circuit at Dubai Autodrome. Just coming up through the 3, 4 and 5. This is 4th into 5 if you're watching on the live stream. And then roll it through 6, 90, about a 70 degree, about a 50-degree right-hander, then a 70-degree right-hander into turn 7. Now you've got to get the car over the right-hand side of the track into the bowl. 8 and 9, a bank corner. Exit of this corner, it's absolutely paramount to get as much power down as early as you can to head down the very long back straight. A little bump there as we go past the club link that joins up at turn 14. Heading down towards the braking zone now at turn 10. Hardest braking point on there. Oh, he's gone very deep there. He's had to run a little bit wide. He almost went into the car in front of him. He had to change his line, and he was closing up very quickly on the Porsche in front of him as he makes his way up towards turn 12 now. You enter uphill, and then you exit on the downhill. Big bump there on the apex of that corner. Now heading down towards turn number 13, a flat-out left-hand sweeper leading into turn 14. Another banked left-hander. This is the bowl behind the pit complex. Quite a few lines through here. We've got an AMG GT, a Porsche, and Roman all getting the work done. The 101 into the pits. One of the Abest Racing, current leader in the TCE category. Christian Ladmar at the wheel of the 101 car. Looks like a full service. There's Michelin's coming off and new Michelin's going on. It's a very warm welcome to the commentary box. I mean, Joe Bradley, have you warmed up from that chilly pit lane?
It's like a British summertime down there.
Seriously.
It's no, I did have to put an extra layer on.
I thought you might have
my jeans on rather than my shorts. And
a little bit of breeze down there as well.
And I'm from the northeast of England, so you know I usually wear shorts. It was getting. I think it's not freezing. I think, what is it, about 11 or 12?
Yeah, last time I checked we were into the 12s. We're due to get down.
I mean, 12 degrees, what happens when, because we had 27, 28 degrees yesterday when the sun was out, the thing about tarmac is it's kind of like a little bit of a heat retainer. And the heat stays deep in the tarmac, and we're not having a problem with tyres.
No.
However, I'm saying we're not having a problem with tyres. We're not having a problem with tyres because the Michelin tyre engineers are right on top of that, and they're advising, and the team engineers that are setting tyre pressures to suit the track temperatures, but they're not extreme track temperatures, if that makes sense.
Yeah, true. 12.3 at the moment. 5 kilometres behind us, it's 9.6.
Is that further
inland? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that it is cold in the desert at night, isn't it?
It is indeed.
And is that so that far inland? Is that desert or
that's
is that
desert?
Urban?
That's desert.
Right. So that's why it's cold. Isn't
Yep. Indeed, it is full of sand hills, sand dunes, and camels.
Yeah.
And sand deer.
So what did you say was how cold?
9 degrees.
9. All right. Yeah. Anything under 10, you need your big coat.
We don't go outside.
Do you even have a big coat, Phil, living out here?
No, it's in Australia.
Yeah, it's in Australia. No need for any big coat.
It's just extra clutter you don't need in the house.
Yeah. It's like my mate Tim, who lives in Florida. I wore a scarf. He was like, "What is that?" It's a scarf, mate. I tell you what, he would have offered me 100 quid for me scarf at Goodwood that year.
Oh, really?
In the members' meeting, it was in late March. It was absolutely bitter, and then he understood why we wore scarves.
Yeah.
That seemed like a routine pit stop.
It did indeed.
Everything seems to be going sweet. Is that the car that's the problem?
No, that's the one leading that class at the moment. I think it was the other one that had the other Asbest team.
It's got a massive lead in TCE, that car, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
345 laps completed for the Asbest car 101. And the next car in TCE, which is also in the TCX class, it's its sister car, the 102, and that is on, let me find out because my eyes have gone again, 270 laps.
Yeah, in the fuel station for Ascot Cup at the moment. We won't click over if they've done a driver change until they exit the pits and go over the timing line on pit exit. We'll keep an eye on those two Seats, and one's a Cupra Cup car, the other one is one of the Seat Leon races, which was the racing series before the TCRs were developed.
I'm familiar with it. There was a British Championship.
Oh, okay.
In the mid-2000s, yeah. Harry Volkard was the B-class champion, who we then took on to drive a touring car.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it must be the oldest car in the field then.
I think that is maybe after 2010.
Okay.
I think the car changed shape, but it's got the paddle shift gears.
Yeah.
I think it was a DSG box. I never ran one. I'm not that familiar with them, other than sort of being on the sidelines watching their series. But it was a very popular series because it had a massive support system from Seat Sport.
Okay.
Massive. In a very similar way to Renault Sport.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
Their Renault, so Formula Renault Clio Cup.
Yep.
Seat were exactly the same with their national series, and it was absolutely huge in Spain.
Oh,
naturally.
Yeah.
Great cars, though. Very robust. Very, as race cars go, they were very easy to maintain, and they weren't demanding as some cars that I've been familiar with. Oof. Oh no, that was brave.
That was a Daniel Ricciardo licking the send of that one.
Roman Mavlinov in the car collection Porsche. 3 wide into
turn 10.
Into turn 10, and you know what, Phil? That for Mavlinov was
he was committed.
He was very committed, but he was also very confident.
He was indeed.
That the driver that was overtaking the other driver was aware that he was also being overtaken.
Yes. At this time of the morning, what is it here? It's around about 6:06. Sunrise in exactly 1 hour at 7:06. But yeah, I took an intake. That was why I took an intake of breath when I saw that one.
I heard you.
I just went, oh.
That kind of pulled your shoulders in as well, mate.
Yeah, I just went, oh. Yeah. I was just watching that car on the left to see if he's going to start to turn in, because there's not many places you can go when you're that far up the inside down at turn 10.
And like I say, the driver overtaking
the car.
He's doing a lot overtaking this.
The car in the middle was focused on the car on his left.
Yes.
Monitoring him, he would have been, he'd have checked his right-hand mirror and then forgot about it. And then Mavlinov came from literally nowhere. But that was a decisive move through the traffic. Currently 25th.
He's got his traffic management up. Oh boy, the AMG had a big tank slapper in front of him. That was this battle's been going on for a little while, and as they head around behind the pit complex, sorry, onto the back straight.
Incredible, 25th in class is what I saw. Phil, he's actually 35th overall. Is that? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
35th overall.
Yeah, 11th in Pro-Am for GT3.
Quite a way down the field. Car being engineered by Jody Firth. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that name. Jody was part of the Embassy Racing.
Okay.
Ran prototypes in the... it wasn't the World Endurance Championship at the time. Back in the late 2000s.
Yep.
So that car being engineered by him.
This three-way battle's been going on for quite a while, and I think Roman's getting a little bit tetchy. He just flashed the lights at the Merc in front of him. They're so close that the dancing ants are over the top of each other, and I can't pick its number up. There's
You'll have to explain to the viewer what you mean by the dancing ants there, Phil.
The dancing ant, well, we have it
on the tracker, you mean?
Yeah, on the tracker, on the live timing, getraceresults.com /24H series. You can follow the cars around the circuit with a tracker, and basically they're just the numbers with the class colours. GT3 is a white colour.
That is great when you're involved in a 24-hour race and not when, I mean, that's not a race for position. Car 90, let's find out where car 90 is. He's certainly not in the top 10. Trying to locate him on the timing screens. He's way down the road. I've lost him actually. But there's 3 cars circulating out there. And not necessarily for position, but very.
I think it was the 96, Joe. I think it was the GWR Australia entry with Glenn Wood at the wheel.
Right, where is he in the order?
Well, they're on a different lap. Glenn Wood is running in 31st, 31st position.
Just 3 cars, very, very similar with performance.
Yes,
just absolutely in the flow of what we're seeing, and that's how you get through a race like this. You just keep. Mavlinov's just pulled up behind him there. He's got similar pace in this Porsche, car collection Porsche number 30. Similar pace. He's not in a position to overtake because he hasn't got any more performance that he could ask, and that's not good. A car pointing the opposite way to what it should.
That's turn 14, and he's done it again. 269 is.
That's the Herbert Motorsport car, isn't it? 269. Vincent Kolb. Vincent Kolb there in the 269, just looping the car at, I think that was coming out of...
that was in the bowl, that's turn 14.
Right, turn 14, and then trying to get the car back on track. Tried to do a donut to get the car turned, and the car turned on him on the dirty off-track. No grip whatsoever there.
Didn't look like anybody else was involved in that one, and he won the Spa 6 Hours Endurance in the GTS 12 class last year, so quite a bit of experience. Also second in the VL and Lungstracken series and the SP9 Pro, so he's got some endurance racing under his belt, especially around the Green Hill, and Dubai Autodrome shows that it is quite a technical circuit.
Yeah. He's he is a proper driver, is Vincent.
Yeah.
And they are currently 3rd in the AM class of GT3, so very, very much a contender for meeting him on the podium. The accolade of meeting Nick Damon on the podium, in fact.
Oh,
if that's no motivation for any driver out there, I don't know what is.
Well, there's nothing more motivating than meeting Nick on the podium. Klaus Bachler back into the lead, the dynamic GT. has been seesawing back and forth between the Almanar Racing and Paradigm Competition and Pure Racing. This has been going on for the last 10 hours, Joe. These cars have just been swapping positions on pit stops.
There's nothing stopping that going all the way at the flag, is there?
Well, exactly.
It's just which one is ahead of which one by the time we flip-flop our way to the checkered flag. Have we worked that out yet, or is it a bit early?
I think it's a little bit early on that one. Dynamic GT have led 128 laps. Almanar Racing by Team WRT 124. Pure Racing 66. Paradigm Competition 41 and Winwood Racing 29. Dragon Racing 24. Era Motorsport 4. Proton Huber Competition 2. Hassar T1 and Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWN. That's a 911 GT3 Cup car, has led 1 lap.
That's incredible, isn't it?
It is absolutely incredible.
What makes that incredible is the extent of what did we count? 33 GT3 cars?
Yep.
And for a cup car to lead overall. I mean, yeah, okay, we had the anomaly of pit stop phases and the like. However, it can still say it led the Dubai 24 Hours.
Exactly.
The edition of the Dubai 24 Hours.
If they're looking for sponsorship,
yeah,
that's your lead card that you play. Oh.
Mavlenov now getting a little bit impatient, is he?
Oh, he's thrown it up the inside at turn 7.
Yeah, that's a popular point there, isn't it?
It is, but the AMG got compromised at turn 5 by a slower car, and he had to go offline, and that sort of made Roman have to take a big deep dive of the brakes, a little bit harder than he wanted to press, but he could get off them earlier and had a little bit more car speed.
Yeah, he's been itching to do that.
Yeah,
really. I don't think he was being delayed at all, though, was he? They had a cracking pace, those cars.
Both of them were on equal pace, and it was a mistake that, well, it wasn't a mistake. It was a slower car that got in the way and allowed Roman to head on by.
So Mavlenov moves up to 34th now. That was an AMG Mercedes that we've just seen him overtake.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi R8.
No, it wasn't. That was the Mercedes.
Because he's just overtaken that car in the process of that lap. So Mavlenov in 34th now.
That might have been the car that was getting in the way of the AMG.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, because that was the only other car I saw on that lap from the onboard camera that he overtook. And he gets past one, and there's another rear light, and that's a Porsche in front of him.
3 laps off the class lead is Jerome Bouillery, 4th in the 992 class. Still one of the most competitive classes in the series, and we'll see the 992 class go down to the wire pretty much everywhere we race this year.
Well, pretty much 8/10 or 4/5 of this field is going down to Yas next weekend for the second round of the Middle East Trophy. We had, I think, 19 on the qualifying list yesterday, so a big field of 992s.
Live coverage as well on the RSL network of channels, as well as the 24 Series YouTube page, the YouTube channel, I think we call it these days, isn't it?
I'm not up with that sort of thing at all.
Well, you know what? The thing about YouTube and the Creventic series was one of the first motorsport series to live stream their series rather than televise. But these days, with smart TVs, YouTube is a channel on your television effectively. So, like, the term live stream or televised, there is a massive overlap there, and there's no difference really these days with smart TVs.
That's a disc change for the 999, the class leader at the moment, the Red Camel by George.NL.
That should hand the 992 lead. It won't, because Lucas van Eindhoven has
in the pits as well.
Outdoor racing car in as well. So both cars pitting at exactly the same time. Now then, the only question mark is, and I know Johnny's not made his way down there that quickly, is whether or not, and I can tell you now, the 912 will take the lead of 992 because that car has already left its pit box and is heading towards field.
Yep. I'm amazed how fast they can do this these days. I mean, I'd be still there with the bottle bleeding in the brakes.
Dry fit.
Unbelievable stuff.
Johnny is there. Johnny, Johnny Palmer, welcome to the pit lane on the 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. Breathe in that brake dust, my friend.
Oh, too right. This is the bit you don't get from the commentary box, of course, is an ability to
smell the race,
to smell the motor racing. What I'm waiting for is to have a quick word with Ivo, because he got out of the car and then he was transfixed on precisely what was going on, mainly on that left side. I was just trying to detect whether he thought there was a problem with the car, whether he'd been nursing something over the last hour or so. I'll give him a moment to take his semi-open face helmet off, but he's still chatting to the mechanics down here, making sure that maybe something was done correctly, or that they were checking what he had reported
Ivo's
on the radio.
Ivo's effectively team principal, isn't he, at Red Camels? He's the man behind putting the Red Camel Jordan team together. So we'll, yeah, he's going to have to take his helmet off, I think, Johnny. So just basically so he can hear you.
Yeah, it got very animated there with the flapping of the hand. Suggested to me that there was a brake issue.
Yeah, they need to pump the brakes.
Yeah, pump the brakes. So yeah,
just shout up, Johnny, when you've got Ivo, and we'll hand it straight to you.
Now the IRC leaving the pit lane as well.
Have you seen that up close?
Yes, I had a look at it on Wednesday.
I am a massive fan. I was a massive fan of the Mark Cars V8.
Yep.
I'm a massive fan of those tube frame cars. That
silhouette cars, yes.
Silhouette cars, that's the word. They sound phenomenal. They look phenomenal. It looks like it's doing 120 miles an hour when it starts.
Exactly.
What's that car modelled on? Is it a Camaro or something?
I'm not really.
I've tried to figure it out.
It's sort of like it's sort of between a Mustang and a Camaro.
Yeah, it is.
It has. It's like the when we had the Mark car, the Mark GT here. And Bruce Jones said that was the best sounding car he ever heard. And he stands up on the top of the hill at Goodwood when everything runs up there. But they run on a Coyote engine. This is an LS3.
We've had that leader change then in the 992 division. And Ivo Breukers, I was trying to work out precisely what you were looking at in that pit stop. You seem to be glued to the work going on. Has there been a bit of a problem over the last stint for that car?
Yeah, I felt some vibration, but I have a really an awful stint. I have contact lenses, and all the time there was something in my eye. So basically I was driving in one eye, and I had a vibration in the brakes, and I thought that was maybe the brake pads. But looking at that now, we could have gone a little bit further as well. But anyway, we have new ones on, so now we can go to the end.
Could you have gone very much further, though, considering you're just peering out of one eye at this stage?
Sorry?
Could you have gone much further into that stint, considering you can only see through one eye at the moment, Ivo?
Yes, I could have. I came on a little bit earlier, also because of the strategy and looking to the end. But this was from the beginning, so it's really awful. So they were coaching me a little bit, telling me who's behind, what kind of cars were behind, like a spotter kind of thing. So that helped me a lot, but I was so much in pain, and it was awful.
I won't keep you for too much longer with that in mind, but thinking about the car that you're mainly up against at the moment, which is the 912, full of other Dutch guys, so you must know those guys out of the car, but it's fiercely competitive between your two cars at the moment.
No, it's extremely competitive in this class. The level is very, very high. It comes down to the last seconds, not only in driving, but also in strategy, fueling, and all these kind of things. But that makes it very attractive. The level is really very high. If you look at all the teams, and to be honest, I'm not sure we can stay on top.
Go and get those eyes soaked in saline or whatever it needs, and hopefully some relief. Thank you, Ivo.
I will. Thank you.
Really good stint, considering, like I said, he could barely see a thing. It's dark, and he's only got one contact lens.
You could really see his right eye was very bloodshot there. Another car that's come into contention with the flip-flop aspect of the pit stop in the 992 class is, of course, I didn't consider the 901. That's Cameron McLeod in the Ajit Kumar Racing with Baz Kooten. That car has taken the lead and gone a lap ahead of both the 911 and the 909. The 912 has stayed behind what looks like on their outlap. I think that'll change. I think the 912 will go ahead of the 909 and go into third in the class. Second in the class, just a lap off the leading Cameron McLeod car, that's 901, is the 911 Jerome Boulery in the TFT Racing. So, as Ivo said, this is a very, very tight class, and by, if we're going to get this flip-flop effect all the way for the next 6 hours, 6 hours and 22 to be precise, that's what's left. I don't know where I would put my money, Phil.
Either do I. Now,
if I was a betting man, that is.
During the break, I spoke to one of the HRT drivers in the 929 car, Alex Renner, the name you should remember from the car. I was saying that was Alex at the wheel in the when we were doing the Clio Cup. Alex Aurelius Renner is his son. They both have the same name. That's why the Aurelius is there.
Right, I see. That's
okay. So he's normally driving that car, but he decided not to, as the 496 has a little moment in the bowl. Now that is the Supra from Continental Racing by TTR. And is he going to try and make it into pit lane, moving to the right-hand side of the road? Gabardellin at the wheel of that, and he's staying out of the pit lane. Got a bit hanging off that left-hand side there, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of what that car looks like. Little bit of bodywork there, hanging off the left-hand side. It's going to be heading towards Johnny Palmer any moment there. He kept well out of the way, didn't he? And he's now onto pit road with whatever problems. The problem wasn't just aesthetic though, Phil. It had actually slowed the car down because he was creeping into the pit lane at that point.
Currently running third in the GT4 category, 47th overall, and we'll keep an eye on that as it comes into the pit lane. Local-based team here in the UAE. They run in the National Championship, the Pro Car Championship.
Can't really see. Yeah, it was.
Johnny Westbrook's just run over to that left-hand front side, so you can't miss Johnny Westbrook. He's 11 foot tall, right? And Craig Thompson is down there as well. He's the team boss of TTR Racing. 5-stud wheels on these GT4 cars.
So he's completed 370 laps. The fourth place car is on 309. And that is a car that sits static in the pits. That's the car that is, I'm afraid, out. That's the Tomlinson Team CMR Ginetta. So the Supra just has to repair what it has to repair and continue on to the checkered flag.
Yeah, a group of young drivers. Difficult to find out what experience level they have. There's Johnny Westbrook, just having a quick look there. This team won the GT4 race in Dubai last year in this car. They run it in the local championship in Pro Car. Craig Thompson, the boss of TTR, holding the board up.
Don't seem too concerned with whatever was flapping around.
They look like they've... Johnny's just put a bit of tape on that right rear, and now having a look at the left rear. So they might have been after...
I'm waiting for Johnny Westbrook to potentially have a word with him.
Yeah. So very careful eyes. Everybody's sort of working, and Johnny's directing things to go. Oh, that was a flat left rear tyre. The rim just coming back without anything attached to it, and that's what we could see hanging off. Yeah,
that's what we could see.
So a puncher for the 496.
So the job of the driver is to get that car back to the pits without that tyre coming apart too much and start destroying bodywork.
And what a good job he did.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
He was managing his speed incredibly well.
Yeah, it's the other side of the car that the puncture has been.
There's a lot of tape being issued there, both white and black varieties.
Yeah, now I like that because the car is red and black. with white. Now, as long as they put the black tape on the black bits and the red tape on the red tape, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. But a beautiful paint job on that Supra. It does look really, really nice. But when you pick up the stuff underneath it, there's a lot of BMW signage.
Yeah, coming off the jacks now. So yeah, that car's back out and into third place and maintains that third place in GT4.
Down to the fueling station for them.
Johnny Palmer is down there, and he is loitering with intent to get a word with the team and just clarify that that is all it was. But that's great to see that. I've got one of my friends, friend of Nick and I's, Gaz Bury, who, if he is still watching, I've got to ask why, because it's late. But he refuses to call that a Supra.
Why?
Because it's a BMW underneath, he says.
It is. Well, I saw all the BMW stuff underneath.
He's a massive Supra geek. Let's head down to Johnny Palmer, who can fill us into exactly what the story is. Remaining in Toyota Supra land. Johnny, who have you got?
Yeah, Johnny Westbrook speaking to Johnny Palmer, because it was an impromptu pit stop, we think, for the Toyota, and quite clearly I can see a puncture now. This is from the left side rear, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's left side rear. Lost it halfway through the lap, and maybe he came in a little bit quick, and obviously it's all gone.
So is this a common problem or a first major puncture of the race for the Toyota?
First puncture.
Any idea on the cause there?
Tyres have been really good so far. Really happy with them. Obviously trying to run a double stint. I don't know if it's cause or effect with that tyre, but no harm done. A little bit of flapping bodywork, but it's all good.
Is this basically the main portion of the race where you can start the double stint tyres? Because we've had the conversation many times in the booth. A lot of teams learning this brand new Michelin tyre and how far you can push it. So the best experiment was overnight when temperatures are cooler.
Yeah, totally. And it's nice and cool now. It's kind of perfect time. Get loads of green sectors. But no, also there's when you've got a limitation on your tyre budget, you don't want to run out of tyres. So yeah, we chose to double stint in there. I don't know if that's gone because of life or just because it's picked up a puncture somewhere. But no harm done. We're all happy, and the tyres have been mint. We're really happy with them.
We love a bit of variety in motor racing. The fans are loving the fact that you've brought a Toyota to this race. Do you have history with the brand?
Who told you that?
It's a genuine question.
Yeah, we really like the Gazoo car. It's owned by Vasily, who's racing the Audi, and we ran it here last year. Got on the podium. It's built by WRT. It's a really, really nice car, beautifully built. And I don't really like GT4 cars, I'm not going to lie. They're always a bit half-baked, but this is a proper thing, so we love it.
A lot of people say it's not a proper Toyota. There's a lot of BMW to it, isn't there? But it doesn't look anything like a BMW. When you stand back, it's very striking.
Yeah, it looks loads better than a B-Man.
I would agree.
Supra. I love the Supra. No, yeah, it's a BMW engine, but the car's built by WRT. It's got a nice Toyota badge on it. It's mint. We love it.
We'll let you crack on. Thank you, Johnny Westbrook, though, for the update. A wave to the fans as well. And I'm sure that's become a bit of a favourite, chaps. And let's hope that's their only major puncture, because they've made it this far with only one so
Johnny
far.
Westbrook, great history. We see him a lot at Goodwood. He runs some classic Audis, builds the old touring cars, him and his dad. Emanuele Pirro drives him.
Yeah, the Frank Bieler.
Yeah.
Johnny Bincliffe.
Yep. So Johnny is, you always see him on the Goodwood TV because he's 11'6".
Yeah.
But he's Emanuele Pirro driving. He's always got cars under construction, and they're all old Super Tourers and stuff like that. Right. And they do a great job, and they're always racing at Goodwood at the festival there and at the Historics.
Yeah, and I think I was the one who said earlier, wasn't it? It's just great to have a Toyota Supra because forget. How many crossovers have we had with car manufacturers and OEMs sort of sharing floor pans and the like? It's like That's a Toyota Supra.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, back home. Right now, it's a Toyota Supra because it looks different.
Yeah. You can take that argument up with Johnny if you like.
It's a great looking car.
It is. It's a stunning looking car. And they've done a great job there. And they did win this the GT4 title last year as well. And most of the guys who were driving last year have gone to up to the Audi this year, the Continental Racing Audi. So running 2 cars. But that one's not run by TTR.
The sun is coming up, Philip.
Well, the camera sort of accentuates it.
I don't mind that scene.
I can see that from over there, and I know where I'm looking, and it's not quite there. We're about 30 minutes away from official sunrise.
So in the UK, it's a red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. Is that the same in the desert?
Red sky in the morning means there's dust in the atmosphere.
Right.
And there's always dust in the atmosphere.
Yeah. It's going to be sunny today.
Yeah, it's going to be sunny today. Chilly, but sunny.
Oh, chilly. What do you mean chilly? What's it going to be? What's the forecast for today?
25.
By the time we get to the checkered flag at
25.
1 p.m. 25 is not chilly, my friend.
I won't even have the AC on in the car. Yeah, no fog, which was the big risk for this race this year. Was the possibility of some fog earlier on. 11.9 degrees down in the pit lane for Johnny at the moment. But it was good to hear him talk about the tyres and how that car is really shining on those tyres. They really do like them. I spoke with Johnny yesterday in qualifying at night practice. And I asked him, why, what are you doing now? He said, we're just going to run these as long as we can to see what we can do with them and double stint them.
Yeah.
Because they do have a tyre budget.
And it's a voyage of discovery as well on this new Michelin tyre for this series.
For the GT4, he said it doesn't drop off. It stays on longer.
You know what, Phil? It doesn't matter what you're racing, whether it's a cadet kart or a Formula One car and everything in between that. It's the key to success, the key to performance success is all about the tyres.
Yeah, the only thing,
always been the same.
It is. That's what connects you to the road.
Yeah.
And understanding your tyres, what they can and cannot do, is an evolutionary process.
It's
I was talking to Johnny earlier about this, and these teams that are here that are going to go to Europe are going to have a huge advantage over the teams that haven't run here on these tyres when they take these Michelins over to do the 5 rounds in Europe. These teams who are running here or going back to Europe are going to have 32 hours of racing under their belts.
It could be. So Mugello, we kick off the European season in Mugello in March. It can be a chilly 12 degrees,
which it is right now,
or a very warm and cosy 25 degrees,
which it was
very similar. Yeah,
incredibly similar. So these teams here have the data. The teams that are only running the European Championship don't have that data yet of the Michelin tyres, and so it's a huge advantage to anybody running here that is going there, because they're going to have 36 hours of racing under their belts.
Yeah, as well as the test days,
all of that sort of stuff. They've been testing since Monday here, and remember we had the tyre test back in December as well. So they're going to have a handle on these tyres. The difference between this and our previous tyre is that this has got a much stiffer sidewall.
I was just about to say that's what I've been told.
Yeah, and I've been told that from many people.
Yeah,
but trust us as well.
Yeah.
And when I talked to him on Wednesday, yesterday, he said his hardest job was getting the drivers used to the tyre, because it reacts differently to our previous tyre. Okay, it doesn't roll under onto the shoulder of the tyre as much as the previous one did, because it's got a stiffer sidewall, and the drivers were struggling to get used to it, of how to rotate the car. How do you get the car to work with you?
It's getting that car, the tyre to lean into the corner, and then the whole tread width come into contact, which will maximise your grip level.
Yeah.
If it sits on its camber because you can't create enough energy in the contact patch to lean the tyre into the corner, then you're effectively running on a tyre that's a third of the width of that wide slick tyre. So getting and engineering the suspension geometry to take that into account, perhaps less camber to be used, and I think that's the direction that the teams have gone, certainly on the Porsche.
Yes.
And the Cup Porsche. There's my favourite car of the weekend, I think.
It is sort of a little Camaro-esque, isn't it?
It is, but it's also a little Mustang-esque.
Yeah, and the back end's a bit Mustang, yes, yeah. But
it sounds fabulous. It sounds fabulous. Johnny's going to get that. Johnny's going to get that sound by there.
Is it out of fuel? Because they're pushing it down there. They're going to have to bump start it.
I thought that was a bump start rather than out of fuel.
It looks like it's going all the way. Oh, yeah, he got it. Bump start, an LS3. There you go. Well done, boys. IRC team.
I wonder why they're bump starting it, Phil. It's
as a
stage of proceedings. It could be to sort of nurse the clutch a little bit.
Possibly. These cars have been running in Australia for a couple of years now. Not as long as Mark cars. They've been around since many years. We've seen them in very many disguises, racing here in the Mazda 3 and the Ford Focus.
So what's the spec of that car then? Are you familiar with that?
I am indeed familiar with this car number 111. Let me just find my page here.
I mean, if we had a full club, say we don't need 30 of them, but certainly 12 of them. I said that about the Mark V8.
Yeah.
The Mark Cars V8. We need about 12 of these things.
IRC stands for Innovation Race Cars.
Right.
That's their name. Providing outstanding value for money. It exhibits all the performance of a GT car at half to a third of the price. Easy to drive for an AM while packing a heap of punch for a pro. I love driving it. Can't recommend it enough. Uke Lulden at Bathurst 1000 winner. Okay, so
it's quite enough.
That gets enough there. It's got a LS3 6.2 litre V8 engine, maximum horsepower 550 horsepower at 6,200 RPM, 705 Newton meters of torque at 5,000 RPM, maximum RPM 6,650. Throttle body, fly-by-wire system, induction system. It is a Hollinger MFT 6-speed sequential transaxle, so it's running a full transaxle down to the back end. You can get different spec on it, so it's all FAA compliant, obviously. Aluminium bolt-on front end, rear side crash structures. So it's the full kit. Running Motec ECU. All the bodywork is carbon fibre. It's really, really well done. Double wishbone suspension with camber, toe, ride height, droop. It's got all the adjustment you need. 18 by 11 alloys for the Michelin tyres.
I think the key thing there is it's using, the component parts. You mentioned, Motec as an, management system there. Everybody's familiar with Motec, and it's not running anything sort of science fiction or space age, as we would say. It's all conventional stuff that is very, very...
But it has an option package. You can upgrade it as well. So that's the base level one. You can go with the 6.2 hand-built V8 at 640 horsepower. So jumping up another 100 horsepower. Tyre pressures, suspension sensors.
Whose engine are they using?
It's a Chevrolet LS3.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So again, shelf motor, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's the same as what the Vortex is running. So it's very common in that. Brody Kostecki, 2023 Supercar champion. It's the fastest I have ever driven, just an awesome handling car. So it's getting a lot of plaudits from some serious drivers around there. If you want to know more about it, innovationracecars.com.au, and you can see all the pretty pictures of that running around Mount Panorama and down at the Gold Coast. And some of the versions have a very Mustang rear end, so you can get different types of body panels. So I think this one's more a Camaro, and the other one is more a Mustang.
Right, and that's just a matter of choice.
It is indeed, because that's the one we've got here, which is, and then you've got one that's more AMG Mercedes C series type look back end.
Right.
So yeah, a lot of different designs you can get with it.
And that's just bodywork.
It's just bodywork. The space frame is all the same.
Done with space frame. Yeah, with everything hanging off the space frame, suspension wise and stuff.
Great innovation from Innovation Race Cars. Great to have it here in the Middle East. There's obviously a fairly healthy silhouette series in Australia with Mark Cars and IRC.
We've got Jamie Day bringing the Come To You Racing Aston. We talked to the driver of that car earlier, who said that they'd lost a bit of time in the pits. That's on a recovery drive now, and that car up to 22nd.
Jamie Day just been
new tyres.
Just been announced yesterday that he is now part of the Aston Martin Young Driver program. So congratulations to him.
Wow.
Well done.
Jamie's been part of the scene out here for a while now, hasn't he?
Well, he got his first karting license here in the UAE. He still runs under a UAE license.
Didn't he race for... he raced in Formula 4 for Paul Hardy's team, didn't he?
Well, his dad runs XL Motorsport.
That's the one.
Yeah, so he's running F4 UAE with XL Motorsport. Obviously, all of his karting from rookies to cadets, to juniors. When I used to commentate with him, he used to come up to here on me. He's 6 foot now. He's a big tall boy. I saw him and his parents down on the grid, and just had a good laugh and just reminisced about the bad old days of karting when Nadia was still karting as well. So it was like, boy, these kids grow up so fast, and they drive fast cars now.
It's bad crack, that, Phil, because it means we're old.
No,
as they grow up, we're
experienced.
Older. We get older.
Oh dear.
I wanted to stay with an Australian theme, because leading the 992 class now is the number 901. Now, Cameron McLeod, who is the son of Peter McLeod, winner of the 1987 Bathurst 1000, he's in that car at the moment. They've completed 420 laps and are a lap ahead of the second place car, and that's the number 912, who has made its way up into second, and following them through in third on their tail, pretty much, I say on their tail, they're about 36 seconds behind, is the Rick Breukers Red Camel car. Now, Rick taking over the 909. But because of the pit stops, McLeod, who now comes into the pits and will hand that 992 lead back to the 912 car that inherited it from the 909, who did a brake stop. Well, so that's how tight 992 is at the moment.
Indeed. Now, Cameron McLeod comes out of the V8 Super 2 series, which are the older V8 supercars in Australia, and did race last year in the Bathurst 1000 with Premier Racing Camaro, which is the current spec car. Load of experience with a front engine car. He's driving a Porsche this weekend. So it's good to have Cameron here, part of the Premier Racing team in the supercar series down under. We've had quite a few supercar drivers here over the years, and drivers from, we've had an Australian winner here, Tony Quinn, in the VIP Pet Foods car. He owns a raft of motor tracks in Australia now, Hampton Downs in New Zealand. Yeah, the Aussie lineage, back in the day. I'm just trying to look when that was that we had the Quins on top of the podium. But, it was 2008 VIP Pet Foods in a 997 GT3R. Craig Baird, Clark Quinn, Tony Quinn, and Jonathan Webb. So some big names there back in those days. But Tony Quinn has done a thing in Australia and New Zealand by purchasing a lot of motorsport tracks. He's made all his money through a company called VIP Pet Foods and a chocolate manufacturing company, which he's sold, and now funds. He owns Queensland Raceway in Australia, Hampton Downs, Highlands Motorsport Park in New Zealand. And these are beautiful circuits. Hampton Down, I was driving down to my niece's wedding. I didn't even know. It was near Pukekohe, which is a famous track there, which doesn't exist anymore. I was driving to my niece's wedding in New Zealand, and I came over this hill, and I could just see a whole heap of airboxes going around. You know, what's going on? It was the New Zealand Festival of Formula 5000.
Oh, my goodness.
Celebrating Denny Hume.
I'm pretty sure you heard that before you saw it.
And I just had to pull in $10, got my thing, and there was 22 Formula 5000s there. There was 9 McLaren Can-Am cars that Denny Hume had driven. Greg Murphy was driving them, and they had Denny Hume's car that he was working on New Zealand when he died at Goodwood. So that has Garage 1 at Hampton Downs, which is really, really special. And Denny Humes, they had his Targa Florio car as well. So fantastic place. If you ever
phenomenal
go motorsport racing to New Zealand, have a check out of their motorsport. Greg Murphy's driving the 6-wheel Tyrrell this weekend at the Motorsport Festival.
Incredible. Yep. Let's head down. The sun comes up across the Dubai Autodrome. Let's head down to the pit lane where Johnny Palmer's caught up with Cameron McLeod.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the very slight vestiges of light are appearing now in the skyline above turn 16. We're still about 20 minutes or so away from proper daylight. You've had some night, though, Cameron McLeod, basically on single stints, but swapping and changing with Mathieu Detry. So it's this now the end of a big chunk of driving for you.
Yeah, it definitely was a fair bit. I got my fair bit of driving tonight, but yeah, I'll go have a good rest, and hopefully I'm all good by midday and late afternoon, and try to finish it off and bring her home. So
we knew the 992 division was going to be close when they released 19 cars on the entry, 7 of them pros, 12 of them at the AM division, and it's proven to be the case, because every pit stop we almost get a lead change within 992. Seems to be between your car, 901, the Red Camel guys, and 921 as well. You can't really pick who's going to win it at the moment.
Yeah, well, Bass Cohen's been very good with the pit stops, so I think we've had the quickest pit stops out of all the Cup cars, which has been great. So that's definitely a big help to changing over in the pit stops, and I think most of the times I was with most of the AM drivers. I think that last stint is when I was with most of the pros. So yeah, no, it's been great. It's been a long night, and I'm looking forward to some rest.
Also, a few more Code 60s than we might have expected, with 60-odd cars or so in the entry. But how's it been? I mean, you don't really call those shots, I suppose, but Baton and the rest of his crew having to navigate you through those cautions.
Yeah, well, my first couple of stints, I had a lot of Code 60s. It felt like a bit of a waste of time. Better off having the AM driver in those ones, but you know,
if you could choose to do so, then that's precisely what you would do, isn't it? But once you're plugged in, then you're kind of in there for the foreseeable.
No, you can't do it. You can't do anything. You've got to do what you get given. So the good thing is you get to rag it a bit more after a Code 60, because you have a bit more fuel and tyre to burn up. So you get a bit more pace out of it, catch a few more cars. So yeah, I think I made a good strategy under Code 60. There's a couple of things I've taught myself and how to catch up to cars and things like that. But no, it's really good.
And what about the traffic in general? Because you're in that position where you're not the quickest car, but you've also carried a lot of straight line speed as well. So you've got to keep your eye on the mirrors, but you're also having to lap a lot of cars at the same time.
Yeah, well, obviously you're quicker than a GT3 down the straight. So they kind of get alongside you out of the corner, and then you're just kind of lifting half throttle down the straight, just trying to let them go past. But you know, if you see them at least 5 car lengths back, they're going to dive bomb you, so you just leave a gap anyway.
Yeah, you've got to have eyes everywhere, and that's difficult at this time in the morning. So you'll get some rest now, and it's important that you've got the relevant hours left to be in the mix at the end. Quite clearly, so it's going to be fascinating to watch. We'll allow you some rest period now. Thank you, Cameron, for the time you've taken to have a chat. I think we missed maybe the very end of that interview, but he basically summed things up nicely.
Do you want to tell us what he said, Johnny? Because we lost you.
We were talking about how many hours he'd still has to go in the race, and it's all about making sure he's got the rest period in the bank so that he and probably Mathieu Detry will be cycled through, because he's part of the semi-pro lineup. But there are a couple of AMs though that need to do their drive time as well, and now the sun's coming up, there's ample opportunity for them to do that.
I tell you what, Phil, I loved Cameron's use of that technical term, rag it a little bit more.
Yes.
That is a pure technical
term. That's an Australian technical term, by the way.
Yeah. Other terms used of a similar vein. Push it.
Push it. Exactly. Yeah, great young driver, great young talent. I think we'll see him in the Major League of Supercars in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, you think that's where he's destined?
Yeah,
Supercars?
most definitely. He's running Super 2s at the moment, which are the old version of the V8 Supercar. And
are they detuned for? They're exactly the same car.
They're the same car, basically.
Wow.
And they run them on a controlled tyre. Yeah, because we've changed from the Commodore and the Falcon to the Camaro and the Mustang, and then we had sort of a half Camaro or a half Commodore, which was actually an Opel, a two-door Opel, and then we had a Mustang that had a bulging roof to make the aero back to the Opel. It looked a bit, now it's full on because we don't have any vehicle manufacturing in Australia anymore since General Motors and Ford shut down. So there's no localised because in Australia you were either Ford or Holden.
Yeah,
that was it. I grew up in a town which only had a Holden dealership, so we were Holden people. We were red, Ford were blue. You go to the mountain, same thing. That's going on now through the elder generation. The younger generation don't know anything about that. The parochialism that used to go on in.
It was it was born on football.
Oh, most definitely.
Football-esque.
Oh yeah.
Partisan sort of support, wasn't it?
It was, and we had our heroes. We had Peter Brock, Dick Johnson, back in those days when there was no chase at Bathurst. You just went straight down to Murray's Corner and had to pull it up. Otherwise, you'd end up in Bathurst. It was an amazing place. John will be at Bathurst in 3 weekends' time for the Maguire's 12-hour. But yeah, it's
a place I've got to visit, to be honest.
Yeah, did a bike race around there once.
No, I don't think I want to think about that, Phil.
That's before the chase was in there as well. But great to see Cameron McLeod here and some people from the Southern Hemisphere. It's summer down there at the moment, so
just the edge of, isn't it?
Yeah, so seeing Earl Bamber here, but obviously he's on his way to the US for the Raw at Daytona in Cadillac next weekend, and he'll leave his team here to contest the Michelin 6 hours of RBW.
Cameron McLeod, just by coming into the pits, has handed the lead of the 992 class back to the 912 numbered car of Huub van Eindhoven. The Tierra Outdoor Racing car has got a 35 second lead and is lapping ever so slightly quicker than the Red Camel Jordan car. Now then, their last time they came through, 2 minutes 3.787 to 2 minutes 3.976. I mean, all right, we're talking about a couple of tenths here and there, but I think, overall those two cars are very, very equally matched.
Yeah.
And Rick Breukers arguably is still their superstar driver. He's still the quickest driver of the field, even though Luke Breukers, his younger brother, is on occasion getting towards his lap times. Rick is still you put the time bomb in there and set it away. So that car is optimized, and it's Rick.
Yeah,
we'll keep an eye on the lap times, we'll keep an eye on the gap, but basically the difference is 35 seconds. And that's quite a chunk of time. Can all disappear in the blink of an eye, of course.
Of course it can.
However, but if that continues, it's going to be very, very hard to make that overtake on track.
Yellow flag out at turn number 7. It's bright enough for me to look across there now. We've got a car stopped up on the driver's right on the exit of turn 7. I can see the lights flashing on and off. As they may be doing the control or delete. It's well off the circuit by the look of it. It's on the runoff on the right-hand side of the road. It's the 69 car. It's one of the Audis that is parked there just off the road.
Can't tell which Audi it is quite. It's 69.
It's 69.
There it is.
And it's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, another UAE entry. This is the sister car to the Supra.
Tale of war, really. Down in 24th in GT3, 33rd overall. The tale of war continues, I'm afraid, and that car's going to drop down the order even more so.
Andrei Solokovstev at the wheel at the moment. And
he's probably going through the Control-Alt-Delete process, isn't he?
Because the lights go, I can see it from here up in the grandstand. It's just off to my left-hand side, about 3/4 of the way across the circuit. And no movement as yet. And 20 seconds to code 60.
While we wait to see whether or not that 69 Audi can make its way, we've called a code 60 procedure within 20 seconds. Let's head down to Johnny Palmer, though, who will fill in the gap while we wait for that code 60 flag, which appears as I do so, Johnny.
Aha. So we're back under... It's been a fair spell, hasn't it, for us not to be under caution. I just spotted that the GT4 race leader, which is the 438 BMW from AGMC Racing, being driven by Ramez Azam. It came down pit road, didn't stop with anyone. So clearly they're double stinting tyres as well. The priority there was fuel. And the key thing there for the GT4 race leader is that it's managed to get its full fuel allocation prior to this code 60. So I think purely by luck rather than judgment, it will have needed some fuel, but those other cars trying to chase it back within GT4 are now limited to 25%. And that's a big negative for anyone trying to make up that ground. A whole plethora of cars, though, coming down pit road, as we've seen so often. And once again, quite a number of them not stopping in their box with their team at the garage, because tyres, again, in this current state of the track with temperatures relatively low, they're looking to try and double stint these Michelins and maybe even triple. That might be a bit too much of a stretch, but if you can get 2 stints out of a set, you're going to save so much time.
Most definitely, Johnny. And as you were correct, just on 3 hours of green flag running before this code 60, and the tow vehicle is in attendance. I'll be able to tow that back around turn 8 and 9, nip through the club link and get that car back to pit lane and see what the problem is. The lights are still on, so it may electrical. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, it's impossible to tell, really. What I can tell is it's having a tow line, a tow hitch fixed to the front of the car. It will be being towed back, so not under its own steam. It's going to be assisted back. Whether or not that is we'll fathom out. We'll leave